see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for your patience, all of you. All right. So what we were saying is to bring the records directly list down and filter down to 10 records is not possible. So we will have to derive a glide record script, right? So probably from a bunch of 100 records, we will have to filter down the records, take them, select them, and pick them, and then parse it to them to our final query. Our final query is nothing but current.add query. So what we want is list of records, the selected shortlisted records. But now how are we going to shortlist, right? In order to shortlist, we need to go to the table, run up filter, we have to put a set limit, and we will have to iterate through each record and bring each record sys id. Either you can bring six ids or else you can bring numbers also, right? Instead of bringing sys id, I'll put number. But when you put number, what you have to do is you have to make sure here also you change it to number, because here you're retrieving the data of number, right? So in the filter also final query, you have to put number is one of so and so. Now, so we have seen 10 records, but it is not sure that whether we were able to see only the recent 10 or the old 10. It could be a mixture of anything. So how do we restrict it to recent 10? We have restricted it to 10, but how do you make sure that those are recent? So we will have to do geo.order by. So order by represents ascending, order by DESC represents descending. So we'll do descending order, and we will use number field. Instead of using, we can use created on, opened on, anything, but for now we will just use number, or else let's put created on only. Why? Because is when you put number, what happens is all the incident numbers will come on the top, and then change numbers will come on the top, incidents will come on the bottom, right? If you see alphabetical order, C comes before I, right? And problem tickets will come on the last. So it will, if you order by descending based on numbers, it will be restricted to only certain list of specific task based records. Instead of that, you want to see all the task based records but only based on a date or a time field. Then let's put this one. Okay, so I'm going to save this record and we'll do a refresh here. So previously it was showing combination of chg, gapr and all of that. Now you can see, I'll show you the created field. Okay. So the recent ASIN, it says 7 months from now. Don't worry about this. It's showing the future records. Is basically any system should not show created as in future, right? But this is a demo instance, and all these data are demo data populated by ServiceNow. So that is why you're able to see the future data. Otherwise, in your original company instances, you will not see something anything weird like this. But you understood, right? It filtered down based on the available bunch. It filtered down based on Z to A. So the recent ones. Any questions on this?
So if we choose applies to table as incident, uh,
Mm,
then what will be the parent dot sysid? Will it be parent
okay.
dot caller?
Okay. Let us put incident. Now we've changed it from user table to parent. And now, yeah, parent dot caller or parent dot opened by. Either you can, parent represents incident. Okay. Now, so incidents opened by or incidents caller, whichever you want to apply. After that, yeah, everything else is same. And after saving this, you will no longer be able to see that related list on user table. You will be able to see it on incident table only, right? Now you remember that I told you a shortcut about this var gr, right? So I'll give you another place where these are stored. So in left navigation, you have something called syntax editor macros. So you're out of box means as a package, ServiceNow gives you some shortcuts and the script for that. You can also create your own ones. So when you put BARGR and you press tab, in keypad you have this tab tab, right? So automatically this script gets auto populated. And same wise, if you put FOR and if you put tab, see what did I do? FOR and I press tab. So I can see this script got populated. So from where it's getting populated is from this place. Similarly, info. So these are nothing but shortcuts, right? Like that, you can create your own shortcuts also. Like that, I can put where ABC and I can put. So wherever you feel like you want to print this bunch of text, this will work only in script section. So you just put where ABC and you press tab. What happened? I'll do a reload form. All right. Right. So I did where ABC and I pressed on tab. So whatever I pasted up here, it comes up here. So these are the shortcuts. You can create your own shortcuts as well, and you can just go through the existing shortcuts. It will created, out of box. If there isn't any question further to relationships, we can jump into our next topic, SLA definitions.
So do we use this regularly, this code, this type of
Uh,
related lists
if you are in a job
in
of
real time,
administration,
in real time
yeah,
project? Yes.
yeah. If you're in a job of administration, you would not require. But if you're in a job of a developer, this is like step one. Without this, you will not be able to do anything.
Okay.
Writing a glide record is very important.
Right. And
Um,
what admin
I
will?
will repeat it again. Okay, what are the operations of admin? Okay, uh,
Yes. Yes.
okay. See, so far in our first 10 classes, you'd have seen like when we change this field, this changes UI policy. We have created dictionary entries and all of that, right? So, very less coding or no coding, do the configuration changes, right? Changing some system configuration of people, changing branding editor, and scheduling clones, migration. Migration is very important role of a admin, like moving update set from one instance to other, retrieving update sets. So all these are roles of admin. But scripts might look a little complicated at first, but if you see, this is like one formula here. If you remember this formula, you can apply it everywhere. So just put some efforts on remembering this. For that only I explained you each and every line. Meaning this one is nothing but equivalent to going to a table. First, if you want to look at 10 records, let's say I'm saying that, hey, can you get me 10? Okay, let's say I'm telling you that I want to see the list of 10 email records, 10 user records wherein email starts with AB. Oh, we've only 135. Okay, anyways, everything has more than 25 records. Fine. So I'm telling you that I want to see the list of user records wherein email starts with KR. So this is the requirement, let us say. So what you would do is, uh, if you were to do it manually, what you would do? First, you will go to sys underscore user dot list, right? This is the first step. How do you write that in code? Now, var user, just any keyword, USR or UR, anything. It can be any name, variable name, is equal to new, because I'm going to type it new, right? Like in your memory, just put it like that. I'm going to type it new, so it's called new glide record. So this is a function. It is important that you have to write it like this. First letter has to be capital and second letter also has to be capital. It's not like camel case or small letter, fully capital, nothing. So each of the first words starts with capital. And then open parenthesis, close parenthesis, and inside that you put your table name, which table you want to go. Right? Now we have gone to this table, job done. Next, what you will do? You will open up the filter, right? So how do you open up the filter in script? User. So that filter has to be opened on this table, right? So this table going forward will be called as USR, right? USR dot filters in another words called as query, right? So I'm gonna add query, right? Otherwise, you can also put add encoded query. Both are same but with small difference. So I just give enter, and here in either single quotes or double quotes you put it like this, and whatever filter you want to put, like email starts with, what did we discuss, ka, right? Email starts with ka, so I do right click copy query. So whatever I obtained it from there, I will paste it up here. Email starts with ka. You do not have to worry about this keywords, nothing, just do a copy paste. Job done, right? Next, just entering the filter as email starts with will not give you the result. You have to click on run button. Now in script, how do you click on run button is usr dot query. This is nothing but translating as clicking on run button. Okay, done. Now you're obtained the records, but you need to visit each and every record, right? So how do you visit each and every record? Then you have to put while usr dot next, as in you're iterating through next record. At that time, what I want to do, like basically I want to print the list of names, like let us say variable names is equal to empty. So I'll put names plus equal to gr dot name, sorry, not gr, usr. Here we are using usr, right? Usr dot name. Your name represents this name. If you see the backend name of this one, it is nothing but name, so I'm putting like this. And once I obtain, I want to use a concatenation with a comma. Okay, so how many records are there? 10 records, right? So finally, in my names array or variable, I will have everything. So finally, I want to print them all. So this is a script that we have written. Let us see if that script is working or not. So how do we see is copy it, put it in background script. Like if you were working on some commands or something, you will have your own command console, right? Similarly, in ServiceNow, you have your command console. In left navigation, you have to type BACGR, background scripts. There's something called system definition. Under that, you have background script. So right away, go into that and put up your script here and give run. So it gives you all those 10 names separated by comma. Karen, and then again a different Karen, and Carla, Karen, Casey, right? So all these are people who has email ID starting with KA, and we were able to see that these were the 10 records. So exact 10 records were printed up here. So this is a very simple glide record. You just try to practice this as much as possible. In this is like basic foundation. If you know this one, And everywhere you can just use the same thing, and 30% of development coding ends here, right? So this is definitely basic. Just write this 10 times for 10 different tables. It will automatically come to your memory. It's like a muscle memory they call, right? It will automatically come for you. All right. If there isn't any question, we'll jump into SLA definitions here.
So here one more question. If
Actually, today's goal was mm,
what we need only five
mm.
records that starts with KA.
Okay. So as I told you, in that table you have to put set limit, right, of 5. Let's copy this, paste it. You see only 5 records, right?
Okay, got it.
All right. So we'll jump into SLA definitions then. Right. So we'll take something, a recent one. So this incident 55 seems to be a recent one. All right. So if you see, I think in one of the previous session I explained to the specific batch, this priority field is never editable. It is actually dependent on impact and urgency, right? For example, you can't directly change your priority here. Instead, as you change your impact, right? I'm keeping my impact as medium, and I'm changing my urgency. Change my urgency to low, you could see that priority becomes low. Now, let's say urgency is low and I'll put impact as high. You can see it jump to moderate, right? P3, which is moderate priority. So you can see that as and when I change my impact and urgency, priority is getting changed. How is it getting changed? What is the backend configuration? If you ask me, so we have something called priority lookup rules. In left navigation under system policy rules, you have something called priority lookup rules. So this is where you define those rules. So I've opened this tab in for your easy access. We have some different set of 9 different combinations. I'll open one of these records. So we're saying the system that if impact is high and urgency is, put the priority as 1. We can also define if impact is medium and urgency is medium, define the priority as low. Like that we can give our own configurations. These are all admin related stuff, but it is not necessarily that only admin do, a developer will also do, right? So we have given different set of combinations, like um, when this impact and this urgency combines, it will become this priority. For example, I'll show you. Impact high and urgency low will end up in P3. Impact high and urgency low ended up in P3, right? So this is where you do all your configurations. Now, when does this order comes in place is the sequence of execution, which one to validate first and which one to validate second. For example, let us say for same condition, you have two different priorities defined unknowingly or for some reason. Based on your order, whichever has the least order that will run first, and whichever has the highest order that will run second. So whichever runs second, that will get overridden, right? That will be the final result. So order is important that way. But otherwise, if you have different set of combinations, you don't have to worry about the order. Any questions on priority data lookups? All right, if not, we'll jump into understanding how an incident SLA works, right? So whenever you change your priority, work notes are mandatory. So let's save this up. And we now see that the priority is right now P3. So you can see it in under task SLAs that there are several SLA definitions created. One says priority one resolution, other one says priority 3 resolution, right? Let us understand how this data is visible to us. I'm opening each one of these records, right? So this one says resolution, the other one also says resolution. However, this says P3 and this one says P4. And you see data like business elapsed percentage, start time, stop time, actual elapsed time percentage, and all of that. So what are these, and how are these configured in the base system is the next question, right? So when we talk about SLAs, you have three types of SLAs. One is level agreement, the other one is operation level agreement, the other one is underpinning contract. In organizations, when you work on real time, you will use 80% SLAs, 20%, 15% OLAs, and underpinning contracts are like less than 5%. Uh, this is 80%, 20%, and again 10%. Keep it like that, okay? SLAs means, um, so let us say an example of somebody raises an instance that their Dell laptop is not working, okay? So I'm a normal user, I'm working from home, and I'm saying, hey, my Dell laptop is not working. So they say, oh, raise a ticket. So what I will do, I will go to ServiceNow, I will create an incident, and that gets assigned to help desk team. If you see in all companies, help desk is capable of resolving laptop issues to a certain level, right? Like configuration and all of that. So when I create a ticket and when help desk works for me, that is called service level agreement, meaning help desk is bound to work for me who's a user of the organization, who is an employee of the organization. So they're doing service, or they're doing some work, and there is an agreement for it. Like they will say, I will finish it up in 3 days because your urgency or impact is medium. So they will have their own definitions, right? Now, let us say at one point they identify, the help desk identify that no, no, this is not just configuration changes, there is some hardware issue, right? What they will do, they will not inform me. Instead, they will raise a ticket to hardware team, who can repair, like, open up the laptop and fix things. So instead of telling me, they will open up a ticket to hardware team. Now, who is help desk and who is hardware? They are nothing but both are teams, but different teams, right? So when there is an agreement between two different operations, this is a different operation, that is a different operation, right? Help desk is a different operational team, and hardware repair team, right? You call it site IT, something like that. In it has its own name in each organization. So when there is a agreement between two different teams of the same organization, you call it as a operation level agreement, and it goes under the concept of OLA. Any doubts in understanding the difference between SLA and OLA? This you would use it real time, and this is one of the common questions in the interview. I'll repeat. I have a laptop issue. I'm a normal person, okay? I'm a normal person, and I want to raise this concern to the company so that they will fix it for me. So I'm supposed to raise a ticket, incident ticket. I'll say laptop issue. Any laptop issue ticket will go to help desk, because if it is a minor issue, some configuration say changes, or some system update, help desk itself is capable of doing it, right? So I'm a normal user, and help desk is one operational team inside the organization. So the agreement between the normal user and an operational team is what you call it as service level agreement, right? But after one day or after few hours, help desk identifies that, oh, I cannot work on it because there is some hardware issues. It is not just software, it is hardware. I need to take this to hardware team. Now, the help desk team goes and gets connected with hardware team, and they work together. Now, this help desk and hardware team are bounded by the contract, which is nothing but operation level agreement, because these are two different operation level teams, right? If I directly contact the hardware team, then it is called SLA. But if another technical team contacts another technical team, it's called OLA, right? If a normal user contacts in technical team, it's called SLAR. If one technical team contacts another technical team, it's called OLA. Clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay. So
So,
SLA is between.
so
Yes.
ma'am, so we do raise some catalog request, right? That comes under OLA or what?
Come again.
So if we raise some catalog list for some like request for mouse, request for some assets or some kind of things, some
Yeah.
service
So that and
catalog.
all as yeah, service catalog and all comes under SLA only default. There's no concept of OLA or underpinning contract. You see nothing. Service catalog means that service itself. The word itself says service catalog, right? So it comes under the concept of service level agreement.
Okay,
Okay, but when you raise an incident between two operation teams, one operation team is when I say operation, take it as technical team. Okay, one technical team is raising an incident to another technical team. So that you could regard it with OLA, operation level agreement, right? But service catalogs are completely SLAs only.
okay,
Now, the third thing is underpinning contract. So, what is an underpinning contract is now let us say we gave laptop and help desk fixed a few software issue and they gave it to hardware team. So, we saw what is SLA and help desk contacting hardware team and fixing that other few issues is OLA, right? Now in our own company, let us say I work for a company XYZ, and that company will also have an hardware team and they're also intelligent and they will fix a lot of hardware things, right? But there are very few things which they cannot do it by themselves. They have to contact the vendor. Let us say it is an HP laptop. Okay, they feel that, oh, it is not under my control, there is something else, miserably wrong. I have to escalate or take it to my vendor. Who's the vendor? HP. So they will raise a vendor ticket to HP. Now, this hardware guy becomes organization guy and the vendor guy is become different organization. So a contract between one organization and its vendor organization is called underpinning contract, right? So SLA is between user and technical team, tech team of same company. This is between one tech team and another tech team of same company, right? But UC is between one tech team and another team from different organization, specifically the other organization is a vendor. Vendor means people who give you supplies, right? Like let us say see for us and all, like we're buying laptops HP or Dell, whatever. We're buying 5 10 like that. But larger companies have like they will purchase 10,000 laptops, 20,000 laptops. So there is always a vendor and company level contract. So that contracts in organization structure you called as underpinning contract. Underpinning contracts, right? Any questions? These are just theoretical knowledge, but it's important that you understand. Any questions? If not, we'll get into practical stuff. Right. Okay. Now, so we have given the definitions of what is the SLA, OLA, and UC. How do we configure these things, right? So in left navigation, you type SLA. Under system definitions. Okay. Under service level management, you have something called SLA, right? So this you have to open up. Service level management. So you can see the table name is contract SLA, right? You have to create a new SLA definition. Actually, out of box, there are several SLA definitions for incident table, but I'll show you, I'll create a new one and show it for you. So here you can give it like P3 um, moderate um, 36 hours resolution, right? Now, so I was talking about SLA, OLA, and underpinning contract, right? So this is where you define it. But the entire process is same. Like if you change it to SLA or OLA, it's not like this field is going to change nothing. Every setup is same, just that you define and categorize whether this is an SLA or OLA or underpinning contract. So now we'll put this as SLA, and there's a drop down called target, right? Whether this is a response or resolution. Let me explain you what is response and resolution, right? When a issue is when a issue is arrived at service desk, now somebody has to acknowledge, right? In all organization, people will say, okay, even if you don't give a resolution, just acknowledge that you received an email. You remember, like your team leads or managers used to say that when you receive an email from a user that there's some issue, you do not have to give the resolution right away. At least just tell them, email acknowledge, we are working on it, right? So that is the response you give it to the user, right? So that is what you call it as response. And once you take your own time, like 3 hours, 4 hours, after that you fix that issue. After that, you'll send an email saying, I have fixed the issue. That is called resolution. You understand the difference between response and resolution, right? Now, how do we convert the terminologies into service now? When somebody is assigned to a ticket, when somebody is assigned to a ticket, it means that response SLA has been achieved, right? Response is done. When state changes to resolved, it means that the resolution is done, right? When assigned to is filled up, it means that response is changed to resolved, it means that resolution is done. Any question on identifying what is a response and resolution? Right. And this is the name just I gave it for our convenience. It can be anything. Some self-explanatory, meaningful sentence. And this SLA wants to be running on incident table, right? And of course, I want this to be running on across global applications. This is default. You do not have to change. Now, how many hours I'm going to give? Let us say I'm giving them, if it is a P3, I'm going to give them 36 hours. Sorry, it is 0. Okay, 3 days. 36 hours is 3 days, right? So I'll put 40 hours. So when I say 40 hours, 3 days and 4 hours, right? And the schedule sources, is it source as in like what is the what is the schedule? Like for example, if you click on, it will take you to a variable called Seaman underscore schedule. I will open up in this in a new tab and show it for you. So there's a table called schedules. You have lot of schedules defined. Like there's a schedule called 24/7. There's a schedule called 8 to 5 weekdays. I will show you what is an 8 to 5 weekdays. So as the name suggests, 8 to 5 weekdays, the configuration also will be defined for 8 to 5 weekdays. So you can see the scheduled entries. This is a schedule name. Under this, you have nothing important. You have something called schedule entries, which you have to be careful of. In schedule entries also name, this name does not matters, but however, you will put a start date and you will put an end date, and you will see say how many times it repeats. So you say that it repeats every weekday, Monday to Friday. So you have several options like this: every weekday, Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So creating all of these schedules also is part of admin job, right? It doesn't involve any coding. So there are several schedules. For each schedule, you do not have to open the schedule and see. The name itself is a little self-explanatory. Let me open up this 8 to 5 weekdays, excluding holidays. So you can see same Monday to Friday 8 to 5, weekly on weekdays fine. But this word excluding holidays, right? That is handled in the child schedule, meaning they maintain another schedule called US holidays, and they will identify the list of holidays that they have in their organization. Like for example, per year they have 12 holidays, and it will repeat every 1 year, right? So it repeats every year on December 25th, December 24th, like that. So 8 to 5 weekdays excluding holidays is that. So this schedule will be taken care, but if there is any holidays coming inside of this schedule, that day will be excluded. So when I put 3 days, right? So when I put 3 days, 8 to 5 weekdays excluding holidays, when do you think is my end day? Like end day for fixing this resolution. So let us say one SLA just got triggered now, and I have been given 40 hours. 40 hours, and I am following this schedule. So what do you think will be the best time for me to close the incident? It is before
On
40
Tuesday.
hours. What are we now? On Thursday, right? So let us consider Indian time zone only. We are 9 in the morning, right? With Thursday, 9 in the morning. So 8 to 5. Okay, so 8 to 5 is 9 hours, right? So 9 hours of today, again 9 hours of Friday, Saturday, Sunday not considered. 9 plus 9, 18. 9 hours of 27, 36. Okay, so 36, and again it will come somewhere in the first forenoon of Wednesday.
Yes, on Wednesday.
It, yes. So when you give 36 hours, it doesn't mean that you have to finish in 3 days. It actually follows the schedule that you give. So in order to determine that, you have to clearly put what schedule you want. If you put 24 cross 7, right, then if you put 24 cross 7 and if you put 40 hours, just exactly calculate 40 hours from now. 24, it ends somewhere in the middle of Saturday, right? So accordingly, you have to put your schedule. Now, so I was telling you that let us consider IST time zone, right? So what if somebody is from a different time zone? People work in an organization on different time zones, right? As in some people work from US, some people from UK, some people from India. Everybody has their own time zone. So which time zone do we have to follow? That is the next question, right? Then we will put either college time zone or task location time zone, callers location time zone. So all of these is there. These are the available options. If you put SLA definitions time zone, here you define a static time zone. Like you put Europe, Brussels. So you mentioned static, right? Regardless of whoever the caller is and whatever is the time zone, it will follow by default this one, right? So in what else should I say? Okay, so instead of giving SLA definition, if you give no schedule, then it will follow a 24 cross 7. If you give SLA definition, you have to give what schedule you want. If you choose incident field, you have to choose. See here, you have list of available options here. Okay, we do not. Okay, so you have assigned to schedule, right? Meaning, for every user record, you will have a schedule mapped for it. So if you want to match that schedule, you will give it here. So this is all with regard to this, and this is like enabling and disabling. This enable logging is for like developer, as in if there is some issue and you want to debug it, you just keep this debugging enabled. It's called debugging. So you keep this enable debugging, but generally we will not leave this enabled because this isn't anything complex to debug or anything. So we will leave always as such. And okay, so there now comes the other big point. When you want the SLA to be starting, and when you want the SLA to be paused, and when you want the SLA to be stopped and reset, right? So um, let us imagine this is a P4 response SLA. So as I told you, response SLAs will be triggered when assigned to is empty, right? Only okay, see, when a ticket is created, obviously assigned to will be empty, right? So at that time, you will start your SLA, and this SLA will be stopped when assigned to is not empty. So it will start when assigned to is empty and it will stop when assigned to is not empty. Any questions on this? Right. So let me explain you now resolution. When I'm explaining resolution SLA, I will also cover this pause and reset conditions. So this we will start the resolution SLA when assigned to is not empty, because the moment it was assigned to somebody, their time, their clock will start for them to work on. So they've got how many hours to work? 40 hours to work. So as soon as assigned to is filled up, how do you say assigned to is filled up? Is assigned to is not empty. At that time, the clock starts and it will only stop when state is one of resolved or closed. Okay, fine. As I told you in incident, we have a concept called on hold, right? On hold awaiting caller. So if there is an information pending from caller, we should not make the assignee worry. We should not make this person worry that, oh, my incident is running out of time and all of that. So at that time, we want the system to pause the clock. So we will put the pause definition as state is on hold, right? Now, whenever your state is changed to on hold and saved, at that time, the clock, wherever it is, it will pause. Now, the clock has to resume, right? So you will put your resume condition. State is not on hold and state is one of new or in progress. We will not consider resolve, close, or cancel because that we are considering it in stop condition, right? Now again, you have cancel conditions. So when state is cancelled, we don't want the SLA to be running. We don't want the SLA to be closed also, because when the ticket itself is not being worked upon, it is cancelled. Why would you want to calculate the SLA? Which we are going to define the SLA also to be cancelled. And reset is, yeah, let me give you this explanation. Let us say service desk works on this. Okay, service desk, this issue is about what? My laptop is not working and they're working on this. Now they identify that it is not a software issue. Beth Angeline is working on it and Beth Angeline identifies that it is not a software issue and it is a hardware issue. There are two things Angeline can do. Angeline can own this ticket. Own this ticket means keep this ticket as such and create a new ticket to hardware team, and which will follow OLA and parallelly follow up with that hardware team ticket. And whatever update they're getting from there, they will come and paste it here and they will say to Carol that, hey Carol, I spoke to hardware team, they said so and so, blah blah blah. Otherwise, another thing service desk can do is, oh my god, I don't want this, let me give it to some other team. So what Beth Angeline do is, I don't want credit of this ticket, I will directly reassign this to hardware team. If they do like this, at that time it is gets assigned to a different person, David, right? Now uh, Beth Angeline has already taken 30 hours of time. Now is it justifiable that David Lou is given only 15 hours, remaining 15 hours? No, right? He needs his own 40 hours because just now the ticket got assigned to him. Now we can put reset condition. Res- Reset, right? Wait, where is it?
Again, it got stuck.
Oh, is it not recorded so far? Hey, was it not recorded so far?
Yes, it's recorded.
Recording.
Okay, because
Because
I just got a voice that your conference is now being recorded, so got a little worried. All right.
no, it's being recorded, but screen is not visible. Now it's visible. Yes.
Shouldn't be a problem. All right, thank you. Okay, so coming back to a reset condition, right? So as we told, when the ticket gets moved from one technical person to another technical person, it is not justifiable that they get the remaining SLA. They need a fresh set of SLA because they need their own time to work on it, right? So we will give reset condition, right? When assigned to changes from one person to other person, reset the condition. Now, what happens to the already existing SLA? To Beth Angeline, there is already one SLA running, right? So, do you want to complete that? You want to mark that SLA as complete, or you want to cancel the existing SLA? So, this is what is your reset action. So, we'll say give complete. See, when you give mark it as complete, it means that you're giving credit to the work they've done. When you configure it as cancel, we're not giving credit to their work, right? So, all these, okay, now I have given you some scenario and all of that, right? Generally, in organization, it comes from business process owners. You do not have to worry about it. But you need to know when they ask you something, where do I change it? Oh, I have to change it here. I have to change here. So this is what you need to know. Fine. Any questions on this? Okay, I will tell you what is an retroactive start. Okay. When they
Tell me
say
once
there is a
again about
retroactive,
reset conditions.
okay. Now, okay. So for 2 days, Beth Angeline has been working on, okay, and finally Beth Angeline feels, oh, I have no expertise, or it is a different thing. So Beth Angeline reassigns it to David Lu. Now the total SLA for this is 40 hours. Beth Angeline has already taken 20 hours. Imagine. Now, is it good to give David Lu 20 hours or 40 hours? If we feel no, you should have only 20 hours, then we will not give any reset condition. But if the organization tells that no, no, we should give that next person full amount of time, like 40 hours means, then you have to define the reset condition. So in reset condition, we are defining that whenever assigned to changes, the SLA has to, the clock has to reset from starting, like in phone or in your alarm clock. How do you do a reset, right? In a stopwatch timer, like that, the clock gets resetted, but resetted as in the old clock does not get resetted. It creates a new entry. But now, what happens to the old entry? You want to mark the old entry as cancel or complete is the next question, right? So that you can define it here. You want to mark the old SLA as cancelled or complete. That you can define it here, right? Okay. So there is the retroactive start and retroactive pause, right? So this will work based on retroactive start will work based on the reset condition, and uh, you will get to choose from where it has to start. Meaning you're giving 40 hours, right? 40 hours from created date, 40 hours from created date, or 40 hours from updated ticket updated date, or again an extra 40 hours from actual end date, right? Now you're going to reset and you're going to define some hours. In that resetting also, that 40 hours you're going to calculate from created date or the last updated date, or you have several other date fields in incident. So everything shows up here. So people generally either keep a follow up date or a last updated date. So the last updated will obviously be in the last 5 minutes or something. So a lot of organizations keep the set start to in retroactive start as last updated. Any questions with regard to how do we configure an SLA or OLA or underpinning contract? Everything is same. Configuration with everything is same with regard to the type, just that you need to categorize and understand from the business which contract is this. Any questions? All right. I can show you a sample incident, how things, what are the each component of an incident. So as I told you, there is a clock timer that it's running. So it gives you the names of the SLA definition that you have and what is the type and what is the target. Is it a resolution or a response? And what is the stage, right? Is it running or cancelled? Record, instead it is the result, meaning for this incident what is the scenario, what happened, that is the result.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, tell me.
The one which we create now, the one SLA
Hmm.
which we create now, is
Hmm.
applicable for that particular incident only. It
No,
is
no, it is
applicable for.
applicable. No, no, it is applicable for all incident table, like sorry, all
Okay.
records of the incident table. We will not create SLA definitions for each incident. For one day
Mm-hmm.
then one started incidents, right? How can you create SLA definitions for each and every incident? We will create
Mm-hmm.
one configuration record, and as and when the conditions get satisfied, it goes and gets attached to the respective incidents. So as you said, this record, right, this result record applies to this incident only.
Mm-hmm.
Now in this data, I can show you what are the other fields that we have. So this SLA definition follows up a schedule of 8 to 5 weekdays, and the time zone is America's Los Angeles, and it is right now running. And there is a checkbox called breached. What is a breach, right? In general English language, breached means the time has elapsed, like crossed. So for example, if I'm giving you a assignment, I'm saying that I need this to be finished by tomorrow morning 7 o'clock. If you finish it before 7 o'clock, good, it is not breached. If you finish it after 7 o'clock, or if you don't finish it, whatever it might be, then it is a breach, right? Because I have given you a time slot to finish this, you have taken more time than that to finish it or not finish it, whatever. So that is what you call it as breached.
Okay.
And now, whenever a new SLA gets triggered, can you mute your audio? Thank you. When you whenever a SLA gets triggered, there is a start time and there is a breach time. Breach time, it will be marked only when the tickets attains the breach date. So for fresh tickets, you will not see this field populated. Only it attains that breach thing, it will get this populated. And stop time will get populated only when stage becomes either cancelled or complete. Until then, it will be empty only. And actual elapsed time, there's a difference between actual elapsed and business elapsed. Actual elapsed will always calculate based on 24 cross 7. Business elapsed is based on what is the definition you gave. In this SLA definition, you have given based on caller's time zone, you want 8 to 5 weekdays, right? So business elapsed time will be calculated based on 8 to 5 weekdays only. So in general, if you see, it has taken 156 days, but actual business days, how many days it has taken is 42 days, right? So the same thing, they will also, this is all these things we do not have to do. I'm just trying to um, like I'm trying to do a split of to understand, like I'm doing an autopsy of this particular record and telling you what which means what and how it works. All these are done by system, we are not doing anything. Our job is to create this SLA definition. This SLA definition only we will create. Otherwise, system will take care of everything, right from populating start date, stop time, breach time, as breached. All of this system will do. So as I told you, the difference between actual and business is actual follows 24 cross 7 schedule. Business follows whatever schedule that you have defined in your SLA definition. Now, it not only calculates a number of days and um days and hours passed. Elapsed means like crossed. Elapsed means crossed. It also calculates the percentage. So for example, you are given how many? You're given one day, right? But you have taken 42 days. So it is in fact like in multiplied by 100, right? 42 multiplied by 100 precisely. So it comes to 4200. The percentage comes to 4200. And how much is the actual time left and elapsed time left? Nothing, because they've already got breached and it is already going beyond what is the given time. So business time left is also nothing, actual time left is also nothing. And you have something called show SLA timeline. So it will give you a schematic representation of what is the it will break it into chunks and it will show you how that SLA went so far. Please allow me a minute. Right, so this SLA timeline gives you a debrief of whatever happened, right? It says 142 days, right? So it shows your calendar representation of each and every day. But you don't have to worry. I mean, it tells you exactly on which day it got breached or on which day are you at currently and all of that. But you don't have to look at the expanded view of the SLA timeline. But looking at this itself will give you an idea of what is happening, right? Any questions of understanding each and every field? Any questions? If not, we're done with the SLA definitions. We'll get into the next topic. All right. Um,
So our job is to create SLAs only, right?
our
Developer
job
job
is to,
as a developer.
yeah, yeah. Our job is to create SLA definitions. In order to create, you need to understand some functional aspects of it, right? uh, I mean, they will not give you they will not give you please enter. They will not give you like please enter table as incident. Please enter this as this. They will not give you direct or like a baby. They will not give you this thing. They will just tell you that hey, we want to create an SLA definition for a site IT team. You could use a 2 days SLA. They will give you only this. You will have to give them questions. Okay, when the SLA has to start and pause and stop, so you need to have some business understanding and technical understanding, right? So that is why I'm trying to explain what each field represents and what is the end output, like once incident gets created, what each field represents and all of that. Because when you work on your tool, it is important for you to understand how the tool is also for the end user, because end user might ask a general query question also. I don't understand what is this, like that they will ask. So you need to tell them like, okay, this is something, because that is part of tool administrations, right? All right. So any questions so far? Fine. So that is it for today with regard to SLA definition, and we saw something with regard to related list. So the next topic we could cover is import sets. Um, we have 20 minutes more for today's session. Would you like to take a 5 minutes break and come back? Just 5 minutes off from screen time, and we'll start at 9:45. What do you say? Precisely at
All right
9:45.
then. Yes.
All right, I'll go on mute, but the recording will still run. Make sure to be back at 9:45. Just keep your speakers on, probably, so that you don't miss it. Hey, hi guys. There. Yeah, okay, I can see Vishnu, Rahim, Manideep. All right, fine. So I hope all of us are here now. So finally, we'll go to import sets, okay? Um, yeah, so coming back to import sets, let me explain what is an import set, okay? So there are several ways you could populate a database, right? Meaning you can import XMLs, you can import Excel files, or you could connect it with other third party tools, and you could import the data on a scheduled basis. There are several ways, right? So I will show you how do we import the data through Excel. For example, let us understand that this new instance was purchased today, and the HR teams is telling you, hey, can you? I have an Excel of all the available employees of my organization. There's like 1 lakh employees. It is difficult for me to manually make an entry in the user table. Can you developers do a favor? Can you import this inside of ServiceNow? This is the ask from the HR team. Now, we will not be able to do a import, just right click and import. No, that is not possible. If they give us an XML data, then it's easier. What we do is generally we go to the specific table. It could be an incident table or user table, whichever table that they want to populate. We will do right click, import XML, job done, and we will attach the XML file. But if this is an Excel file, we have to make the system understand, okay, there is one column, this column has to be mapped to this field, this column has to be mapped to this field. All these you have to make the system understand, right? For this you require some development configuration. This is something very important, and all of you would have at least one task in a month like this, not just manual upload. I will show you other. See, the basis I'm trying to explain you that how do you import data. That import data is via Excel, right? But not just an Excel file, it could be from third party machines, like third party database, like you have Active Directory, right? If you want to import user records from Active Directory, not an Excel file as such, but an Active Directory, or you have JDBC. So through a JDBC connection from other source, any other server or database, you want to retrieve some information. So all these you could do from using the input sets which we are going to learn today. So let me do a group by type. So you can see that there are 13 Excel files. Yeah, few Excel and few CSV files, and few JDBC data connections, and two LDAPs. So I will explain you what is a LDAP connection and JDBC. Everything follows a transform map and an import set. Please allow me for a second. I'm sorry. All right, apologies again. So as I told you, there are different types of data sources. Everything finally drops down to a concept called Excel and import set and transform maps. On top of it, there are some fabrications like what is the source of information. The source of information could be an LDAP, or the source of information could be a database, JDBC database, or the source of information could be an Excel file, right? I will teach you how do you handle with an Excel file. So once that is clear with you, in 10 minutes you can learn how to handle with the JDBC and an LDAP. That is not a big deal. The main component is you have to know the structure of how do you upload Excel file, develop configurations develop configurations on it, and transform the data to your ServiceNow table. Once that is done, developing the same on JDBC and LDAP, it's just a 10 minutes job. So having this in mind, listen to the next 7 minutes of this today's session clearly. So as I told you, let us take a very small example of user table. So you're trying to populate the informations of probably user ID, name, email, three fields for now, okay? So let me get an Excel file open. So you need columns, right? So probably I'll put name, username, and then email. These columns is fine for now. Let us upload only these three details. And I need to be sure what is the Excel columns that I give, right? And it is always important. First row is always first row of the Excel is always the header columns of your fields in ServiceNow. So name column, front end name is also name column, front end name is also name, back end name is also name. You see, back end name is also name only. So it's fine. Uppercase and lowercase doesn't matter. So I'll just put name. And same with email ID also. The front end name is also email, back end name is also email, right? Look at this. That is also fine. But what about user ID? Let me do a show matching. For user ID, the backend name is user underscore name, right? So it will be always better if I can put the exact names, user underscore name. Otherwise, you can also keep it like username, but after that, you'll have to be little careful in mapping the fields that I'll tell you. So let us say Lakshmi, Varun, Vinu, Vaishnavi, right? So username is LK123, VG456, VS789. Lakshmi.snc at abc.com. Oops. Copy, paste, paste, search. Varun. Right, so this is the simple user data I have. Let us test it with only 3 records. It doesn't matter how many records you have. You can have lack of records in your Excel or 3 records. Everything follows the same logic. So let me do a save this file. User data demo snow. I'll go to my service now. First step is I will do load data. So because I'm trying to load the data, right? So I'll do load data. So it takes me to a page. And here, okay, there are 2 types of tables, right? One is your actual tables. The other one is called import set tables. What is an import set table is those tables are available for only admins, and these are also called as staging tables. I'll type it for you. Staging. Staging means like that is a middleman. Like you cannot directly upload your Excel data into user table, right? Instead of that, you want a middleman. You're saying that, hey, middleman, keep these files for some time, keep these records in your table for some time, and then can you just give it to user table, right? So that middleman is called the staging table. So that staging table has to have same set of fields, same set of table structure as same as your user table. But you don't have to worry that, oh, should I recreate user table? No, nothing like that. So what you have to do is it asks you whether the import set table, otherwise the staging table or template table, is it already available, or is it already available, or is it the first time you're trying to load this data? So I'm saying, hey, it's the first time, so please create a table for me. When you say create a table, don't worry, because this is called an import set table, and it will be available only for admins, and it is used only for this transformation process, like transferring data from Excel to your main table. So I'll put import set staging. I'll just give a name, okay? Import staging user table, right? I can give any name, so I'm trying to give a sensible name here. So automatically it forms a backend name of the table. Job done. Now what is the what is the retrieval method of the data that you have? Do you have data source or file? It's asking. I'm saying right now I only have a file, so it's asking me to choose the file. So whatever the Excel file that we already have, I'm going to choose it, and then it asks us what is the sheet number, because Excel tends to have multiple sheets, right? So saying sheet number 1 and header row. Which one should do you want me to consider as column headers? I'm saying number 1. Number 1 is considered as first the header columns. That's all, right? I'm giving submit. Before I give submit, let me show it to you. So I'm copying this backend email that was generated by the system. So I'm pasting it here and I'm putting dot list. You remember a shortcut I told you? Like if you want to open up a table, let's say sys user table. So you always put sys underscore user dot list in caps. So it opens up the table in new tab. Similarly, now in this page, I understand, oh, this is going to be a table. Let me open that table, right? So I'll paste it and I put dot list and I open that in a new tab. It says that no, the page you're looking is not correct. We have not given submit and hence the table is not yet created. But now let me give submit. It will take a couple of seconds. After that, okay, so do you see the message? Creating table, you underscore import staging user. Yeah, table is created. Now, if I refresh the same screen, it will say that K table is created. And how many fields did I put in here? I put 3 fields, right? You can see all the 3 fields would have been created on this table. Name, email, username, right? The other ones and all is like common. Like as I told you, in any table you will have fields like created, created by, updated, updated by, like this. You will have the tables, and as a special, as a combo for staging tables, you will have fields like rows. Let me bring everything to the right for you to see. Among these, only the name, username and email IDs are the one that is created by us. Otherwise, updates, updated, created by, everything else was created by the system. And each one has its own meaning. For example, there is one column called row, right? There's one field called row. So it tells you in Excel you have rows 0, 1, 2, and all of that, right? So in Excel, what is your first row? First row is Lakshmi, Varun, and Vaishnavi. So Lakshmi, Varun, Vaishnavi, right? Row number 0, row number 1, row number 2. So it gives you information that way. So like that, each one represents an item. Let me jump into the place where it said table created. So it said that 3 records inserted and no updates. In this table, it is a fresh table, right? So 3 records got inserted and that's all. And if you click onto this, it will take you to this table. And now that these records are in this staging table, you need to carry this and put it in your user table, right? That is the next main goal. Create transform map. Transform map means transform the information from staging table to main table. Since this is the first time I'm going to create transform map. If this is second time I'm doing the same job, I don't have to again and again create a transform map. Again, this table creation also happened because it is the first time. Second time I don't have to do this. I will click on create transform map. So I will just put uh, map user data. This is just developer name, right? Anything you can put. So I know that staging table is this table and target table is sys underscore user. So I'm telling my system, whatever data I have it in my staging table, I want to push it into the user table. Recording, all right. So there are other few fields here. Don't worry about them right now. So these are the 2 mandatory fields, right? So I've done that and I'm doing right click save. I will explain the other fields later, but now you have something called automap matching fields and mapping assist, right? Let me show you mapping assist first. So when you click mapping assist, system asks you which field do you want me to map against which field. For example, these are the fields of your staging table. In that, especially you want name, uh, username and email, right? So this name you want to keep it map it under, these are the fields, manager, middle name, notification password, employee ID, all these are fields of user table. In this I'm going to look for the field called name. That name and name got mapped. Username is nothing but user ID, right? Here what do you call it? User ID. User ID. And for email, it's email only. Okay, so it is not mandatory that you should have the exact same name. You can have some dummy names also, but you'll have to be careful mapping the right way. You have to map it right correctly here. Okay, this is one way of mapping. I'm doing cancel, I'm not saving. This is one way of mapping. And the other way is that uh, seeking the help of ServiceNow's intelligence to map it by its own. So we're saying auto map, auto map matching fields. So when we click that, let's wait for a second. It will automatically map fields. It will not ask our suggestions. It will automatically map fields. You can see that name got mapped to name, email got mapped to email, but you can identify that username did not get mapped, right? Reason is because as per ServiceNow's intelligence, it can see that, oh, name common, email common, but here it says username, but I cannot find any field that says as username in my user table, so it was not able to do it. So here you need mapping assist. So here you have to manually map your username with user ID, right? Same. Now you understood, right? So it is not mandatory that you have to put the exact names here, but if you put proper names, it's easier for you to do it when there are 100 columns, right? At that time, you don't have to worry about mapping assist. You can just leave it to the ServiceNow intelligence. It will map it by its own, right? You can see that this field gets mapped to this and all of that. Done. Job done. And you have a button called transform, which is nothing like run. So you click on transform. And it tells you that your imports a table this table is getting mapped to sys underscore user table using the transform map called map user data. So I'm saying yes, good, go ahead, transform, right? So I'll have to wait for a couple of seconds. I can now just validate in my user table that these three records should have been created. Okay, this you can ignore. It says 11 minutes from now, right? This is not ours. This is something from the demo data. This you can ignore. Ours is these three. You can see these three records that have been inserted on the table, right? What we showed is a very small example. Like this, you can load lakhs and lakhs of records. Now, as exercise, you try to do this in your personal instance as well. Just get it started with. And tomorrow session, we will look at in detail about what each components represents and how better we can play with this import sets and what are the logics that we could put. And I will also finally explain about other types of data source apart from Excel, such as the JDBC data source and LDAP data source. Any questions for today?
So once we have added, you have added only three lists, right? Three lists, right?
Correct. Correct.
Only three user details. What if you want to add more details after importing?
After importing, if you want to add, you create a new Excel or you just put 100 records, 200 records here and do the same procedure. Now let us say,
Oh,
uh, okay, I'm appending two more records. In your mind, you imagine this as plus 200 records, okay? Now, step one, load data, same as we did last time. Here, we have already created the import set table, right? In your memory, you remember that import set table. So that import set table name is import staging user table. So you have to give table as existing table and you have to select the exact staging user table. All right. And now this time also you do not have data source. You have only Excel file. So you'll choose Excel file, same file. Have I saved it? Yes, I did. I'm going to submit. Now I no longer have to worry about creating a transform map. You can see that there is one new option called run transform available. Last time it was not available because system I identified that for this staging table, there is already a transform map available in my system. So you don't do anything else, just go ahead and do run. So when I click run transform, it will tell me that these are the available transformation maps available. We have only one available, right? So it says that only one, and it gets auto selected map user data. So I give transform. So you can compare the difference. Last time it took me like 20 minutes because that is the initial first time setup, but now it took me only 2 minutes. So now again, I will refresh my user table data. You could see that these two records I just created, right? RET, RET546, ZDVGF, right?
Yeah, got it.
Got created up here. So first time installation alone, setting up of the configuration data alone takes some time, like 20 to 30 minutes. The next time it's all routine. You can even in fact schedule it. A lot of organizations have an FTP file path, right? So in that file path, if they can drop different Excel files every day or every few hours, we can create a schedule instead of ServiceNow, and our job is done. We don't have to monitor nothing. It will automatically fetch the files. It will do transformation map, and everything can be scheduled as well. That also I will explain in detail in tomorrow's session. Any questions so far?
No
Any
questions.
questions? All right, we'll stop the recording for today. Regarding, related list, people are trying to create my last 10 transactions, right? First of all, don't get carried away with the name my last 10 transactions. It is nothing but we are going to take my last 10 opened tickets, right? Or else recent tickets, recent task opened by me. So that could be the better name, right? So Joshnavi messaged in WhatsApp that she's able to see literally all the tasks, not just the last 10. So how do you restrict it to only 10, right? So I'll show you an example. That is not straightforward. You can't just put it in one line. You might have to write a glide record and do that. So I'll give this a name, and this relationship same name I want it to be appearing on my incident table. So applies to table is nothing but incident table, and I want to look at the tasks of incident change problem whichever was opened by me. So where is that one table that I can get all these record? The only table is task table, because this is the parent of all the other tables like incident change problem and all of that. So I will choose task, right? Now, so you guys might have put current dot add query opened by same as current dot caller. This is what you had put, right? Or current dot opened by, like the same as mine.
Actually, we have selected
Mm,
applies to the table as user system
mm.
sys underscore user instead of
Okay.
incident.
Okay. So you will be seeing the data in the user table, right? So you will be seeing the data in the user table, right?
So still, I didn't see any the data in user table also.
Okay. Okay. For example, let us take your scenario where you want to put this on user table. So let me choose table as user and queries from table as task. Okay. Now current dot add query sys id opened by is nothing but current dot sys id. Accordingly, it will change where you're applying and from where the records are coming from. Let me do a save, and I will open up able tutor. Configure related list. So the name is recent tasks opened by me. Right. So I do a control F, recent tasks opened by me, right? So I push it to the right and save it. So it brings up the data, but when you click on task, it shows up nothing. Reason could be because there is nothing on Abel tutor's name. So let us cross verify, right? That is why. So he doesn't have anything on his name. So let us find records where people have, what are the records opened by which people, and we will take their user record. Okay, in system administrator, we have these many, right? So let me go to system administrator profile. And if I scroll down, let it for load for a couple of seconds. All right. So here we are, mentioning that we want this relationship to be available on user table, and the data coming up should be from task table. So here we put up a query that I want to look at the records wherein opened by is nothing but parent, right? This is parent, parents society. So when we applied like that, we could see that under user table, we can see this related list and we could see this 851 records. Now the concern is, why am I seeing 851 records? I want to see only probably restricted to 10 records, something like that, right? So coming to that question, that is not direct or straightforward. What you might have to do is you might have to query the entire list and take the last 10 records. So how do we do it is you have to write a glide record. Um, I'll give you a shortcut. In your in your workstations, you just have to put VAR GR, and in keypad you have tab, right? tab. So you just press on the tab. So you will get all the scripts pasted by automatically. I will repeat. In the initial phase, instead of writing every line by your own self, what you can do is there is a shortcut VAR GR. Okay, so this is the shortcut key for that, and you press on tab in your keypad. So this entire script automatically gets pasted. Now I will proceed to explain what each line represents. So variable is my object initialization, and the object name that I'm giving is gr. Instead of that, I can put abc anything. So if I put abc here, I have to make sure I have to put abc everywhere. So gr is like short form of glide record. Okay, so it's like handy, so we put gr. and which table you want to glide. Glide means like, passing through, right? Gliding through the records. So which table data you want to glide through? You want to glide through task table data. So we'll put task. And what is the query that you want to put? So basically you want to put the query as in opened opened underscore by is nothing but parent dot sysid, right? And and you put up this filter, then you give run, right? Query literally translates to run. And then while iterating to each record, we're going to do something. What we're going to do is we will store the values of active sysids, task.sysid, gr.sysid. So this is going to be multiple records, right? Like it's going to be 100 records or 200 records. So we need an array to push this. So we will put where rex is equal to array initialization. So we will do rex dot push of gr.sysid. And finally, we will put dot add querying opened by. I will once again explain the script, but just watch it for now. Opened by is one of, right? Is one of means in, comma rex. So this should do the job. I will again explain this. Okay. What is the meaning of first line? This first line is glide record of task, right? It is nothing but literally taking to task.list. So the moment you write the first letter, imagine in your mind that system goes like this, task.list. Next, you put one filter, right? So what do you put the filter as? Opened by is system administrator, right? Okay, so you put up this filter. Now, how many records do you get? You still get 968. Why are you getting only 968? You should have got like 20 or 30, right? The reason is because we need to click on the run button, right? So just translate this here. This new glide record task is nothing but opening up the task table, and then you're applying a filter saying opened by is nothing but this particular sysid. Here it is directly we have applied this system administrator. Now just with this line you will not be able to fetch the record. You will have to click the button called run, right? Only then you will see the limited records. So when I click on button run is nothing but gr.query, click run, right? And this is go to table. First go to table, and then click run. So once you click run, there is a possibility that you could get one record or multiple records, right? If one record, then you put if multiple records, you need to put while, right? So this is the logic, because we are trying to iterate means like walk through each records one after the other. So here we know for a fact that it's going to have multiple records, so we will do while, right? So while it iterates through each records of the task. See, going forward the task record will be represented by the keyword gr. So wherever you see gr, it means that the specific task record. So whenever it iterates through the records, each next record, we have already initialized an array called recs, right? Inside that array, imagine that array is like one box, okay? Inside that box, you're pushing your sysids of this task. Like push the task sysid, push the task sysid. Finally, let's say it goes into 100 times, Okay, it goes into 100 times, so you'll have 100 SIDs. So finally at the end, if you print like gs.add info message like that, or error message something, you try to print the array. At that time, you will be able to see that you will be seeing all the values comma separated. Now finally, what are the records that you want to filter down? So you'll put current.add query opened by same. Okay, but here in represents is one off. There is a symbol for everything. Equal to represents validation, equal to represents setting up. Likewise, this one represents greater than all of that, right? So is one off is nothing but in. I can show you another way. So let me show you this example of is one of how that operator is formed. So you have is one of and all of that, right? Let me put is one of, and I will choose some four things in the states, and I will do run. When I go a right click, copy query, and I paste it somewhere in the notepad, I can see that state in minus 5 1 2 3, which means state is one of minus 5 1 2 3. Minus 5 represents pending, 1 represents open, and goes on, right? So now you understand where I got this in, right? So in rex. Now even now your requirement is not satisfied. You wanted to see only probably 5 records or 10 records, right? So you have to set the limit. So what you do is, before you click on that run, this is nothing but clicking on run button, right? You have to put another line called gr dot set, and here itself it gives you a one liner understanding of what this means. You can read it for yourself. It sets the maximum number of records in the glide record to be fetched in the next query. Like you are setting up a limit, how many records can I see, like that. So let me put like 10 alone now. Okay, and I'll do a finish it up with a semicolon. Now I'm going to save this up. Right. Okay, it gives me an error message that native array. So this happens usually when you do not convert your value to string. So let us convert the value to toString. So toString is a parameter. I mean, see, you're getting a lot of arrays, right? It still remains as an array. So in order to get that converted, so you put up a keyword called toString. So it is again a camel case. The first word starts with complete small case, and the second word starts with first letter as uppercase. So this is what you call it as a camel case, and you put the parenthesis and finished up. So let's test it now. Okay, still I get that. Just give me a minute. Hmm. All right. So you have your 10 records here. I will explain the modified code now. So there's two ways to bring it. Either you can use it a array, or you can use it a comma, a comma separated array of string. So here, instead of I'm using array, I'm just you're putting a comma separated, but I will also demo it to you. How do we use the push and do it? Now, just concentrate on the lines which are not commented. So in initially, we have initialized a variable called vals, and after that, we're going to a table and applying required filters, right? And we're putting a set limit like I want to see only 10 records. And then we're clicking on run. And while it iterates through each records, so what I'm doing is this is a concatenation operator, right? When you put plus, it means it's a concatenation. This you can also write it like this: vals is equal to vals plus, right? These two are nothing but one and the same. If you cannot understand this one, you can use it like this. So vals is nothing but already existing vals. What is it? Codes plus. The plus means not addition, it's concatenation, meaning joining one value with another value, just keeping it next to each other. We're not trying to add. We're not trying to do an, and we are trying to get the tasks society, right? And then adding a comma next to it, and then it will come to the next record, and again adding the comma next to it, and it goes on like that, right? So finally at this place, what you will get is vals is nothing but the comma separated sys. Sys means unique key, right? Unique key of all the task records that you are expecting. So now you've got the 10 records that you're expecting, right? If somebody has only 3 records, it will say only 3, but we're trying to set the maximum value as 10. Now we put up a filter finally saying current.add query. Your current represents task table. In task table, you're putting a filter. SysID is one of. SysID is one of vals.toString, meaning the list of sysids that I have already gathered in here. So instead of using vals like this, you can also
Hello? Hello? Anyone? Hello? So what happened?
Might be some technical issue from trainer.
Okay.
we will take it from there. So yesterday, how I was telling you is that Step one to this is load data. So you go to load data, and then if you want to create a new table, okay, I will just do a quick review of 5 minutes of whatever was taught yesterday, all right? So when you take a table, there are two types of table. In ServiceNow, everything is a table, right? So the tables that you create are also stored in a table, right? That table name is sysdb object, right? So incident, change, problem, all of these are table. But when you create the table, that creation components is there, right? That itself will be stored in another table, which is nothing but tables table. The backend name of the tables table is sysdb object, right? So here you can see all your incident, change, right? So you have keyword starting with change. You have 15 tables in the database, and you have problem, all of these tables. And not only it has the main tables, it has import set tables also. So for example, yeah, see, let me show you the tables that are extended from task. So what I'm doing is show matching of task, removing all other filters. You remember, right? For example, if you have developed more than one filter, if you want to remove a specific filter, just go to that filter. Just exactly before that, you have this icon, right? So just click on to that. You do not have to expand and remove and all. So this is kind of a shortcut. So in ServiceNow, we have 41 tables that are extended from task table. So all this, for any of these 41 tables, if you take, it will have all the fields, configurations, notifications, everything inherited from task table. On top of it, it can have its own configurations as well. You remember, right? The dictionary override concept and the custom notifications and all of that. Now, similar to this, you have an extend table called import set row. So whichever table that says import set row, it means that these are custom tables, import set tables. These are staging table, right? Staging. Staging means, for example, if for any type of integration or data sync, you don't want the third party system to be directly synced with ServiceNow, so that you don't know which one is updated by what and all of that. So instead of that, you will have a middleman, a staging table, and you will populate all the data into the staging table, which is also called as import set table, which are nothing but we have 11 in the system right now, and going forward we can create even 100 also, doesn't matter. And these are only staging table, and it will be available only for admins. And the records in these tables also would get auto cleaned, auto removed every once in a month by the system itself. You don't have to do anything. And the data from this staging table will jump into main table, right? Now, how do you load data into the staging table? That you will have to use this load data UI page. So in that, if this is the first time you're going to create a staging table, you will choose create table. Otherwise, you will choose existing table, and will show you all the list of existing staging tables that you have. So yesterday we created up a table called import staging user table, right? Yeah, import staging user table is this table that we created. So you set up like what is the source of your data? Is it a manual file, or is it from external data source? For now, I'll teach you file, because yesterday I told you about file only. So I'll again explain that alone. And then you do a submit. So the moment you do a submit, if you look at this table, you will see that all the data are populated. So this is one way to look at. So it says that inserts, update, and all of that, right? So you open up all of these links in new tabs. So first one is import sets. So it goes to the import sets for this data load. And the other one is loaded data. Whatever is the data, it nothing but it takes you to this table here, right? The second one is loaded data is taking you to the import set table that you just created, like it was already there. Yeah. And yeah, so this import set table, it will tell you for the same staging table what are the past history. Like for example, same Excel file on this staging table, we loaded it twice yesterday, and today, and it was processed as well. Today we just loaded and we have not even processed. Those steps are pending. This data you will see it in loaded data, import sets. So all these you open up in a new tab. If you open up here itself, everything will get collapsed. So all these whatever you wanna see, open up in a new tab. So import set gives you an historic data of what is the status of your import set, and this loaded data will take you to the import set table itself and you can see the data. And third one is create transform map. In our case we have already created, but if people have not already created, they can use this place and create. But in our case we have already created. And fourth one is run transform. When we give run transform, it shows the existing transform map that was already created. Log is whatever is the logs that has been developed since morning, right? Created on today, it comes up here. If any errors or something like that, it comes up here. Any exceptional errors. Now, these are the shortcuts to see the data, right? Otherwise, the proper way to see is load data is to load your file. You have a module called transform map, right? So under administration, you have transform maps. So you can see all the transform maps that has been created so far by the system or by individuals like us. So all these comes up here, and it should also have our tables created as well, right? This one is ours. We created a new transform map called map user data, right? Any questions? This was just an overview of what we've learned yesterday. Any questions? Okay, so I will proceed to explain each and every component of. Now there's a checkbox called compy empty fields, right? So what does that mean is, so let us say for Vaishnavi, I'm keeping the email as empty. Okay, I'm saving this file. So for Vaishnavi, I'm letting email as empty. So
Hello.
yes, please.
I have one question. If we write code and if we want to check it, where can we check it? Like how to run it?
This section, transform script section. Transform
Okay.
script is the place where you want to write the code and validation. That will come up. I will explain each component, finally these, and finally the transform script.
Okay.
Yeah. So let us say you have a empty field in your Excel data or data source, and you want that also to be copied. You have to make sure that you enable this one, right? So for example, let us say this is not enabled, and you load this Excel. Now this empty field will not be copied because Vaishnavi's record is already created in the system, and it has the username so and so, and Vaishnavi's name as an email ID already filled in the system. But chances of this field is not checked, Vaishnavi's email ID will not be cleared out in the system. Based on yesterday's import, it was already populated, right? It will remain as such. It will not be cleared out. But when you enable this and after that, if you load it, it will be cleared out, right? So that is what copy empty fields represents. And then run script is something you want to put up a log or you want to do a validation before this transform map starts. So that kind of scripts you will write here. I will show you with an example. um, and if you ask me what is the difference between this run script and this one is, so this one is component wise. I'm opening in a new tab so that I don't want to mess this form. So I do a right click here and I click open new window. Okay, so it takes me here. So I'll click on new so that I can show you what are the different types of transform scripts we have. We have these many options, right? So on start is when you say transform map, there is a transform, like let us say 100 records are there Excel. Okay, before that 100 records are to be processed, there is one few seconds, right? Whatever you want to validate before even first single record is processed, that you want to validate or process or do anything, that and all you will write it in on start, right? Whereas on before is, this will be working for every single row of your Excel. For example, you have 100 rows in your Excel. Before processing every single row, this on before script will run. Like row number 1, before processing it will run. Row number 2, before processing it will run. So it will run 100 times. Whereas on start will run only once before processing your entire batch. That 1 second is there, right? In that time only once. Your Excel can have lack of records. Excel can have 1 record, 10 record, doesn't matter. For a whole batch only once at the initial time. That is what you call it as on start. On before is on before of every single record execution. Similarly, on after is just the opposite of on before. After processing of every single record in your Excel, you want to do something, that is what you do it in your on after. On complete is it is just the combination of on start, right? Once your entire batch is done, you want to run some script, so that you will put it in on complete. For example, let us say you want to send an email before this entire batch starts, right? Then you will use a on start transform script, and you will call a event and trigger a notification, all of that. Let us say you want to send an email once the entire set is completed, then you will use on complete, right? Or else you have a requirement where you want to validate few things before processing each row, then you will use on before. And you want to do something after processing each row, it is on after, right? Now okay, there's something called on choice create, on foreign insert, or on reject. Just hold on for this. I'll explain another bunch so that you understand. Now in field maps, what is the main things you see? Source field, target field, right? What is a source field? Source field is nothing but the fields that are available in your import staging table, right? Whatever the fields that are from source table is called source field. Whatever the field is there from target table, user table, right? Those fields are called target fields. Now in addition to that, there are few other columns. There's something that says colors, and also there are few other columns which are hidden in form layout. Let me bring everything to the right. Okay, I'll bring everything to the right. Now yeah, you can ignore about this application created by and all. Okay, otherwise, okay, I will tell you what is this collage. Collage is, let us say in for every table you have a unique key, right? For example, in user table you can either say the user ID is unique or email is unique. So you can have multiple you can have multiple records with the same name. With the same name, students know I can create 10 records also. Whereas email has to be unique, or at least user ID has to be unique. Because why user ID has to be unique? Because this is the login credentials, right? You cannot give same username to two different people and two different password. That will not work out. So this has to be unique. So what we can define in our system is whatever we feel as unique, we will give coalesce true. So whenever you see this field coalesce, in back of your mind, you have to think that, oh, unique, right? The translation in your mind is it has to say unique. And um, and there is an you can make multiple fields also unique. For example, when I say multiple fields, it's like combination. For example, um, right? So I can say in my system that um, you can have two people, like Okay, there is already something like this in the system. Hmm. Okay, so here what I'm trying to do when I am making two fields coalesce is only if both the fields unique is true, and then system will consider as a unique. Otherwise, it will think, oh, it is a different record. Meaning, now I have this row, right? Vishnu.snow, Vishnu Snow, Vishnu Snow at abc.com. Right? When I keep username as unique, what will happen is it will look for if the if in ServiceNow user table do I already have a record wherein Vishnu.snow is mapped against username. If yes, it will go and update the record. If no, it will go and insert a new record, right? When I have username alone as Kohli's. So Kohli's determines what is that one field which makes you to be sure that whether it's an insertion of a record or an update of a record. To be very precise, I think I can show you with the incident table. Okay, so we don't have to worry about any of these columns. Okay, let us imagine we are trying to push data like this, and finally we will have one more of our own, like we'll say 20066, something like that. Okay, and it can be any short description. The caller can be anybody. I'm just copying pasting from any of the data. We will leave assignment group and assign to SMT, not a problem. Let us try to load this data. So for incident table, this is the first time we're doing, so let's do it new. So we'll say that, oh, I want to create a new import set table. Import incident, and I'll choose the file. And as I told you, sheet number is 1, header row is 1 already, so you don't have to change that. Let that be. There are 67 records that were inserted, right? Inserted as in inserted in the import set table, not in your incident table. It was only inserted in the import set table. Now you need to create a transform map. So incident mapping, source table and target table is incident. Save. And here I'll just do automap matching fields because I know that, see, this data itself I got it from exporting the Excel of the existing incident table, right? So it is not that I changed the column label or anything. So I will not have any difficulty in mapping the fields. So I don't have to seek the help of mapping assist. I can just trust on the automap matching fields. So it says field maps were created, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make incident number is the unique. So I will mark incident number as call is true. Okay, so now that I have marked incident number as call is true, if you see we have how many data in the incident table? We have 67 rows, but if you see there will be only one record inserted, and other 66 record will be either updated or ignored. In this case it will be ignored. Why ignored is system did not find any change between these short descriptions or whatever values and whatever is already there in the system. Whatever you're receiving and whatever is already there in the system, why do system wants to update it? So only you will find there is only one insert of this record, right? So we have created this. Let's do transform. So it tells you that it is using the transformation map incident mapping, and I click on transform. Okay, so I go to this import set. It will tell me the statistic reports. Inserts 1 and you have updates 2 and ignored 64. Okay, so I'm curious to know what are the updates. Let me filter down with ignored, right? For ignored, what it says, no field value changes, no field value changes, right? Which is fine. Let us take the updated one, row number 2 and row number 52. This incident and this incident. What did we change in this? Just 1 minute ago, based on our Excel transformation, previously it was can't access SFA software, and it is now again this thing. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe when we downloaded and when we kept it here, right, we might have added some extra space to it. So that extra space also system considered as a change of character length and the wordings. Excuse. So it took that as a change in the field, and it recognized that and it got updated. The other one is okay. This one is closed. INC 002. Row number 52. It said right in the. All right. So 5 months ago, this ticket was closed, but the email. Okay, triggering the email, but it anyways does not have anything to do with Coalesce. So what am I trying to explain with regard to Coalesce is that when you have that specific field as Coalesce marked true. Wait a minute. Okay, this is the incident mapping is the T map that we created. Okay, so we had set. So we have this field mappings in this, and we have given number as Coalesce true, right? So based on that, system did not make any new insert, it only updated. So let us assume I'm turning this to false. Here what will happen is, you can try this in your system. If I reload that same Excel again, I will have another set of 66 records newly inserted. So that is the work of um, that is the work of Coalesce. And one more thing is, I was talking about multiple Coalesce, right? So I can do like this as well. Like I can make these two combination, number and short description combination as both of them true. So what happens is, let us say I have this one is already loaded and newly created, right? So with the same number, I will put different short description. I'm saving this record. Now, do you expect the system to create a new record or not? It will create. The reason is because it is no longer number is the only coalesce. Short description is also become a coalesce. So it will look for both combination. For example, it will look in the system with the same incident number with the same short description. Do I have a record already in my system, right? And system will say yes, you have. So it will not make any insert. Fine. It will ask in the system, do I have the same incident number? Yes. Next question is, do I have with the same short description for this incident number? The answer is no. So that is considered as an insert. It is considered as a new record, so it will insert. So that is the game of multiple coalesce happening. And this is fine for fields like short description, incident number. These are string fields, right? But what happens with reference fields like caller, assignment group, and assign to? So those are, you call it as referencing fields. Now okay, so let us say you have a priority field, right? In priority, what are the drop downs you have? You have P1, P2, P3, P4, P5, only this much, right? Let us assume I'm trying to put up in my this thing, um, no severity, nil priority. Okay, imagine I'm trying to put up in my system saying that nil priority. Let me delete all of the records to avoid confusion. We will take only few records. Okay, we're taking only 4 records. In one of those records, I'm putting priority as nil priority. But if you see in your incident table in this drop down, you have nothing called nil priority, right? Let me do a right click, show choice list. Right click, show choice list, right? I'm filtering down based on English language. Label. These are the available labels I have in my system. 1 critical, 2 high. There is nothing that says nil priority. That is a new word that I'm bringing up on my own. Now, in my T map, so the choice action is given as create, right? So what will happen is, if I try to load this data, I'm choosing an existing table. Have I saved this? Control is saved. Run transform. So which is that incident number that I updated? It is 055. Let me take you into that I set. Oh, I loaded the data into user table. I'm sorry. The Excel that I had is incident table, but mistakenly I loaded the table data into staging user table. I should have done it in incident table. So I've loaded the data. I'm doing run transform. Okay. So based on coalesce, you could see that there is a new thing that was already created. created, because as I was telling you, we have 55, the incident number as a unique field. We kept two combination, right? We want number also, and we want short description also has to be unique. So in that way, you could see that these two fields has been created, but we still see the priority has not been changed. I believe it is because of the lookup rules. Based on lookup rules, it is not accepting. And then,
Your voice is not audible.
is it is is it better now?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Right. So I was trying to demo you with 30, but did not work. The reason is because priorities are being set based on data lookup rules. So instead, as part of this demo, I'm trying to change it in the assignment group and assign to. In one of these records, I put assign to with random words, and an assignment group also with random words, right? Previously, it was proper. There is one group called hardware. There was some assigned to person called David Lu, but I changed it to something, and you could see that it got reflected here as well. Some text change getting reflected in short description is not big deal because it's just a text, right? But whereas with regard to reference field, it is important, meaning these are the data that is coming from different tables, right? So how could this word is being recognized is the next question. So if you see that, because of your, see, you have actually uploaded your data on an incident table only, right? But because of your action, there was a consecutive action which got triggered in user table, and there was a user record created with the name as test blah 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 whatsoever. You could see it here, right? And similarly with assignment group also. So I just kept it like hello as an assignment group name, and you could see that in groups table there was a new group called hello that got created. Now, imagine assignment group is service desk, okay? And if that name exists in ServiceNow, which is fine, that group already exists in Fire ServiceNow, which is fine, it will take the existing group. If it does not exist and somebody manually, mistakenly, unknowingly, they enter like this, right? Because human errors can happen. At that time, you want to create a new group, or you want to send an alert email, or you want to, ignore this entire row. That can be determined based on what is the transform map that you develop. So I'm jumping into our transform map again. So in choice action, there is a default value saying create, 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 right? So if you no longer want this to be happening, you have to mention it as ignore, right? When you mention it as ignore, what happens is, um, let us say you're changing the short description in Excel. There's a change in short description identified. There's a change in assign to identified. Since for assign to you gave it as ignore, since in assign to you gave it as ignore, this change in field alone will not be considered. If it is proper service desk, it will consider. But if it is a foreign insert identified, it will not consider only this field. Whereas if you choose the option reject, reject is there, right? If you mention your choice action as reject, at that time it will not consider any changes of this entire row. Any questions with regard to what is a coalesce and how do you handle with choice action ignore, insert, and ignore, create, and reject? All right, I take that as a no. So you got this right. And this coil is, you understand what is a coil is. So coil is case sensitive as in, um, so here we have given inc so and so. This number is already there, fine. But if I change this to inc, right, in smaller case, does the system has to consider it as a new record or not, right? Like you have to identify the characters of the record with the uppercase and lowercase exactly same as how you have in your system versus how you have in your excel. If you want that case the case validation, then you will enable this one, otherwise not required. Again, coil is empty fields. For example, you're marking short description and as empty, and uh, in excel is also empty, and in ServiceNow is also empty, right? That you want to consider it as a coalesce or not. So that is the thing that is being asked here. And this date format will be applicable only if you have a field mapping which is of date and time field. For example, assignment group is a reference field, right? Priority is a drop down. Short description is a free text. Like that, you have created, updated, resolved time, closed time. These are date and time fields, right? So let us say you're trying to upload this that data as well. So in your Excel, what is the expected date and time format fed in your Excel? That you have to mention it here. This you can ignore, this you can ignore and all. Okay, source table, target table, source script, I'll explain you, wait. So that is all. Now there is a checkbox called source script. Once you enable, a script section opens up. So when you receive the data, for example, so let us say whatever short description you receive, there is a requirement that you need to take only the first first 12 characters of that. Like in incident, you should not right away copy and paste it. Instead, you have to take only the first 20 characters of the short description. If there is such requirement, then you can use this particular use source script. So what you can do is variable x is equal to source dot short underscore description dot to string dot substring of 0 comma 12, which means that it will take only the first 12 characters or digits or spaces, whatever the first 12 characters of your short description that you received in your Excel. Source means Excel, right? Excel, and it will store it in X. So whatever you're returned in whatever is been returned in X will be written here, and only that value will be put into the target field, right? So you could make use of your where you want to tweak the data and then populate it, right? So that is all with all these fields. Now if this is clear, I can further jump into transform scripts. Any questions? Okay, so let us say you want to maintain a logs in the logs table, saying that incident incident data transform initiated, right? Just that, nothing much, only this much I want to do. So you can put on start. So whenever this is this transform apps get started, once for every transformation, meaning if you have lakhs of records in your Excel, doesn't matter, once for the entire batch, one time before the starts, it will put up a logs in the in the log statement table. Same like that, completed. I'll do an insert and stay. And let us say on before. So in on before, instead of just putting logs, validation. If source dot short description dot toString dot index means contains, index of the keyword urgent greater than -1, then let us trigger an event. An event can further trigger an email or whatsoever. This is some random name I'm giving. I'm supposed to create a event with the same name. Import dot incident dot urgent identified, urgency identified, comma, on the incident table, comma. So this is actually trigger an the syntax to trigger an event. So you will put like this is glide system event queue. You will trigger this event on which table, incident table, and these are first and second parameters. For now, I'm letting these two parameters empty, but uh, when we look at notifications in detail, I'll explain. We had already had had a session. I think more than two sessions on notification, but I have not explained further on the script part, right? So that all is waiting because I want you to understand the events concepts and all, and later come into that section. So when we jump into that one, I will also explain you what is param 1 and param 2, right? So before I process any record and identify records short description that says that contains the word urgent, then I will trigger this event. Then this event can further trigger a notification or anything, right? I'll do an insert and stay now. Okay. On after is you can bring up a similar logic like that. Yeah. So I explained you on before, on after, on start, and on complete. So you can see on for an insert, right? For an insert is nothing but what is the difference between insert and for an insert? Insert means you're trying to insert a record. Insert means you're trying to insert a record in your incident table, because this Excel load itself is meant to do insert or update is fine. Foreign update means, foreign insert means, in incident table you have a lot of fields. For example, you have assignment group field which resides in the group table, and you have assigned to field which resides in the user table. So because of your Excel action, there is another foreign table, like any table apart from incident in this terminology is called as foreign table. Trying to insert a record in assignment group or assign to, all these are called as foreign inserts, and that will also be done only when your um, field mapping choice action says create. Otherwise it will be ignore or either reject. So let us say in assignment group choice action says insert. You want to allow it, but at the same time you want to maintain a log, or you want to trigger an email to a specific team to validate it, something like that. At that time you could make utilization of your foreign insert transform script. Again, choice create. So reference fields are called as foreign insert. This category and all is there, right? Okay. So priority we were not able to change it because priority is auto filled based on your data lookup rules based on your urgency and impact, but I think I can change my category. So category is again a drop down field, right? So if I'm trying to change any choice options and it ends up in creation of a new choice rather than updating the old choice, because in ServiceNow you can't find something called database right? So it will end up creating a new one. On such time you want to do something, then you can make utilization of choice create. On reject is, obviously if we define reject here, right? So that's considered as a reject, but you don't want to leave it as such. You want to trigger a notification, or put up a log somewhere, or in fact put up a comments in the incident. So you can just put like uh, target dot comments is equal to uh, xyz was rejected because of, right? You could leave that message on the comments field of the incident. So when you say incident table, you say it as target. You represent it by target. These are the different types of transform maps we have. Any questions in this so far? So as part of exercise you can try out one example, applying each of these components. Like you could try choosing choice action, ignore choice action, reject, create, and all of that. And you could play around with multiple queries. You don't have to necessarily restrict with incident table. You can try this on any other table. But in our scenario, when we were trying to play around with priority, we saw that it wasn't working. The reason is because there was a backend logic with data lookup roles, right? So these are a few things that you might have to be uh, pre-informed, so that you spend a lot of your time trying to debug and all of that. Since we already know that priority is handled by impact and urgency, we didn't have to spend time in debugging, oh, why it did not get updated and all of that. So this you'll have to be a little more sure. Any questions so far? If not, import set and transformation is done. I will jump into data sources. Meaning, apart from Excel, what are the different other ways we could bring in data inside of ServiceNow? All right. So it's talking about data sources, right? So let me take you to this place, and it will tell you what are the different types of data sources that we right now have it in our system. So I think, yeah, I showed this to this batch yesterday. We have JDBC, LDAP, and file. File represents, it can be Excel, CSV, whatever kind of file it could be. It accepts only CSV, Excel, and formats, and JDBC. So there is some. See, we are doing this for demo, so we cannot show you a real time some server and show you how it is being connected. Instead, there are some existing things. I can explain what each component means, right? Okay, so whenever any internal teams of your organization contacts you stating that we have a JDBC, we have a server database, and through JDBC connection, we want to send the data to ServiceNow. If they tell you, you need to ask them for very limited information, as in, can you please create an authentication, like create a user account and password for our ServiceNow in your database, and make sure it has access to retrieve files, right? So once that is done, they will share with you the username and password, whatever that data is. You will have to paste it up here, and you have to ask them, can you give me your server name? It could be just as simple as localhost, or it could be .ad.xyz.com. xyz here might represent a company name, right? And if you need all the rows from the table, you choose this. Or if you have a specific query, then you have to put the query, like the SQL statements, right? um, you will have all these um uh, like sit in LDAP, you will have a, like in ServiceNow you have right click copy query, right? Similarly, if in their database also, they will have some queries. So you could ask them like, you want to retrieve all the data or just specific data. If specific data, could you please help me with the SQL query? So they will give you the SQL query. You do not have to worry anything about how do I write this data. These and all will be given by that server database team. What you have to make sure is that you ask them for all these information. You ask them for a username, password, server, and the query and all of this data. And what is this use last run data time is that it works in a way that when you populate your last data time, the records that were updated or inserted after that specific time. For example, um, sys underscore updated. So as I told you, any database for that matter is like a table only, right? So in their table also, like in their database or table also, imagine there is one field called sys underscore updated. And today morning we are running a schedule and it's retrieving all the data. So the last updated is today morning 6 o'clock. And again today evening 6 o'clock, it is again taking another retrieval. You don't want to take all the data from last year, today, or last today, yesterday, nothing. You want to take the data that were updated, either updated or inserted only since that last run. What is my last run? Morning. How do I which field can I relate to? Probably I can look at sys underscore updated field. So if you have such a requirement that you don't have to retrieve all the fields, only the retrieve the data that have been updated or inserted um, in the from the last run. uh, Whenever my last run was happened, after that were there any inserts or updates, only that you have to retrieve, then use this particular use last run date time, and mention your field here. This field is not the ServiceNow backend field, instead it is the backend field of that this database, right? Whichever table is there, you have to ask them for that field. Fine. And we have given the server. Inside the server you will have multiple databases, right? When I say database, just translate it in your mind as tables. So you just put on the table name, and it might have a few databases might have both, some might not have. If there is any, ask them for it. And once this is retrieved, what you need is, you need to store that information in your import set table, right? So whatever is the import set table that you created, you just put up your the label name and the backend name. For example, for this Excel mapping, we created two tables: import set staging user, import set incident, right? So like that, we will put the names of the ServiceNow table here. That's all done. And same like that, you will have transform maps. Okay, import set table data is there, and that will be stored in this table. Whatever you input here, that needs to be transferred to the actual table of service now, right? Main table. As I told you, import set table is just staging table to store the data for a temporary time. What is the main table? That and all you will define, right? That things you will define in your um, transformation map. And this data source, you don't have to do it every time. You can do a scheduled imports. I will show you the module called schedule imports. It is under system import sets. There are some existing schedule imports available. I can show it from this example. You just have to give a name and give your data source name up here. And it's nothing difficult, just similar to Control X. Let me check here. Okay, it is showing you the data whichever is active for now. So you choose your data source, and if you want to run it as system administrator, leave it empty, or if you want to run it against some specific user profile, you give their profile name. And what is the schedule? Is it daily, weekly, monthly, periodically, and all of that? And before this entire data source thing could happen, you want to do something that you can write it here. If once this complete import is done, if you want to do something, that you can write it here. This is similar to on before, on start, on complete. In transform app you have something called on start and on complete, right? So similar to that, for schedule data import you have something called prescript and postscript, right? So coming with periodicity of scheduling, you have daily, weekly, monthly. Daily you give the time, weekly is on which day of the week that you give it, and of course the time of that, and monthly is on which day, like 10th of every month, like that. And periodically is like every let's say 56 hours or every 3 hours, starting with date. We want this to be taken go live only on August 2. So even if it is active in the system, it will not run. Only after this date is attained, from there, from this timing, after this 8:30, it will take 3 hours. At that time only it will run, right? So before running this, you want to validate something. Probably you want this to run every 3 hours, but not on weekends. So you enable this conditional, and here you will check, you will validate your current day of the day. What is the current day of my week? Is it a Saturday or Sunday? If it's Saturday, Sunday, return false, else return true. Like that you can put your validations here, right? So now that I've explained you JDBC, similarly with LDAP also, it's nothing difficult. Here you do not have a server, you do not require credentials and all of that, right? But you have an LDAP target. LDAP abbreviation itself means lightweight, directory access protocol. LDAP is some technology or a medium to import the data from Active Directory. So in your company, it doesn't matter you have integration or not. Every company will by default have an LDAP integration. So when you say LDAP integration, you don't think anything complex. So in your interviews or in your future project, somebody says, you say you've done an LDAP integration. It is not complex as the word integration might sound like. Just that it is about having a data source defined with proper LDAP OU definitions and scheduling it and defining proper import sets, right? So here it obviously asks me for import set table, like where I want to store the data, and it asks me for the import target. This is where all the data, all the information is stored in. I can expand and show you what are the components that the LDAP target contains. Right. So as I told you, similar to how we have our database query and all of that, we have distinguished name, we have filter query, all of that in Active Directory also. For this queries and all, you don't have to worry. You just have to ask your AD team that, hey, can you just give me the distinguished name? Can you just give me the filter query? And what is the query field? SAM account name is nothing but user underscore name. In ServiceNow, what you have username, right? That is what is called as SAM account name in AD. I will repeat, username in ServiceNow is nothing but SAM account name in AD, right? And to which table this data has to go through. So all these you will define it here. So this is what you have, with these things. Any questions with the data sources? And for data source, we can only demo it for Excel. We will not be able to demo it with a proper JDBC or LDAP connection, because we do not have that resources. But it is as simple as it sounds actually. You just have to get the query informations from the AD team, and there is something called a test connection. If your server details, your query details, everything is correct in test connection, you will say that test pass. Otherwise it will say mid server fail and all of that. Okay, it comes up with an error. So usually if everything is fine, it will say that text connection passed. You can try this in your company instance, if in case if you are assigned as a role as a developer. Right. If there isn't any question, we'll take a break for another 10 minutes. And there are some components of the update sets that we have not explored yet, so that I can teach it for you today for the rest of the session. Any questions so far? I will just make an overview. We have learned about data sources, JDBC and LDAP data source, and Excel file data source, and all the data drops into one section where is nothing but creating an import set table, creating a transformation map, and setting up of field mappings, and utilization of scripts like on before, on after, on complete, on for, and insert. And we have in field mapping we have concepts of choice actions, whether we want to create them, insert, reject, um, reject or ignore. And again you can have options of multiple coalescing. And what else did we see? Yeah, coil is case sensitive, coil is empty fields, and all of that, right? Any questions overall? You definitely give this try in your personal instance, and any questions anytime, just feel free to put me a message on WhatsApp. I'll respond back to that. For now, any questions? All right, I'll go on mute, and how about we have a 10 minutes break? Let me know if you require a 5 minutes, 5 minutes off screen time, or just 10 minutes. Accordingly, we'll take a call.
Hello.
Yes, Venkatesh.
Can you check your WhatsApp group?
Have you put on a
I
message
just
anything
posted a
now?
question. Yes, yes. I didn't get the required result.
Okay, I'm checking. Wait. Okay, so in that incident table spelling is wrong. You have to put INCIDENT,
Oh,
and you should not put underscore LIST.
so it should be only incident, right?
It should be just incident.
Okay, thank you. So if I need to test this
And one more
script,
thing.
where can I?
One more thing. So I think the you have to you have to click on that advanced checkbox, and whatever script you have to you have written, you have to remove from this and put it in advanced script, not with query with script. And one more thing is that gs.print I demoed it to you because I wanted to show it in background script. Here what you have to do is current.add query of sysid current dot wait, okay, no, current dot add query of um, assign to in comma, inside quotes in comma, in line number 10 you have that assigned capital to, right? That variable name you have to put it. So there's a lot of corrections required in this one.
Okay, I just
Oh,
need to make changes in 13th line, right?
yes, yeah, there you have to put current dot add query of assigned to comma in comma, uh, again assigned to without space, that variable name. And that entire script you have to remove it, and you have to put it inside advanced script. You are using it in query with script, right? In screenshot if you see, it says query with, that script box says query with. So it seems like you're using a query with script. Instead of that, you have to put advanced script, and
So
of
what
course
should I
changing the
do
table name.
instead of advanced script?
Please enable the checkbox advanced. At that time you will see a new script box opening up. There you have to put the script, not here.
Oh, okay, got it. So can I just copy and paste that entire script in advanced?
Yes, yes. And along with that, just bring in the new changes that I told you, the incident table and line
Oh,
number 13 and everything.
yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Just take some 10 minutes break for your eyes. It's been already 1 hour of screen time. So we will connect back again at 9:25, right? Right now we're 9:14. So we'll connect back again 9:23, 24, 9:25. Make sure by 9:25 you're all there. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I will go on a break.
One question. I
Yes,
checked on
please.
advanced box side.
Mm,
I see two fields, apply to and
mm.
query form. Where should I write the code?
Okay, you see applies to and query from. Okay. Okay, then if that is the case, this one is correct, yeah. So I got confused with query from and query with. Okay, this place is correct, Venkat. Just that you change your incident table name and change your line number 13, it should work.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So everybody connect back at 9:25. Thank you. Hey, hi. Is everyone back by now? All right. I'm going to share my screen again. Right. Now that we have done with data sources and import sets, so the few components that we did not, discuss in the update set. So now that you know how to create an update set and all of that, okay. So let us say that as part of this update set development activity 1.0 July 9, right? So we have only two customer updates, meaning two changes captured in this. So there is something that I missed it, or either unknowingly I switched from development to default update set and I created this. There is two ways that I can bring that into this update set. One is I can go to the specific record, just keep a dot, like make some changes, save it, and then re-save it, right? So at that time, it gets captured in my this update set. What is another way to do is to utilize the customer updates option. Yeah. What I have to do is see if in default you see 754 records, but in that this create to resolve duration is one specific customer update. You want that to be captured in development activity 1.0 updates it, but unknowingly you captured it in default. As I told you, either you can go to that record and recapture. How is, let me refresh the screen, so you can see that it is made as a current update set because you no longer see a related link called make this as current. To double confirm, you can refresh your home page. There it will tell you, right, development so and so, so it means that it is a current update set. So whichever you have taken, can go to that customer update record and you will see the customer updates in terms of XML and all of that. In here beneath, you have a field called update set, right? So you just change it from default to what is your update set? Development activity, right? Paste it up here, right click, save. Now you could see that this customer update component has jumped from there to here, right? So you mapped the connection from there to here. Now this is good. What the other way we could do is, let me switch it to default again, only then I can show you the other way to do. I'm resetting it back to default. Now you will no longer see it here. What is the other way you do is, go to the customer update. You have a link called show related records. So when you click on here, it will take you to the exact record, whatever you've developed. So you're not supposed to change anything in the script or change any of the field, which might mess up. Otherwise, you can make utilization of the description or some comment fields, right? So I can keep some dot here, dot dot, or type something here because this is considered as a change in the configuration. Like I'm changing something, but it is not harmful. It is like harmless change. So I have kept a dot dot here, and before I save it, I can show you that it is no longer available in development update set. So I'm going to save this. Whatever I did now, even keeping a dot is also change, right? So you could see that it gets captured in the update set. This is what you call it as recapturing in the update set that you want. So this is the update set that I want, but anyhow I missed to develop a functionality in that update set. But okay, fine. You need not recreate that functionality. Instead, make sure you recapture that that particular record through keeping some dot or small changes, a harmless change, and using your current update set. This is one thing. And uh, one way is, the other way is, as I told you, open each one of the component and manually change the update set column. Other way is, in listed it also you can directly do, meaning there is a related link, right? I do a right click, open new window, and here you see a column called update set. I can do a bulk change. So I click on one of these, I press shift and I press either up arrow or down arrow. I will put it under my development activity update set. Right now that I can see it gets 6 more. 3 plus 6 9, right? This is one thing. Now okay, so let us say I have development update set and tst dev 2, right? There are 5 customer updates here. You can choose to merge these two update sets and put it into one update set. Generally you will do a merge. When you do a merge, what will happen is, so let us say it has 9 records, it has 5 records. So when you merge it, it will become 9 plus 5. There will be one merged update set, final update set. It will have 9 plus 5, 14 records. But you can ask me, what is the difference? I can just, I can go like this and instead change this into development, right? Why should I do an option of merge? What merge does is, um, okay, let us say this is my metric definition, right? And I updated it 2 minutes ago. Let me open that again. Let me mark this as a current update set. This dev v 2.0, right? I will mark this as my current set. And then I will go and few some more things in that. So imagine this is developer one, like Mr. X, who is in the development team, and this is created by Mr. Y, who is also in the development team. This guy got a requirement, this guy also got a requirement, but coincidentally both are around the same configuration, right? So the first guy got a requirement to change this one, second guy got a requirement to change description. Let us imagine that but it gets 6, it gets 6. This is obviously 9 only. So when I filter down, both the update sets contain same customer update, right? Now imagine you are pushing this update set first. You're pushing this update set first to production. What do you see expect in the production? Forget about all other records. Especially with specific to metric definition, what do you expect? You will see that it will be like this, right? It will be like this, 1. And after that, this was pushed. After 10 minutes or 1 hour, after 10 days, this update set was pushed. Then in that you will see like this, right? Which is fine. But just imagine what happens as a ulta. Somebody is pushing this update set, so it will be like this, which is fine. But after 2 days, somebody is pushing this update set. It will become like this, right? You understand what I'm trying to say? Let me know if this is not clear. I
So
can
here
put it in
one
a
is
different
trying to,
example to
so
make you
one is
understand
trying
better.
to change description and one is trying to change script, right?
Okay, let us say this guy is trying to change the script. Okay, and this guy tries to change the description. Okay, now who did the first changes? This guy only, the script guy only did the first change. So this guy updated it 10 minutes ago. This guy changed the description in last 2 minutes. So the recent update in that particular metric definition was done by this v2.0 guy only. Okay, so imagine this update set never goes into production. This only goes. That is fine, because this guy's update set contains the updated script of the first person, as well as the updated description of the second person. Correct? Clear with this point?
Yes, yes.
Updated by person 2. Okay, this was updated by person 1. Now updates at 1 goes to production means what will happen? It will not capture the changes of person 2. It will only go with the script changes. It will not have description changes. Whereas update set of person 2 goes to production, what will happen? It will also contain the script updated by person 1, also updated by person 2. Right? You understand, right? When somebody is doing a change and you go to that Excel, or you have this drive forms and all, right, in company also. So one person is doing a change, and after 10 minutes you do a change, so it will say updated by you only, but in fact it will also contain the updates of the previous person. It will not overwrite, right? But just imagine the ulta scenario. This person's update set goes first, so which is absolutely fine. It gets a short description, it gets a description, it gets a script, everything copied perfectly as expected. But after 2 days, the person's one gets scripts gets to production. What will happen? Person's one customer update does not contain any changes of the description. It contains only script. So script will go to production just like that. But whatever this person 2 did it in description, it will not be captured, right? It will be overridden. Is that clear? So these are some crucial times, like where there will be mismatch of data when two people are working on same development. Even if it is a difference between fraction of 10 seconds or 10 minutes or 10 days, doesn't matter. The sequence of the update set should be very perfect. Now yeah, in sprint and all, if you have a Jira in your company, you will know in sprint and all, people, there will be 20 developers working on 100 update set like that, right? Each of them working on 5 update set, and every 1 month they will do a migration. At that time, just I understand the volume of the number of the update sets, 100 update sets. It is difficult to identify. Go to each and every record and see how Vaishnavi and Shushmita worked on a same update set, same customer update. No, it is difficult to identify. Then what is the best approach is to merge the update set, right? Now you see that this one has got how many updates? 6 updates, and this one has got 9, right? 6 plus 9. In which one of them is common? One is common. This is the scenario, right? Now what you can do is you can take any one update set. Just use the merge with another update set option. So you give a fresh name to it, like July 16 merged set migration, right? So if you want to put some description, you can put, otherwise no problem. Here you have to put up a filter stating name is one of, name is one of development activity. Next line is dev v 2.0, right? So you give the you click on the button called merge. Are you sure you want to merge these two update sets? You will not be able to undo the action. I'm saying yes. Okay, now let us jump into our merged update set, July 16th. How many do you see? You see 14. but technically, what did we count it as? 1 minute. So in related lists, you can see what are the merged update sets. So you can see that 9 plus 6. What is 9 plus 6? It's 15, right? But you see only 14 here. Why do you think so? I'll repeat again. We took a count before merging. We saw that in one update set it was 6, and another update set it was 9. So 9 plus 6 is 15, but in the merged update set, I'm seeing only 14. This is because there was one common update set. So system will intelligently recognize which one is the latest update. Whichever is the latest update available in both of the update set, only that will be taken, right? So in create to resolve duration, you had two customer updates, each one in one of the update set. It took only the customer update which system considered it as latest. Then what happened to the one that had a previous version? It was just left as such in the old update set. This is your update set 1, this is v 2.0 is your updated set 2, right? So the one in the 2.0 is the fresh recent update, not fresh, like recent update. This one is comparatively a older update. So this was left in the existing update set as such, and whatever is the latest has been merged here. Now moving this update set merged one, do you think will cause a problem? No, it will not, right? Because this one has a recent update only, so this is not going to cause a problem. So when you're handling with pushing multiple updates set or doing it as a batch as an admin or a developer, whatever, 99% of the companies make utilization of making this merging of the updates. Is that clear? Right. Now there's something called parent, right? So let us say this one I'm keeping parent as development activity. For TSV 2.0 also I'm keeping the parent as this. So how parent works is, let me mark it complete, save. Do you see? It no longer says export update set. See, if I complete this one, what it will say? It will say that, okay, here it no longer tells you export update set. Whenever you know for a fact that whenever you mark a status complete, it will by default say as export to XML, right? But here you can't see that. And interestingly, here you don't see export to XML. Instead, you see a bigger word. It says export updates at batch to XML. This means that this is a parent update set. Under this, you have how many in this batch? You have 3 child update sets in this batch, right? So whenever you take an XML of one update set, whichever has marked this as a parent, every other customer updates will be automatically stored in this update set. This is the concept of having a parent mapping. Any doubt with why do we have a parent? Like, I'll repeat again. When you want to take an XML, okay, let us say this entire team is right now working on a workshop, and Joshnavi working on incident form layout, Shushmita is working on client scripts, and Rahim is working on notification, but everything is relevant to incident only. So what I will do is I will create one update all of your 10 people or 9 people update set. I will go to each one of the update set and I will mark my update set as a parent. Now I need not, wait a minute. Yeah, I need not take an XML backup of every single of your update set. Instead, that parent update set we created, right? I will take one backup of export update set batch, only that much, and it will contain all the customer updates of it will contain all the customer updates of all of your work. So this is basically to categorize stuff. You understand the difference between having a parent and how the merging of update sets work, right? Any questions with that regard?
Your voice is not audible.
And I wasn't talking anything for the last 5 seconds. So I was asking if there is any question with whatever I've told now.
No questions.
All right. All right. So you need to understand what are the things that gets captured in update set and what are not, right? So I told you any data as in like incident records, the records does not get captured in update set. However, the configurations like you change a component of a table, like you change the dictionary entry label, you write a client script, write a business rule, you write a notification, you change the maximum length of the dictionary entry, all these gets captured, right? Now how do we know what are the things that gets captured and what are the things does not? On a general context, this is your understanding, right? The data does not get captured, the configurations gets captured. But let us say you have a requirement, you want some data also to be captured. Now how do you handle it in the system is, for every table, you do a rightly configure. At that time you see something like this, right? At that time you have to look for a particular column name. Every table will have one column which is always a column name empty. It is default, it will be created by the system, and the type of that column name will say collection. So this is something that will contain all the attributes that you need. In that we have one of the attributes that goes by the name update sync. Table as an attribute called update sync map to it, it will be captured. If not, it will not be captured. As simple as that, right? So I will show you an example. Now we have a proper update set. So I will create a schedule job. Schedule job table is in fact does not have an um, update set put on for it. I will look at any existing recent ones. Okay, I'll just take up some random stuff. Okay, this is on a different application. Right, so there is one script. Let me, it is just inactive only, that's fine, but I'll just change it from daily to weekly. So anybody should expect this update set to be captured in this update of mine should be captured in update set, right? It doesn't happen. The reason is because we do not have um, update sync attribute put on this table. So let us say you have this requirement to change it. What you can do is go to that specific table where updates are not getting captured, do a rightly configure all. So whatever you're doing it for the whole sum of scheduled script execution table. So there you see a lot of dictionary entries. You will have to focus onto the dictionary entry that says. So you see three. Three is because this is the parentmost table. Sysauto is the parentmost table. Under that you have metadata and sysauto script. excuse. Our requirement has to do only with sys auto script. So I will choose this table wherein type is collection. You can see that in attributes it says update sync is false, right? Let me change this value to true. Okay, I will put up my new attribute. True, and submit. Okay, main represents ServiceNow vendor. So they're saying that any update sync, this thing cannot be updated by you unless done by main. Main means ServiceNow vendor. So we have tried to add update sync custom to this. Let us see if this works. Otherwise, what we might have to do is we have to delete this existing record through a background script, and after that we will anyways have our update sync custom added to this, so that going forward schedule job changes would be captured in the update set. So I'm changing this to again on demand. Okay, doing it save. Okay, so now you could say that it gets captured in the updates it. You understand the difference, right? So let us say for user table. User table is a data table. Typically, it should not be captured in the update set and it is not encouraged. But you have a special requirement that no, whatever things is there, it should be captured in the update set. Then you have to do a right click on that table, configure, go to that collection dictionary entry, and in that attribute, uh, choose upon a new attribute called update sync custom. Adding that will make sure that that table becomes capturable by an update set. So that is how you make this thing happen. Any clarifications or questions?
One show it with instant table example.
Incident table is a okay. Incident table data is not capturable, but whatever configuration you do is capturable. So I go to incident dot list. It will take me to a list of incident records. But whatever you do, you would undo it. Why I'm saying undo is every time you create an update, you create an incident insert, or every single update will be captured in the update set, which is not right, isn't it? But just for demo, let's do that. Not a problem. I do a configure, rightly configure, and all. Okay, so here you filter down to the one that says collection. You could see task and incident. Reason is because we are an incident table. However, incident is inherited from task. So we want these changes to be done only for incident table. So let's open up this record, and in attributes, let us add a new attribute, update sync custom. Okay, and value is true. Save it. Now I can just go and update any of my incident as in I'll just change the short description of this. Save this up. Mm, incident and collection, update sync custom, true. Okay. Looks like another restriction. System does not allows you specifically for data related tables, as in an incident or change tables. So I'm trying to add a new attribute similar to how I did it in my schedule job table, right? But even though I try to add multiple times, it doesn't get stored there. Let me check one more time. Okay, so the last captured update of mine is only on the auto script, auto schedule job table. It doesn't get into anywhere else. So I can do a reverse of this and show it to you again. So I'm doing updates it this particular attribute false and saving it. Now, if I make any changes to my schedule job, it is back to the original version. Like it will no longer be captured in an update set. So in order to make this capturable in an update set, you will have to make sure we have an attribute called update sync custom and set the value to true. Getting back to a question, looks like there's another restriction from the system. That system is very well aware and not allowing incidents and other important big data collection tables not syncable, even though when we try to push an attribute. Clear any queries? And finally, I have this backout section which I need to explain in update sets. Hmm, Let me take you to any one of the existing update sets that we have. Okay, you have the update set called July 16 merged, which is nothing but a merger of two update set, and it's got 14 customer updates. So you moved it to production, and in production you feel, oh, like we have messed up. We want to undo whatever we want, right? Back out. They call it like undo as in back out. So if you want to back out all your configurations, you click on the button back out. Uh, 70% of the time it only results in a failure due to some reasons, but 30% of the time it gives you successful result, as in it properly backs out everything. So let us try to back out in personal instance. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah. So as I told you, there's always a problem when we try to back out. So it says there's a problem detected, and um, it says that there was one specific. Okay, we were trying to change the related list, right? So that related list configurations is also captured in this update set. They're saying that after this update set is committed, there were several other update sets or a default update set whatsoever, due to which the same records were updated. So it's giving us that clue. So we are saying that um, so we are giving one of these answers. No, keep whatever I have given now, or use the previous ones, or choose the ones that is in future. So we'll say use the one that is already in previous, because the current ones I wanna back out anyhow. So we have already given a decision to the system that for this particular error, we want to use the previous. So anyways, it will be successful in backing out other 13 customer updates. Let it reload now. You could see that that update set itself gets out of the system. It will no longer be available in the system. You remember we created something called July 16. You no longer see that update set in the update set list, right? You see only development activity v 2.0, 3.0. this is the one that I was saying that it got hidden, right? Like it got vanished because this entire thing itself got deleted because we did a backout. Why am I seeing it here is because this is not a refreshed form. If I try to duplicate this tab, it will say no record found, right? Right. So
So
since
earlier, why it was unable to back out?
it told one error that that update set was containing 14 customers. Among that 14, one of the customer update is about we were changing related list. Remember in incident we were adding metrics related list and all. Like we do right click configure related list and add things to the right and left and all. So system is saying that okay, this update set is not the latest. We have many more update sets which has the update to this particular record, right? This is system is saying that this is not the latest version for that specific customer update. You have one more version in the other update set. Now tell me what you want me to do. System is asking us, like, tell me what you want me to do. So we said, oh, keep the previous version. There were four options given to us. We'll have to say either keep previous version or keep current version or keep target version. So we decided and we gave instruction to the system stating keep previous version. And after that we again re-triggered the job of backing out, and at that time it went from 1 to 100. Like you saw that processing bar, right? And it was finally backed out. Now, whatever changes in this instance that I had done as part of that specific update set, you will no longer be able to see in the system. It all got wiped off, like reverted. In another language, you can say it got reverted back to whatever the previous version was. I'll tell you what is the use case of this backout you will use in your companies. Um, there could have been updates that moved to production. It would have contained 100 customer updates or something. Anyways, you have a XML backup of that update set, but there is a P1 going on, and it has been identified that due to some changes done by the update set, it could be one of those 100 records, right? 100 customer updates. There is a P1 as in that incident form itself is not visible for the entire global users. When form itself is not visible for entire global users, it is a P1, right? um, Something very critical happened, and you were given like 20 minutes of time, 30 minutes of time, and still you could not find it. So the best solution to this is back out that update set, back out the entire batch, let it be as such whatever it was 1 hour prior. And it doesn't mean that all our work has been destroyed. Our work is still in the XML backup, right? We have already taken XML backup. It is there. We can redeploy this update set in another instance, and like a stage instance or a pre-production instance. There we can use it like a POC to casually sit in 1 hour and see which has gone wrong, identify that component, fix it, and then take it to production. Because production is not a place to debug and just wait and watch, oh, if I change this, is it working? If I change this, is it working, right? If there is a mess, the management tells you, hey, back out everything, let's do it again. So we will back out. It doesn't mean that your work is lost or anything. Anyways, you have your exported XML of your work, which is obviously available in your development test instance, also in your computer laptop, right? Which you took a local XML backup. So these are the scenarios where you would use this concept of backing up updates. It's as a bulk or a single component of updates. It's any questions?
Not regarding this. I
Hmm.
have sent you an image. Can you please
Hmm.
explain what should be written in 13th line?
Okay, Asin, have you sent in WhatsApp?
Yes.
Okay, I will, yeah, I will take some 5 minutes break after the session and probably look at your message in WhatsApp and answer to that. Okay, I'll either put a voice message or
Sure.
something in
Thank you.
WhatsApp. Shouldn't be a problem. All right, guys. Anything else for on based on today's session? All right. So if that is the case, just please try and do some exercises around this. And if there is any question, just put me a WhatsApp message. I'll try to see how better I can
So till now we
explain.
have completed 14
Otherwise, you
chapters,
still
right?
have tomorrow session. Right? Yeah. We are on Friday. So next 2 days is we do not have any classes unless and until if you're interested and want anything. But anyways, we are taking 2 hour sessions, right? So we don't want weekend sessions. So next 2 days spend time on practicing whatever we've learned on all these 14 chapters. With that, we'll on July 19th we'll continue. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone for joining in. Happy weekend. Bye. Take care.
Same to you. Bye.
Bye everyone. So I hope all
Yeah,
of
it's
you.
visible.
Yeah. All right. So we have a concept called service catalog items, which is from end user perspective, that is the only major item that people get access to, right? We have several different types of users in ServiceNow: developers and IT people who work on tickets, the other people who just raise requests, right? So for people who raise requests, they're called end users, and for them the primary role is service catalog, right? So the primary requirement is they would see a bunch of catalog items. Like when I say catalog items, it is nothing like when you go to a restaurant, you're being given a menu card, right? So you can choose which kind of foods you want to order. So similar to that, in this IT industry, like what kind of request you have, I mean, it could be an issue or it could be a real request. Like you could request for a gadget, you could request for a laptop, or you could request for any of the softwares that you have in your organization. So all of these will be stored in a bigger box called catalogs. So in lift navigation under self-service, I have something called service catalog. So the hint, right? When I hover, it says the hint as request something. So as the name suggests, so this entire catalog contains of several categories. So whatever is the bigger box, you see that those are called categories, and inside each categories you would have multiple catalog items. So I opened up a category called hardware in a new tab. So it gives me a one-liner understanding of what is a hardware category, and under hardware category, whatever items that I have, everything gets available here. I almost see some 10 catalog items mapped to here. You can have more than 10 as well, right? Accordingly, you have another category called software. When I open up that, it will again contain multiple catalog inside that, and you can choose one among the catalogs that you want. So all these I'm explaining is in terms of end user perspective. So I'll explain how you access and avail catalog in terms of end user. After that, I'll tell you how do we develop one similar to this, right? And somebody is having difficulty to find what I want from this, because they find, oh, there's a lot of categories, it's a little confusing. So they can obviously use this search catalog option. So if they choose laptop, it will search across the different categories. So here you could see that this laptop keyword was found in service catalog, and one under can we help you category, and there's a category called peripherals. Under peripherals there were 3 items found, under office there were 1 item found, and under services 3, and under hardware there were 8 items found. All of them, like 8 plus 3 plus 1 plus 3 plus 1, all of them in total it is 16. Everything comes up here, right? So it is easier to find it that way as well. Otherwise, you could jump into each one of the categories and look at the items inside and check as well. This is looking at the data from native interface, right? This is what you call it as native interface. A lot of people have access to something called portal. So in URL, if you see instancename.com, all of that ends with SP. So this is what the primarily the end users have access to. And here also, if you see, you have an option called catalog on the top. or else you could use this request something. If you see, both are nothing but the same, just that they give you two options, either click from the bottom or click from the top, right? Now, otherwise you could use this option also, like how you use the global search in the native interface. Likewise, in portal also you have this interface. So when you search among this, it not only searches across the catalog items, there are knowledge base articles also, right? So it shows up both, like it shows the list of articles that are in KB, and it also shows up the list of catalogs that has the keyword laptop. So everything gets displayed, and you could use this and all of that, right? These are the two different interface. So SP is the common portal we have in the system. But how do you install? If let us say you don't know the URL, and how do you go through is, in left navigation you have to type portal. So you have something called service portal home, and if you click here, it will take you to the default portal. So like this, in your instance, you might have multiple portals. If you want to know which are the portals that you have in your system, in under service portal you have something called portals, right? So you go up here, and system tells you that these are the portals you have, but if you see, there's a different color here alone, right? Which means that this is the default portal, right? So let us say we want to see a portal called KB portal, right? So what we have to do is just after .com slash put it as KB. So it takes you to a portal called KB portal. You could see that the interface is completely different, isn't it? So like this, ServiceNow would have created multiple portals. Like this, we can create our own portals also. And I found something called ISC, Instant Security Center. So I have to find what is the URL suffix of my portal, and just change the link of that. So there's some, there's some functionality called tour inside of ServiceNow. Like we can, these are something out of box, right? We can build our own tours also. So if I click on begin tour, it will tell me, okay, what this is for, what is this is, what this is, and all of that, right? So it says what is session management and all of that. So you have multiple portals like this, and you can try and see, oh, what this portal is, what this portal, and all of that. Now getting back to the original topic, service catalog. So as an end user, now you know how does a catalog looks like, right? Let me open one of the catalog items, right? So in this box, what are the things you have? You have title of your catalog item, you have short description of your catalog item, you have long description of your catalog item, you have a image of your catalog item, right? And afterwards you have some fields to fill in, like how you have a Google form to fill it up, like that you have some fields to fill in. um, so, like for example, there is a label called optional software, and there it asks you, okay, what is your optional software? Adobe Photoshop and all of that. You could select multiple also, and there is a label called additional. There's a question, multi-line question. I'm saying multi-line because this text is bigger. You could expand this as you enter the key, enter key button. So this is a multi-line text with a label as additional software requirements, and you have a field, you have place to have attachments added, and here it is defined the price in a particular currency, and you have the delivery time, how many days it will take approximately for you to receive this product, and how many such products you want. So you could choose from here, and I can just put it in add to cart. If I chose to select multiple items and give one order. So let us say I want to it's like how you do your online shopping, right? You add everything to the cart and finally give one order. Now if you want to do like that, choose or add to cart. Otherwise, if you want to directly order, just click on order now. Now that I have added this item to the cart but not really checked out, so it stays on my cart, right? So let us say I'm a manager of a team and I have some 5 new resources coming into my team. So I've got developer laptops for them. So I want to choose an iPhone for them as well, right? So again, I'll choose 5 up here, and I'll give add to cart. Now that things are added to cart, so I can click on this link, or otherwise I can click on this thing as well. Now it's similar to your online shopping here. So you could directly but just before changing submitting your cart items, you could change things or you could remove things from the cart and all of that, and you see a total price, how much it costed you. So this thing, we are not going to pay it or anything. It just tells you how much it is going to cost to the cost center. So if I have an option of no, this requester is somebody else, I can choose the name and delivery information like number 2 XYZ road. You know, if it is a specific delivery location, I can give it, and if there is any special instructions, I can give it. Not applicable, just mentioning. So and I give checkout. All right. So it tells me when is the when is the latest I could get this product. It's 20th of July, and this one is 23rd of July. And you could see that the state says request approval, right? So you might wonder, okay, whose approval it's waiting for. And this is the portal view where you do not have access to much of the details. So you have to copy this and put it in your native interface. As from developers perspective, I'm saying for end users this is well and good. For them this information is more than enough. And if anything what is the status, anything they want to post it, they can post it in the comment section. But as a developer, to understand it in a larger perspective, I can take you to the native interface, searching with the same RITM number. Okay. So here you see whatever options that you've chosen, it comes up here, and your it generates an automatic RITM. So you could see that you requested for 5 laptops, 5 phones, right? So you could see that there's an REQ, which is the original request, under which you have 2 RITMs, right? One is for iPhone quantity 5, the other one is for developer laptop quantity 5. And it has got an approval triggered to Mr. Eric. So why it got an approval to Mr. Eric is because who is Eric is. So I'm looking at the workflow. I don't know why it triggered to Eric, so I'm looking at the workflow. So at any point, if you don't know what is the workflow, there is always a thing called show workflow button. So you'll have to click on the workflow. Oh, okay. So looks like there is a group called Catalog Request Approvers Group, and this guy being member of that group, his approval is right now requested. I'm looking into his user profile now, right? So there is a group called Catalog Request Approvers, and if the cost is more than $1,000, it goes for the members of this group for an approval. So this guy being a member of this group, it has went to his approval. So these and all are example catalogs already available in the system. Like this, you could create your own catalog, you could create your own workflow, your own approval system, and everything, right? Any questions so far with regard to what is a catalog and how it might work and all of that? If that is clear, we can next process into how do we create one, right? So these are catalog items, right? So as a developer, we're going to see how are we going to maintain these items, right? So as the explanation says, the module is called maintain items. Maintain items. So you go to maintain items. So let's create a new catalog. Okay. Um, order a workstation for home, work desk, right? Work desk for home. So let us say this catalog item is it facilitates the employees if they want to avail a work desk, as in just the furniture, nothing gadgets or anything, no laptops, nothing. If they want to request for furniture, because everybody is right now working from home, so they want to do not want to purchase it on their own, they want to request it from the organization, so they can use this catalog item. Okay. And there's a lock here, right? So we have to, it means that, oh, we have to fill in something. So let us see what is inside there. We have two types of catalogs. One is service catalog and the other one is technical catalog. So since I activated a plugin, if you remember, like 2 weeks back or 1 week back, I activated plugin called HR. So this human resources and resources catalog also appears. But how I told you that there are different types of categories. Similarly, you have different types of catalogs also. So to give you an explanation, so here you see service catalog, right? Like this, you have catalogs like HR catalogs, you have catalogs like technical catalog and resource catalog. So under service catalog only, you have all these categories. So if you ask me, okay, who will use the HR catalog, is you have another portal called HR portal where people will use the HR catalog, right? So now this item is for IT users and we will map it to the service catalog only. So once you enable this, only after that you could see that the category options becomes editable, right? I'll remove this back. You could see that category become grayed out, right? Because category is dependent on catalogs, right? Because catalog is a bigger categorization, and category is again a smaller categorization. So as these two fields are independent, only when you fill it up accordingly, whatever categories are mapped to this catalog, only they will show up here. So I'll just put, I'm looking for what is the category that I can have, and I don't find anything called home office. How about we create a new category called home office, right? So I can directly go here and click here new, and I can give home office. I'll give submit for now. So you have an option to preview this record. Let's open this record in a new tab. And whatever you feel, oh, we have not filled it up, let's fill it up. Okay. All right. And now short description. Um, Submit this request to order a furniture work desk, sure, for your home. Description, right? And I'll tell you pricing. So we could even choose a currency that we want to mention. So we'll put it as dollars and we'll put it as um, $10. Okay, I will explain each one of them. So I'm going to save this up. So now that we have saved it up, let us see what is the result of what we have worked now, right? Work desk furniture for home, right? So what happened is I just entered one of the keywords of my name. So and I searched upon it. It could be visible here. A shortcut to look at the item. Otherwise, you general thing is People go to service catalog, and there's something called browse by categories. You see something called home office, right? Under this, it's only one catalog so far that we have created. So what do you see? You see the title, short description, and the description we have given, right? And you could put up pictures. So what I can do is I'm going to my catalog item and I'm inserting a picture here. Okay, I'm clicking on OK and I'm gonna save this up. Right, right click, save. So I'm refreshing the same catalog page. I can see that the image comes up here, right? Similarly, you remember we created a category called home office. So we could insert pictures here as well. Hold on. Did anybody join now? All right. The concern was I just got a voiceover stating this conference will now be recorded. So I was worried, like we were recording it past 30 minutes, right? Let's see. All right. Did somebody try to record? Just let me know. That's okay if you try to record, but I'm wondering, like, was it recorded? All this time was it not recorded or not? So only to clarify that
Yeah,
once.
you started. Yeah, it was recording. It was recording from past 30 minutes.
Okay. Alright. So similar to how we kept an image for our catalog item, we can keep an image for our category as well. And yeah, so jumping into the item, so now you see a short description, and you see the price and delivery date is 2 days because I think it's default right now. And we would still be able to change what is the delivery date we want to choose. Now we need to ask a couple of questions to the user, right? So how do we do that? So that will get you. And there are few things like hide attachment, mandatory attachment, and all of that, right? So you see a button called add to cart, isn't it? So if you want to hide that option, you could enable this. And again, if you want to hide this quantity option, you could just check this up. And again, if you want to hide the delivery time, you can check this up. And there's an attachment clip out of box, right? You don't have to develop anything for yourself for this. It will be already always available by default. If you don't want to show this for a specific catalog item only, then for this item you would have to make sure you enable this one so that the attachment clip gets hidden, right? Similarly, you have an option called add to wish list. No, wish list we do not have here. If at all it was there, you could enable this. Now, um, without having to write a script or anything, you want to make sure that people mandatorily attaches an attachment, like probably an approval copy from your manager or an approval email from your manager, something like that. So you could put a mandatory attachment checkbox. You don't have to write script, nothing. So I have done that, the attachment is mandatory, and I have done the cart quantity and delivery time and all of that. So I'm saving it and I'm refreshing my screen. So you no longer see the quantity, you no longer see that add to cart and all of that options. And you could see that there is a asterisk mark up here, and I'm trying to order it now. So it says that attachments are not added, right? So you'll have to attach only that it will take you to the next page. So that is the functionality of all of these. Surprising, you could change picture. Right, meta. So meta means, for example, right now when we did furniture, I just searched upon a keyword called furniture, or if I search upon a keyword called desk also, it will show me. The reason is because it is part of your short description and it's part of your long description. Now, if I put up a keyword called, work from home, it doesn't shows up, right? But I wanted a native language also be to be incorporated on search. Now it is difficult for me to put it on the description or short description or name, right? It will not look good. So I can use the functionality of meta. Work from home, come up, what are the different options that I assume people could key in, all the different combinations of word. Well, these are the keywords I'm entering in my meta. So when people Google it up, as in like in this main global search bar, uh, based on your meta that you have defined, it will render you the results. I had given avail and it came up in the search. Let me give this WFH again. Right, okay. So I'm giving this WFH again and it comes up here, right? So there should be some keywords which that how people will be looking for this item using these keywords. But you don't want to put it in the short description and title, and you don't want to look your catalog item little messed up. So you could always use the option of meta. What you have to do is you have to put all the keywords comma separated. So whichever keyword you search it with, it will come up there, right? So um, the one option of looking into the item is like this, and also you have a button called try it. So if you click on try it, it will take you to this page, native interface, accessing the catalog item. Now coming back to the point of how do we enter questions to this, right? So if you scroll down, there are multiple related lists. So this is where all your development actually starts with. So you have something called variables, UI policies, client scripts, and all of that, right? So the UI policies and the client scripts, the UI policies that you've learned in your tables, right? While developing tables, it will help you here as well. Now let me show you what is a variable. Um, if you remember, for iPhone, we chose a few questions like description and all of that, right? Those are called variables. Let us say we're going to give a okay, under variables I'm clicking on new. Okay, I'll open up in a new tab as well the list. right? So I'm going ahead and clicking on new variable. Now that there are several types of variables that I can choose from. One is single line text. You remember for dictionary entry, we used to give it a string or number, integer, reference, and all like that. Here also um, you have several options like a single line text, reference, right? So each one of them has a different meaning. For now, to start with, I will give it a single line text and I'll choose the order. Question is, I'll give this a multi-line text because single line text people can enter only one line of answers. Multi-line text they can like write it in paragraph also, right? So the moment you enter your question and you keep your cursor somewhere off the screen, the backend name of the variables gets populated and everything turns into smaller case, and whatever the space gets translated into an underscore. So you could, if you want, you can just use this, or else you could rename this to some smaller text, because when you keep a bigger text it's always difficult to bring that into script or something. So the previous one is also good. It is a working thing only, but if you have a smaller variable name it is even more easier, right? So we'll keep it like this, and we will save this up and refresh how it got reflected in your catalog item. Right, says please provide justification for the workstation requirement. So you could keep on entering text here. So let's make it mandatory, and let us give her this is something called annotation, right? So I'll enable show help, and um, click here to get more info. Please explain in detail why it is necessary for you to get the um, work desk furniture, otherwise your request might be rejected as well. Okay, saving this up. I'll refresh this now. Right, so since I made this mandatory enabled, I could see that this asterisk has come up, and without filling this I will not be able to proceed on. So it will say that some fields are incomplete, right? For example, this field. So I have to fill this up, and the help text, right? In annotation, I had given the help tags. It comes up here, and if you hover onto the question mark, it tells you click here to get more info. It is nothing but the text that I entered here. I can keep it whatever I want to. And if I click here, it gives me this text. Please explain in detail and all of that, right? So this is the help text. But if you want the help text to be like, in an HTML format, you could use this option. Um, search to know more. So in search, I'll just insert a link www.google.com. Okay. Um, so since it is not just a text, I want to, in help text also, I want to embed an hyperlink or something, and I want to bring something fancy. I'm using the instructions option. Instructions and help text are nothing but one and the same. It serves the same purpose, but the way it is rendered is different. This one renders like a plain text. This one is like,
Hello.
yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Once tell me, how did you get?
How did we get?
How did we put link URL link?
Okay, I'll remove this. So I'll say click here to know more. Okay. So this here is the word, right? Let us say I want to embed it with an hyperlink. So I am filling this up, and you have bold, italic, and all of these the HTML options that you could use, right? And here you have something called insert or edit link. So you click upon insert or edit link. So here I will give a link that I have. It could be an internal link, a ServiceNow link, or some to a SharePoint database, or to some other a web link. Doesn't matter. Google.com, and that link will be put on the word called here, right? Because I've highlighted here only here. Now, do I want this to be opening up, on the same frame or on the top of the frame and all of that? I can choose it here. So it's always recommended to put new window blank. Reason is because if you click here, the redirection will link will take you to a new page. It will not mess up the current page that you are in, right? So it's always preferable to put it here, but again, it depends on your requirement. If they want this to be a redirection link and they don't want the people to come back to the same form again, so you will have to put self frame, or you leave it as none, so that it opens up on the same tab. Otherwise, this one opens in the second tab. Now I give OK. I'm going to save this up. Right, so you could see that it comes up like a similar one, but just that you have an extra functionality of the hyperlink and all. So I'm clicking up here. It took me to this place, right? So it takes me to an hyperlink. And now, since I gave it as www.google.com, it took me to, ServiceNow instance slash something like that. But if I had given it as like HTTPS, uh, if I gave it like this, it would have directly taken me to this page only. And there's something called always expanded, right? Let me enable this, save this for you, and reload and show you. What happens is you don't have to click on this question mark icon to see this text message. It gets expanded by default because we have enabled always expanded checkbox. So if you see, I just reloaded, right? I do not have to click on that question mark. When the form loads itself, it default gets expanded. If I click back, it shrinks, and if I click back, it expands. But the point is, once you enable this, what happens is this specific variable alone, the help text shows by default. You don't have to take an extra effort to click it. So you can keep it like that as well. Okay, so this is a free text, right? um, so if you want to fill it up with some default value, like eh, remove the text and enter your values here, right? Like I can, if I give it like this box will be pre-filled with that data, right? So I can put it up like uh, my justification behind the requirement is 1, 2, 3. Like it's kind of a template that will be easier for people to fill it up instead of them writing all these descriptive words. So you fill it up few things for them, and they will continue to fill it up from further from there, right? So if I see a form like this, what I'll do, um, I'm on work from home for past 1 year and will continue to be, um, my work role requires,
Like that, I'll give my list of justifications towards this requirement, right? Now I have created successfully one variable. So you go ahead and proceed multiple variables like this. Let us see some other variables of a different method. Um, I'm on to my catalog item again. If I, scroll down, I see something called variables, the one that I just created. I can open this up in a new tab and I can click on new to create new variable. Request on behalf of, right? I will just change this variable to a smaller text. I don't like the bigger one. That's reason. So behalf of means like we are gonna input a username, right? Username means you have a table called sys underscore user where all the existing users of the organization's data are filled up. So I'll put this as reference, and type specification becomes mandatory, right? Because if you're referring to which table are you referring to, that is important. Sys underscore user, right? And then from sys underscore user table you have multiple records, like you have users which are inactive, you have users whose location is from, let us say, from different regions also. But let's say for this requirement, let us assume this is only for India users. Assume, okay? So we will put it as location, not location, but location dot country is India, right? So if I type location, I can't see something called country. What do I do now, right? Not country code. There is a field called country itself. How do I do now? Now, what do I do is I type saying, I mean, focus on this carefully. I type show related list, right? So the moment I click on this, my related list concepts gets enabled for this filter. Now I proceed to type uh, location, and I can see when I type, I don't just see location, I also see location and an arrow mark, right? Which means I can further do a dot walking. So I go inside of my location field. Now I have gone inside, so I will click again. I will search what I want. Do you see? Now I see country. Previously I wasn't seeing country. Previously I was seeing what? Country code. But now I see country. Location dot country is India. Okay, so it's going to list down a list of users who are whose location is mapped to the country India. Only those users names will be listed out here. And you could also enable up a filter saying active is true, meaning list of only active users, and email ID is not empty, right? Done. I think these are good. um, I'll save this up. Now I don't think you will see anywhere in this place. The reason is because we do not have any users whose location is mapped to India. So let us set the data correct so that it serves the purpose. Active is true. Email ID is not empty. Location, will push it to the right and see what are the different locations that we have in the system already. Okay, a lot of the locations are empty. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to a CMN location table. I'm putting URL sysset is equal to -1. So it takes me to a new record. So this is a shortcut to access the new record of location. But the other long method is type locations in the left navigation, Go here and click on the new button. Both will take you to the same page only, right? Now I'll put Hyderabad and I'll put the country as India. Okay, save it. And I'll choose another location. Chennai, India. Insert and say. I did insert and stay if you noticed it, right? So I've mentioned four cities as location names. All of them are mapped to one country called India. So now what do we do is, right? So I have three people in my database who are all coming under the country India. Now, if I look upon to this database, I will be able to see these three people only, right? So now you understand what is the point of this thing. Um, okay. So let us say we want this catalog item to be seen only by the people who are mapped to India location. Then what we have to do is, now we had show I mean I had shown you how do we list down the users, having having locations country as India, only their names to be listed out. But imagine you have a catalog item. That catalog item is exclusively meant for Indian location users. You don't want this to be available for a user. For example, I'm a system administrator, right? Look at my profile, and I belong to the location. I'm doing right click and switching to default view to see what is my location. And where is my location field? Okay, my location is empty. um, so I could choose one of these locations, but let us say I want my item to be visible only for India location user, not just Chennai, Bangalore or Delhi, but any place that is mapped to the country called India. Or else I can restrict it to location wise also, like the countries sorry, the city wise also. So how do I do that is, there's an option called available for, right? So you go to this available for, new one, India users. Just give a name like this. So all this is, you call it as user criterias, and our restriction is not based on companies or departments or groups or anything, but just based on locations, right? So we will list down the list of locations we have. Oh, there was already few, created by the system, like Hyderabad, Telangana, and all of that. Fine then. Okay, there's two Hyderabad's. One is the one that I created, and the other's the system created. Anyways, everything is mapped to the same country, INDIA. No difference. So I'll just fill this up. So now, if you impersonate somebody else who do not belong to this location, they will not be able to have access to this catalog item. This is how it works for. So this way you could restrict who can see and who cannot see. So when I've given available for, only these people will be able to see. But let us say I have a requirement, like I have a requirement that anybody can see except for a specific company users or specific department users or a specific location or region, like whatever options you just saw right now, isn't it? So if you have such a requirement, you could define it in the not available for, right? All right. So now we have seen a single line text, sorry, a multi-line text, and then reference variable. And okay, I'm gonna create another variable with a different type of the variable. As in, there is something called list collector. In watch list, if you see, you could choose multiple people, right? Like that. In catalog item also, you have something called list collector. So how I choose the referencing table, like that, for list collector also I have to choose the referencing table. So here I will give here I can give an filter like um, request. RITM numbers list. So this time I did not change it. I mean, the one that was already created itself seemed to be in smaller, so I just left it as such. So I will leave it as such. So let me refresh it now. You could see this, RITM numbers list, right? So I could choose numbers from here. So it is not just meant for numbers. Instead of keeping this list collector, I can keep it, I can choose the referencing table as user table. I can use it as location table, or I can use it any table I want. So the difference between reference and list collector is that here I have an option to choose multiple records. So this is the purpose of the reference, the list collector in, besides your reference. And here, okay, I will tell you each one of them. This one is an attachment is you have an attachment clip all together, right? But let us say for a specific variable, like you have different attachments. For example, let us say it's an onboarding, this one is an onboarding catalog. So you have to put your 10th certificates here, 12th grade certificates, degree certificates, everything separately, not like one thing and where you multiple attachments to one clip. No, you have to attach your clips here separately. At that time you could create multiple variables, each one saying attachment. Now break is nothing but it will develop a underline between. It is not a functional or anything, it is just to look good. And checkboxes, it will have a checkbox field, only that much, like a true or false you have to give. Like you check it, it means true; you uncheck it, it means false. I will come back to this containers last. This date is, it will be a variable with this any label that you give, but it will be a date field. Like you can feed in dates inside that, and date and time is you can feed date and time inside that. Duration is something, you will have a big box with cuts on it. Like you will have option to put hours, minutes, and seconds. Email is again, you have to put a that field. I mean, the difference between email and single line text is single line text you can draft anything, but in email you have to put proper .com, like that, finish up with .com or .in or any domain name. So system has a backend validation to identify is it proper email or not. HTML, an IP address is also like that. Single line text label is just the label, it does not have anything to feed in. List collector is what you saw just now. And you have masked and all of these, right? So I can show you few unique examples. But as part of your exercise, you could look at each of these variable options and work on them. For now, we'll take up a break, and right now it's 9:05, right? Let's again connect at 9:15, right? We'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll connect back at 9:15. So in the meantime, you take some break. And if there is any question with anything that we've learned so far, just let me know at 9:15. We'll cover that up and then we will continue our learning session. All right, I'll go on mute, but the recording will still, be on.
We'll wait for some 30 seconds and for other people to join and get started. Any questions with what we've learned so far? All right. So here in this work desk, all these items are listed out, right? You have a field called a default value. Like I told you how does a default value works in terms of a free text, right? But how do we put something like a reference? To put it as a reference, you remember I was telling you whenever there's something a reference field or a list collector, so the reference represents the sys of the record, right? For example, here's my profile, and if I copy sys this is the default value. For example, if I want to populate this request on behalf of with my record, I should not put it as system administrator because my name is system administrator. I should not put it like that. Instead, I should put the sys of my record. So I'm going to save this up. So you could see that the next time I reloaded the form, it gets populated with the um, with my name. So what do you understand from this is whenever a field is a free text or a text field, you could just put in names. But when it is a reference field, you have to identify the referencing record and find its sys. In this case, I want this to be auto-populated with system administrator always. So I do a right click and copy sys or else I can find the sys from the URL as well and put my sys as the default value, right? These are the requirements when the default values are static. What if it's dynamic, as in whenever somebody looks into the form, whenever from India location users, when they look into the form, their name needs to be populated here. Let us say if that is my requirement. Now, how do I put this? Here is whenever you say it's dynamic, here is a little of scripting that is involved. So whatever script that we use here is JavaScript, right? So you say that how it's a JavaScript, and then you put it like GS. GS means glide system. In my system, get my user. So gs.getUserID will make sure that it gets populated with the logged in person's name. Okay, now that I had refreshed, my name gets populated here, right? So I'm gonna impersonate somebody else, like impersonate um, another India location user. What are the other India location user we mentioned? Okay, oh, spelling is incorrect. I've kept it like this. Okay, so I'm trying to impersonate Vaishnavi. So I will refresh the screen. So it gets reflected with the name Vaishnavi, right? So it is dynamic, like whoever is right now the logged in person name, their name comes up. So this is happening because I'm not putting a static, exact words. Instead, I'm saying, use the JavaScript glide system. From the system, whoever is the logged in user, get user ID. So accordingly, it gets populated. So here is a little of scripting to start with. And yeah, so now you have one, two, three variables, right? So let us say I want this or request on behalf of to be the last variable. So I need to identify what are the other variables. So whichever you keep, give a letter, lesser number. Like if this is 100, this is 120 and 160. This will come in the last. If you give this as 70 or 60, right, the order number, this will come in the topmost. Now for request on behalf of, I will put it like some thousand something, so which is obviously a larger number than any of the ones that you have defined. So what happens is when you refresh the screen, this one gets jumped to the last variable. So this is how you make sure that which one comes after which, and you handle your, you manage your sequences based on that, right? Request on behalf of becomes the last one. Now let's go to the catalog item again. You remember when regard to variable types, I was telling you that this I will make it to 10, okay? 10, and this is this I'll put it as 50 and 100. So now we have 20, 50 and 100. I'll create a new variable, and okay, this one is no longer, see, all these are self-explanatory or understandable, right? As much as I've told you. But I'll explain you what is this container start and end, right? So I'll give container start and start. And I'll put an order of 10, which is the last, which is, sorry, which is the very basic and initial. So I'm telling the layout. Layout is 2 columns wide alternating sides, okay? I'll give it for now and you see how it gets reflected in your preview screen. So I'm giving the instruction that 2 columns wide and alternating sides, and I'm giving a save. So now what will happen is, you could see, right, 2 columns wide. So it developed a 2 columns wide and alternating sides we gave. So what system did is first variable, second variable, and third variable, right? So instead of giving alternative sides, if you give it as one side and then the other, what will happen is this will come in the first, RIT numbers on the second, and the third one justification will come on the right. So like this, you could play around with this. And let us say these are three variables. The system was easily able to divide by two, put everything to the left, and put first half to the left and put second half to the right. Fine. But what you have like some six variables, you want to show four in the left and two in the right. At that time, you will define a container split. You are defining to the system where I want the exact cut to be made, right? So you can't say that I wanted exactly after justification, like that you cannot say, but you can say it based on your order number. Like uh, if I put 60, right, I'll do an incidence day. What will happen is this split will happen exactly at order number 60, meaning I have a variable whose order number is 50, right? So exactly after 50, the split will happen like that. And here we have never defined container end, but inside one catalog, let us say you have 50 variables, and then you want to first keep first 10 variables as one container and just leave it for some time, meaning sometime meaning next two or three variables should be normal, like one after the other, one below the other.
and again a set of 10 variables bunched in a container. Then you have right now multiple containers, right? So at that time it is important for you to define container end as well. All right, so you're basically defining your layout, like one box, in that one box left and right, what I want, all that. But how do you define which one comes in the left and right is based on your orders and the definition that you give in your container start. Like there are options like alternating sides and one side and after the other, right? So based on the option you give there, it changes accordingly. That is with regard to these things. And these labels are nothing much, it will just give you label, there's nothing to type in or anything, right? Masked, I'll show you what is a masked variable. Enter passkey. So let us see how it gets reflected here. All right, so I gave it a center pass key, and if you remember, I gave this checkbox called use confirmation. Just because enabling this confirmation, what happened is it created a new variable called reenter. See, we did not create any variable called reenter, right? So since we gave enter confirmation, like in while you do signing up in any of your accounts, sometimes it asks you to enter the password, re-enter the password, right? Because you're setting up the password first time, so it checks whether both are same. So this use confirmation checkbox works like that, and this use confirmation and use encryption works only on the variable type called masked. So whatever I am trying to enter 1 2 3 4 5, do you see? It is like a password thing. Um, and again, if I enter something else, it will say it does not match. So I have to enter the exact same thing here. Only then it will come up here. Now you might have some catalog items wherein the variables require people to enter sensitive data. At that time you will make sure you create a variable called masked, and if you require something like they need to re-enter so that it's double sure that they what they entered is right, you can enable this use confirmation. Now coming back to use encryption, right? So in any tool you see there are two things to it, client side and server side, right? In my eyes, in front of my eyes, these are encrypted, like I can't see it unless I click on this button show, right? But if there is something called list view, forget about this database server side and everything, this list view is there, right? If I could generate a report on these variables, can I see the exact numbers 1 2 3 4 5, or still want this to be shown as star star star? That requirement is there, right? So encrypting the values even in the database level, when you're trying to access a form or a report or anything, at that time you still want this to be encrypted, then make sure you enable this use encryption checkbox. This needs to be checked. Otherwise what will happen is, here it will be asterisk and all of that, but if you try to generate reports on your variables or anything, it will be coming as 1 2 3 5, whatever you had entered that only will come up. So in order to avoid that, you could make sure that you enable use encryption. So it's all comes under the requirement, and the requirement is provided by the business analyst. But as a developer with your experience, you can tell them that, hey, we have this option, we have that option, right? As a brainstorming session, you could have with the business analyst, and you could help in developing a requirement as well. But ultimately, the requirement comes from the business verticals and sometimes from the end users, which is again reviewed by business and comes to our QS for development. And what are the other variable types we have? All these are explanatory, like yes or no, URL, UI page.
UI page is like there will be already few pages available. You just have to map it, or you can create your own page. So creating your own page requires a lot of scripting and stuff. These requirements comes to you very rarely. Nothing to worry for now. But I'm telling you that when you choose an UI page, you have to choose an UI page. If you do not have an UI page already developed, matching your requirement, you have to develop one and keep it. For now, we have not jumped into that much of scripting. We will go phase by phase, right? Right. This lookup multiple choice lookup select box is nothing but same as your reference and list collector. So in reference, you see it as a search, right? This one will come it as a drop down, and this one is same as list collector, same difference. It is not a search; it will come as a drop down. So that is the difference between lookup multiple choice and lookup select box. Also, you could define like in reference and all. Let us say if you're choosing reference and you could only reference it based on names, right? You can't enter email ID and search it. Whereas when in lookup you can define which column you want to reference. For example, sys underscore user, and my referencing value I can put it as email, right? But generally, if you remember reference, we can type it only name because the display value of user table is name. But here I'm saying that email is the thing that I want to check. Include none, unique values. Instead of insert and stay, I just gave right click save. So what happened is your enter key might have been okay. So ours is enter past users and it comes with a list of all the users I have. I have not defined any filter here. I have said I wanted to, sort it out based on emails. So in user table, you have multiple user records. In there, you have email IDs, right? So their email IDs gets reflected here. So if I change this to lookup select box, it will be like, you have to pick from that. It doesn't, deliberately list down everything right away. Instead, you have to look up from the database. Again, you have a benefit of selecting based on the email IDs, unlike the names. Imagine if I had kept it as a reference. If I had kept it as a reference, what would have happened? I would be seeing Abraham Lincoln, system administrator. I would not be seeing admin at the example.com, right? Now in list lookup select box, I have an privilege or option to look up based on one specific field that I want to, right? I can choose it as building or anything. Since I had chosen it as based on email, I'm seeing the list of email address. Yeah, pretty much, everything has been explained in terms of what are the different variable types we have. And again, if you remember, you worked on this UI policies with tables, right? How do you show an ID? How do you make mandatory? How do you make things read only? Onload checkbox, reverse the false. Exact same ditto, nothing difference. The same you could make utilization in your catalog UI policies, right? And next comes is your catalog client scripts. So to start with, I will explain you what are the different types of catalog client scripts we have. You remember I told you with regard to UI type, UI mobile. Yeah, this has been already explained for this batch on UI policies class. Um, so here you have an option of client script, onload, on change, on submit. Like for example, you want to do some validation when you submit a form. Then
whatever script that you're going to write, you will predefine it saying that, hey, it is a on submit client script. And whatever scripts you want to run at the time of form loading, you will choose it as on load. Again, when a specific value is changed, for example, I am changing, these values. If you want to evaluate few things at that time, I can write that logic inside the script section. So these are the different types of on change, on on change, on load, and on submit client scripts you have. And when you mention on change, you have to tell on change of which variable, right? So it asks you which variable. So you have to say that whenever somebody changes a variable called passkey, at that time you want to validate. Now you could see three checkboxes saying catalog item view, RITM, catalog task, right? So these variables appear in catalog item view right now. That's what you call it as catalog item view. Now the possibility that these variables could appear in your requested item also, right? Requested item. Don't you see? A requested item variables, it appears. So if you want that, if you want some scripting logic to be applied when the variables are visible in RITM, then you will enable this logic for RITM as well. Similarly, once this RITM is approved, you will have something called catalog task generated, and in your task also you will have variables. So if you want your logic to be working upon catalog task also, you will enable this one as well, right? And again, yeah. So these are the different types of client scripts we have. In tomorrow's sessions, we will explain in detail how do you write your client scripts. But otherwise, UI policies, client scripts, introduction, and available for and not available for, categories and catalogs. Coming back to variable sets. Variable sets are nothing but, okay, so let us say I have a variable called request on behalf of, right? So I find this specific variable, uh, I feel that, okay, this specific variable could be used across multiple catalog items, right? Um, so instead of creating the same variable in every single catalog, I can create it at one place and utilize it wherever I want, right? So let us say you have a requirement wherein there is going to be one common variable and there is a potential or possibility for that variable to be used across multiple catalog items. For example, justification, request on behalf of, these are very generic fields, right? There's a possibility that you could reuse these variables at multiple places. At that time, instead of creating a variable and mapping it to a catalog item, you could create a variable set and store all your all your these kind of variables there and utilize them on each of the catalog items you want. For example, let us see what are the existing variable sets I have. So for that, I can click on edit, meaning it's going to show up the list of variable sets that has been automatically created by the system. I see some variable set called standard employee questions. Let me bring this. Let me bring this and I will refresh my form. Okay, nice. So I can see that um, when I added that, I could see there is a variable called who is this request for and a variable called when do you need this, right? So it tells me that there is a variable set called standard employee questions. Under that, I have two variables. One is requested for and another one is needed by. And it has been included in multiple catalog items. Already it was used by 5 catalog items and now we are also using it, right? So when you have requirements such like you could reuse your variables, at that time you could create a variable set like this. And when you let us create a new variable set, right? There is a type called single row variable or multi row variable. Single row variable is nothing but what I showed just now, right? Single row, they keep a name and all of that. Let us see what is a multi row, and with this we'll wrap up for today, and the scripting and everything we'll see up in detail tomorrow. um, So I give a name and automatically a backend name is created on this. So I'll create few variables like name, email, and phone number. Single line text, I'll put an order of 10. I'll put a name, save this. And you can see that the variable set it got mapped to is new user details, right? So these variables are not in the catalog items. Instead, these are stored inside the variable sets. Name, email. I will do an insert and stay. So I'm creating a second variable for this variable set. And I'm going to create a third variable. Everything I'm just using for testing, I'll use it as a single line text. Phone number. Ph underscore num. Insert and stay. Maintain items. What is our catalog? Work desk. So I will jump into this variable set, and here I can see that it was included in work desk furniture. Now let me refresh. You could see the difference between multi-line text and single line, multi-line variable type and single row variable type. So in multi-row variable type, how does it appears is, where is it? I choose the order as 2 so that it appears in the bottom a little. I'll remove the existing variable set that I already have. Okay, it isn't appearing. I'm not sure why. I will check back and revert again. Are these active? Yes, these should be by default. Okay, I'll check this back and probably we'll come back on the tomorrow's session with the explanation of that. But today what we have looked upon is how do you create a catalog item? How do we create variables? What is the use of a single row variable set? We've not yet looked into multi-row variable set, but you remember I showed you the single row variable set and of course UI policy and what are the types of client scripts but not in detail and the accessibility options with regard to available for and not available for. So this is what we have looked up in detail for today. So you try this as a practice session today, and let's connect back again tomorrow. There we will continue part 2 of the catalog items. Right? Any questions so far? All right, guys. I take that as a no, and I will stop the recording. To client script. The same logic of client script that you write in catalog items applies to table as well. The only thing that changes is where are you writing, right? Whether you're writing to a catalog item, then the client script validation and everything applies to a catalog item. If you write it to a table, then it applies to the table form. So to be continuing with what we had yesterday, so today we will see in detail of the client scripts. So the entire session of today will be concentrated only on the client script section. So I go to maintain items. From the list of catalog items, I do Z2A of updated field, and I choose this catalog item, and I go to the related list. I find all of these variables, UI policies, and client scripts. So here I have my catalog client scripts, right? So we will write one example for each of the different types of client scripts. CS represents client script here. Now, when you put it as on load, system automatically populates with a syntax. It says that function on load, and then whatever code you have to write inside of this particular function only. And if you write any code without this function, it will not work. So because we are defining the client script, when this client script has to work, right? So in there, we are saying that we want this to be working only when the form loads. When I click on try it, or when I access the catalog through service portal or any other method, when the form load, right, the moment the form is rendered, at that time you want to check something, or you want to populate something. So there you will use an onload client script. Now when I change it to an on change, so you could see that it brings up a new syntax. So let me walk you through what this syntax is first of all. So on the condition of form loading, you don't have to worry like which field, nothing. Like you're going to concentrate completely on the entire form. Whereas on change of form fields, you have to tell the system which field is it, right? So here you will say that okay, on change of justification details field, on change of on behalf of field, like that you have to define it here. And moreover, if you look at the syntax, so it tells you on change, which is fine, and this one is controlled, right? So you can use this control element, like for example, as you're typing this field, if there is some different characters identified, or some special letters identified at that time. So anything, as and when you're typing, you want to do something, you make use of the element called control. The other one is old value and new value, right? So let us say um, you change the uh, description from hello to, previously it was hello, and then after some time you would remove it and you change it to test. So here old value represents hello, isn't it? And your new value represents test. So if you want to read the old value, then old value. If you want to read the new value, you have to put new value, right? And this is loading parameter identifies whether the form is right now loading or not. So what happens is, what you have to keep in mind is, client scripts run on form loading as well. As in, even though you define it as on change client script, the on change client script also runs on load also. So to avoid that, you need to put an extra parameter like this. If the form is loading, written means it will not proceed to whatever lines of code that we have after line number 4. It will stop right away, right? Also sometimes you might have a requirement that if the new value means like let us say it is test right now, and after that I remove it. It means that what is right now the new value is empty, right? So if the new value is empty also, system does not want to process anything. So if you have a condition, you can add this as well. And in scripting, this pipeline symbol represents this pipeline symbol, right? This represents or condition. This equal to, one equal to represents setting of values. Double equal to represents validation. You're validating something. And, right, and is represented by double ampersand, right? And let us say not equal to is represented by not equal to. Equal to is represented by double equal to. Setting of assignation or setting of value is done by single equal to. Right? So these are the basic stuff. Now let us create a new variable. Let us create a new variable called request type, and then probably we'll introduce drop downs like none and um, personal request or team request. So the name gets automatically populated. Order, I'll put it like 30. I'll put this as select box. Select box means like it's a static select box with drop down fields. So I will say include none. Right click save. The moment I save it and the form reloads, in the related list, I will be able to see options. There's something called options, wherein you can create your own options like, the question choices. So here I will say request for self. Front end name is request for self. Back end name I'll put it as self. Request for team. Okay. And this one I want it to come first, and this one I want to display second. So I'll put it like 100, 120. And finally give it a save. Right click save. Trick onload script. Okay, so let's write an onload script, and I'm choosing onload, and let me give it as UI type is all. So regardless of I access this catalog item from mobile phone or from portal or from native, this script is going to work for me. So whatever script I'm planning to write, I will write it only inside my curly braces. If I write it outside my function, it will not work. Right now, so when the form loads, I don't have to do any validation, right? Because right now only the form is loading. Why do I have to do validation? So probably I can give them an alert saying choose the correct request type, which shall determine um, the appropriate shall determine the correct approvals. So any alert message goes with the syntax alert, parenthesis, open quotes, close quotes. So this can be a single quotes, a double quotes, shouldn't be a problem. So you could see that we have saved it. I'm going to refresh this form. So the moment the form loads, it tells me alert, choose the correct request type, which shall determine blah, 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 right? And I give OK. Now, let us say I have a requirement like this form can be accessed anybody from India, right? But again, there might be a thing like the form is being accessed by admins. People admins as in ServiceNow admin, people who have the role called admin, and form is accessed by non-admins. So I'm saying that if the form is accessed by admin, I'm going to give them a different alert. If the form is accessed by somebody else who's not an admin, I'm going to give them a different alert. So with that being said, so I'm putting up a condition if g underscore user, right? G underscore user is one of the glide APIs, glide form API, with regards to user access. Like anything with regard to user access you want to find, then in client script you will use g underscore user. So I'm putting up a script called g underscore user dot has role admin. Then I'll give them an alert saying admin identified, no approvals required, right? Else I'm going to show this alert. So since I am admin myself, if I log in, I'm going to see only line number 6. I will not see line number 10. So I was telling you that g underscore has g underscore user gets you all the user data elements, right? So you have an element, you have a method called get full name. So what we will do is, okay, what do you think it will come here? So why we put up a quotes is because those are static, like string proper text. So that is why we put it as quotes. But if your alert message is going to have a combination of a dynamic value and a static value, then you will put something like this. So here how it's going to print is system administrator is my display name, right? If you look at here, my display name is system administrator. So system administrator identified as admin, hence no approval required. Varun logs in, so and as long as he's also an admin, it will say Varun identified as admin, hence no approval required, like that. Let me refresh this form. So it says that system administrator identified as admin, hence no approval required. So if you impersonate somebody else who does not have the role admin, for them this will not say, it will go into inside the else loop. For them, this alert message will say. Okay, so first name will give me the logged in person first name, as in for me it's system, and the client data will be showing, like, the form values, and the full name is nothing but what you saw now, and role is the any one specific role that is put inside the parameter. Role exactly is they have only that role, nothing else. Like a person having only one role, which is so and so. That is, I mean, if you have such a validation, then you will put has role exactly. And if you have a list of roles like approval admin, change admin, and ITL user, something, some 4 to 5 bunch of roles, and you want to determine if the logged in person has at least one of these roles, then you would probably use has roles from list, right? And the last one has roles. Has roles is nothing but if that person has any role. See, if in user table, it is not mandatory for somebody to has role, right? They can have role or cannot have role, and catalogs are meant for everybody. So if somebody has at least one role, then you will use the validation has roles. And then user id, it will bring him the for me, system administrator is the full name, system is first name, administrator is last name, and the username is admin, right? So that will be brought in as username, and in user id it will bring my sys id. So these are the top list of user elements that you have. So any doubts with regard to this? With this, we will jump into on-chain, and on-chain you have furthermore where I can explain the other stuffs. Okay, so I will just change to on this to on change. Remove this, put it as on change. Okay, I'm gonna remove this.
So, ma'am, so, ma'am, G user, like G hyphen user is the default table, default instance.
It is a glide
So,
form
glide record
API.
is,
Yeah, glide record is
so what is
called an.
glide record?
Okay, all these are APIs, meaning like the library files that you can access inside of ServiceNow. So glide form is form, right? The word form. It represents that you are in the client side and you're trying to access the fields of the client or the user object or in the client side. You will not be able to put it G underscore form anywhere in business rule or schedule jobs, nowhere. And glide record is a server side API. So in server side scripting, as in background scripts or a schedule job, a business rule, all these places you will use a glide record. And the not just it
Okay,
is a different thing, but it is also um, see here you're trying to access one form, field, variables like that. There you're trying to retrieve a table, do some validations in the table, and try to update a table and all of that, right?
okay. So, how many types of APIs are there? Like in general, like we do use regularly. Like
Okay, so there's more than 20 APIs, but on general you would use being you'll be using some 5 to 6 APIs.
okay. So, what are among them?
One among those major two is glide records,
Yes.
and we have something called glide aggregate. So all these will go in one after the other. Right now, just focus on the glide form, right?
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So here you have your onload client script. I have not deleted or changed it, and here I have given insert and stay. So this is my on change script. So in my on change script, let us evaluate this on change script on request type. Okay. So if new value. So in starting phase it might be difficult for you to remember that it is camel case and all of that. You don't have to write this line by yourself. This line is automatically populated by the system, but it is important for you to understand what this line represents and means, right? So um, as I told you, when you do a request type, right, let us say I want to read the old value, then I will put alert old. My old value is plus. Plus means like a concatenation after that, right? So now if I save this, you can identify that um, I'm going to save this and reload this form. Anytime you change a client script, make sure you reload the form. Only then your changes will be reflected back here. Now we have written an on-change client script such that when we change the request type, right? Okay, so previously we changed it from empty to self, right? So it says old value is empty, nothing, and new value is self. Okay, right. And right now I'm changing from self to team. 1 minute. Actually, um, this old value object is supposed to take you your old value, as in when you switch from self to team. So self is considered as old value and team is considered as new value. Not sure why it's not reflecting, but when you put it as, am I putting it without any character issues. All right. So old value represents, for example, if you're changing from self to team, so self is considered as old value and team is considered as new value. So you have a requirement that, when somebody changes from self to team, so you're saying that, let me put it like this. If new value is equal to what did I say as equal to means validation, right? Equal to team. So I'm gonna give them a right. So I'm validating if the new value that they have chosen is mentioned as team. So in form, it will say that request for team. But if you remember, while creating a drop down, I kept it as a small, backend value as TEAM. For request for self, I kept the backend value as SELF. The reason is because those backend values are the values that will be used in scripting and all of that places. If you write big characters there, it will be difficult, right? So like, I mean, you have to put request for team here also. So that is why the variable backends and the drop down backends, everything, we're trying to keep it short and unique so that it is easy to be called inside of your script. Record it, right? So whenever my on change of request type happens, so the system is going to check if the new value is team. If the new value is team, it's going to print out an info message stating you might require extra approvals. So this is not an alert, it is an info message, right? So it will say right in the form. It will not ask you like an pop up or anything. So here we'll choose it as team. So you could see that it gave us an info message in blue color that you might require extra approvals as this is for team, right? So this is what you call it as an info message. So like this, let me show you what are the other things we have. So you just have to put g underscore form dot and leave it. System is going to give you a lot of options, you have in the system. Like for example, you want you want to change the label to some red color, some show not the mandatory asterisk, but show it in a different fancy colors or something. You could use the option of add decoration. And right now this message came in blue color, right? Because we defined it as add info message. Instead of that, if we gave it as add error message, it will show it in red color. Instead of blue color, it will show it in red color. That is the only difference between add info message and message in red. And then okay, so this add option is there, right? What happens is when you give add option, um, so we are trying to add an option to a variable called request underscore type, comma, the front end name I'm going to give it as not applicable, comma, backend name, let me give it as NA. Okay, so let me save this and show you how it reflects back. Like this, I'll try to demo as much as GForm API's functions we have, so that you understand okay what each one of them represents. Clear messages. Okay, so the moment you write this line, what happens is whatever messages that you have got in the previous, no, even 10 message, one message, it doesn't matter. All the messages gets cleared out. Don't want to keep this because I can't, if I keep this, I will not be able to demo you the first two lines. So for now, I will comment this up. Okay, so clear options is just, just in opposite of add options. Whatever you try to add here, it gets cleared up here. Clear value is like, I'll tell you something. So you have something called get value of request type. Let me take the backend name of any other variables. Backend names are stored in a field called name. Right. Justification details. Glide form dot set value of justification details. Okay, so what we are going to do is, if glide form dot get value of request type equal to self, then forget whatever is in green color, because green colors are commented lines. So I'm writing a fresh script. So I'm saying my system, if my request type, if I'm trying to get the value of request type, if it is found as validated as self equal to represents validation, right? Then I'm going to set my value of justification details as request for self justification below, like this. Okay, else if team, I'll put it as, okay, this I can show you as a typical example with regard to, okay, I've messed up the semicolon. Right, typical example I can show you to how do we utilize get value and set value. Any questions with regard to this these 4 lines? So this get value helps you to get the form value of your request type, and if it has been validated as self, then you're going to set the value of your justification details field with this exact text. Okay, and if that condition does not satisfy, right, this condition does not satisfy, it will directly jump into line number 16. So in 16 we are validating else if my form's value of rec field request type is evaluated is equal to as team, then I'm gonna set my form value field that goes by the name justification details with this text exactly request for team so and so. So I'm going to save this up. So anytime you make a change to your on change client script or any client script, make sure you reload the form, only then the change gets reflected. So I'm putting this request for self. So you could see that the description gets auto set with word called request for self justification below. I'm again setting it to request for team. So you could see that it got reset to something else, right? So this is happening based on your client script. So since we are right now handling with the on change, instead of accessing the form variables like get value of request type, this on change variable type itself is for request type, right? So instead of putting glide form dot get value, you could just use the word new value. So I will replace g underscore form dot get value of request type with new value, right? So new value is the method which is already stored with the value of your request type. So here also I will put it like this. So if I save this, functionality wise it's the same. It will do the same thing for me. right?
But ma'am,
Right.
how can we determine that new value is new value is mapping to this request type field?
Okay, while writing itself, you will know your requirement, right? I mean, for me, I'm going to evaluate the value of the request type at that time. So instead of putting g underscore form dot get value, I would just put it as new value, because anyways I know that this client script is gonna work on change of request type, and my requirement is also validating this request type. So at that time, I'm using the keyword new value. Otherwise, let's say I'm going to evaluate some other field like probably this on behalf of field or RATM numbers list, something like that, then I will have to anyways put g underscore form dot get value of on behalf, g underscore form dot get value of RATM numbers, like that. Since I'm trying to read the value which is nothing but same as what is available in my current on change client script, then I can readily make use of the existing package available, the existing method called new value, right? So this keyword will be helpful for me.
Actually, I couldn't get that one. I
Okay,
didn't
so you're
get that.
trying to understand, when do we know that we can put new value, when do we know that we can put glide form dot get value, right? Is that your
Yes, yes.
question? Okay, now I'll put alert new value and save this imagine. Okay, so right now this on change client script, where am I writing? I'm writing on the change of the field request type, isn't it? So imagine I'm saving this form, and I'm reloading this, and I'm changing this request type to self. Now, what do you think you will get in your alert? Okay, I can demo that to you. Um, okay, look, variable x is equal to glide form dot get value of request type. Okay, variable y is equal to this new value. Okay,
Okay.
now I'll put up an alert message. X is X. Okay, and I'll put up an other alert message. Y is Y. So you know that X is request type and Y is new value, right? What do you think both are going to print? It is going to print X is equal to self, and this is going to print Y is equal to self. It will show the same one. That with that level, are you clear?
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
save this.
Fully connected.
So I'm putting it as self. So it says X is self. Also Y is self, right? But here in the script, if you see, X is nothing but glide form dot get value of, whereas Y is new value. So it means that this glide form dot get value of request type is same as new value. The reason is because what is the key here is, what is the value that you're trying to get? You're trying to get the request type value, which is nothing but the same variable that is used in this particular records client script, right? If I put it as justification details, imagine I put the variable name as justification details here, and I put it as request type here. So this will tell me self or team, whereas this is going to print me a bigger text. Let me save this. Before I could test it, you just look at the script once. So this change script will work only when I try to change my justification details, right? And in place of X, I'm going to print my request type value. In place of Y, I'm going to print my new value, New value is nothing but the justification details value. Now it will work on change of justification. Now you don't have to change this request type. If you change the request type, nothing is going to happen. Why? Because my on change client script will work only when I change the justification details value. So let me change this one. Okay. Anything, I can just type something dummy and I will take my cursor off the screen. So you could see that X is self. From where am I getting the X? X is nothing but the value of the request type, right? And Y is justification. Whatever I print in my justification, that comes up here. So you understood, right? New value represents the value that I entered in this variable name, and get value represents whatever variable name that I have kept it inside.
Yes, ma'am. So for each label, if we want to put some validations, we need to write different client script, or here we will be writing
You
like
have to
variable
write
name. We
different.
can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whenever justification field changes, you want to do some validation, and if whenever request type field changes, you want to do another validation. At that time, you will write different client script, and there you will correctly put, okay, this client script will work only when justification field changes, and new client script you will write like, oh, this will work only when request type changes, like that.
Okay, ma'am. Got it. Got it.
But let us say
Thanks.
you have a requirement, whenever request type changes, at the same time request type has been changed to self. Now you want to evaluate two to three other fields. At that time, in the same script only, first you will evaluate your request type, and if condition satisfied, you will further go proceed to evaluate condition number 2 and 3 within. It all depends on your requirement, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so this is with regard to on change, and I will show you the on submit client script. In on submit, you do not have this option of new value, old value, right? Because that on submit client script shall work only when you click on the button called order now or add to cart. So at that time, what you want to do the validation. Generally, they try to keep and confirm message. Are you sure you want to submit this request, like that? Or else people give a validation that whether such a request is already available in my database, right? Whether this person has already requested a similar request in the past. If so, just abort their action, something like that. So all these will come under on submit client script. But the same glide form g underscore form dot get value, g underscore form dot set value will all be coming there as well, right? So probably we will take a 10 minutes break and we'll connect at 9 o'clock. So 9 to 10, I will show you one example covering up on change, on load, and on submit, a full detailed one. Right? Is that fine?
Yes. Also, I have one more question.
Yes, please.
What is the difference between client script and business script and uh, server script?
Okay. Client
Where
script
do we
is,
use all those three? Yes.
yeah, client side. Business rules, you call it. So that is server side. Client script, one of the examples of client side script, and UI policy, right? UI policy is also a client side script. Business rules are server side script. Scheduled job scripts, those are server side scripts. You have something called script includes, those are server side script. Notification email scripts, those are server side scripts, right? And see, anything apart from client script and UI policies are server side scripts here. Because in client side, there's only two types of script. One is client script and the other one is UI policy. Rest all are considered in server side script. So in client side scripts, you will use the APIs like G underscore form, um, all these g underscore form and g underscore user get elements. In server side script, all other APIs, you will use it in server side scripts like glide records, glide aggregate. There's something called glide aggregate, and current and previous objects. So all these you will use it in server side scripts. Don't worry about server side scripting yet. We'll finish. See, we have already done UI policy, right? Once we finish up client script, you will get a clarity of what is client side. Then if I explain server side, you will have a clarity. And to give it to you very short frame, you are right now sitting on your laptop or your phone or desktop, whatever, and you are accessing a form and you're trying to do a validation based on what I input right now. What I input right now, right? What is not being saved, but what I input right now. You want to do some validations through that, then all this validation can be handled only in client side, right? Because in UI policy, on change of a specific field, you're trying to make another field read only, another field clearing out, all this you're doing, right? So that is in front of your eyes when you're doing some form level changes in one form, which is reflecting on an one field and which is reflecting on an other field. So to give you that way, it's in a short way, so that is what you call it as client side actions, right? This that
Yes,
does this help, this explanation of what is the client side and what is the server side? Anything other than client side, you just right now round it as server side. All right then. So we'll take a 10 minutes break and we'll again rejoin at 9 o'clock. And from there, we will continue with our client scripts.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, guys. I hope everybody's back by now. Yeah. So do we have everybody in the session right now? The recording is on and screen sharing is on, I believe. So let us bring into a requirement that, I'll remove all the ones that are existing available. I'll put it as an on-chain script whenever. Okay. So here is my requirement. Let me write it down first, and then we will see how do we convert that into the script. So when request type changes, check if request is for self. If self, uh, check if request already raised for same person mentioned on behalf. If so, alert and abort submission in the past 6 months. Okay, this is the request type, right? So let us say, you have a catalog item called work desk furniture, and what if people raises multiple requests? There has to be a systematic design such that people do not request for multiple, workstations, right? Because in big organizations, there might be some approval gaps or something, so people would approve it like anything. So it should not be the case. We have to make sure that the same request was not raised by them in the recent past 6 months or 1 year or any time in the recent. So like that we need to keep a validation, let us assume. Anybody have questions with the requirement?
Once again, explain about the requirement.
Okay. So whenever somebody fills up the form, let us say I'm filling it up for Mr. Abel Tutor. Okay. Okay. So let us say I'm filling it up for Lakshmi, um, and then I'm choosing request for self. So if I choose it as request for team, no validation required. But if I choose it as request for self, now my system is going to check, do I have any past request in name of Lakshmi for this particular catalog item, right? For the same catalog item, for the same person Lakshmi, were there any completed or in progress tickets in the past? If so, system is not going to allow me. It's got to say, hey, you have already raised a request for work desk furniture, so you will not be allowed to raise a request for one more furniture, right? Is that clear?
Okay, got
All right. So whenever request type changes, is we're going to first check is whether it is for self or team. If it is for team, understood. Like I might raise a request for some four other team members, that is different. But if I'm raising it for a specific this person, then I will choose it as self, right? So I'll check if new value. Why I'm giving new value here instead of get glide form get value of, because anyways the value I'm going to check here is request type. So I'm using new value instead of this. If you want, I can use it as glide form dot get value of request type as well. Get value of request type is equal to self, then validate if duplicate account, right? Now how do I know that whether somebody has raised a request already or not? So let me submit a case and show it for you. So everything is stored in a table called item.list, which in other means called as requested item tables. If you look at requested item tables also, you will get the data, right? Requested item. But I'm always trying to emphasize on the backend table name because that is what will be useful as a developer. Till now, we have not even submitted any one request also. So we'll go ahead and submit few requests for this one. Oh, we changed this thing as an email type. Order now. So I had already submitted a request for Lakshmi, right? So I have already raised a request for Lakshmi for work desk furniture, and it is not cancelled or cancelled. It is still either open or complete. Let us assume, okay. So in my script, I'm going to validate whether there is already a request, placed on their name. So what will I do is, so in the filters, I will put request dot requested for is Lakshmi, right? And then state is not cancelled. I'm going to consider all the states except for cancel, because somebody's request is cancelled means they did not get the product, right? But somebody's state is completed means they've already received the product. If somebody's state says in progress, it means that it is transit or shipping or something like that. It is a possibility that they are going to get the product. So for this validation, I'm going to rule out or ignore only the cancelled ones. So I will put state is not closed incomplete or and state. Okay, let me put it like this. It's not one of closed, incomplete, or closed, skipped. Okay, and item is work desk, right? I'm going to give it a run. So my script is going to check if I run at least one record. If I get at least one record, it is going to return me duplicate found, and accordingly I will do whatever I want, right? Now, so we are in client script, we have access to look at only the data in client side, right? Meaning whatever form, variables, everything. How can I see a data that is inside a table? This is call it like kind of server side, right? Because right now when I'm on this form, the other table data is all considered as server side script. Because I'm on this form, I can access only the data and information of this form, like okay, the name is Lakshmi, requested for self, the email id is. But apart outside of this form, I will not be able to access anything. So whatever is outside of this form in my eyes right now is all called server side data. It is all stored in some table, right? Now, how do I read my server side data or the table data when I'm sitting in client side itself, right? So that is what we're going to check now. So let us imagine right now you are in a server side script. At that time, what you will do? I'm taking a some script console just to write some syntax. I'm taking a script console. So what I will do is, you remember the glide record we learned on the other day? So where gr tab, you press the tab. So it gives you the syntax. This is for your easy access. But if you want to write it by your own self, so you will put where. I'm right now putting gr. Instead of gr, you can put ritm, a, b, c, d, f, anything you can put. One second. Okay. So instead of gr, I can put any variable object name, not a problem. Okay. And initialization. Initialization means new. And gliding through the records, right? I'm going to glide through the records of a specific table. So I will put up the API called glide record API. And the syntax is that, as you can see, right, it gives you an hint of the syntax. So we're going to put a table name, which is a string. The moment it gets to your brain, it's a string, you have to put quotes. And what is the table name? sc underscore req underscore item, right? Because all the data that we're looking for is right now stored in the table called sc request item. Fine. Now I'm going to put up a filter. Gr.add query of. So as I told you on the other day, you could add, the backend names using this. Like I can put it like this: requested for first query, comma, and then add query request dot requested for, right? So now where is the word request dot requested for is coming? Because if you do right click and copy query, you can identify that it says request dot requested for is so and so, right? Because we kept request for requested for is Lakshmi. Why is it saying a sys Because that particular field is a reference field. Reference fields are always displayed in terms of sys. So the value that you obtain here is sys. So the value here you
So
have your sys. Yes,
in gr.add query, we can put that copy URL, right?
correct. You
The
can put
second
the
line, we
copy or
can completely put, yes, second
exactly.
line.
Yeah, yeah. So this code can be written like this, or we will try to add one query after each other. Okay, and the other one is state. not in is your operand 4 7, not equal to 4, not equal to 7, dot add query cat item, comma. Okay, so this is table, opening up of table. These are all adding filters. After adding all these filters, you have to click the button called run, right? You remember that day I told you? Go, this line represents going to the table. Fine. All these, each filter I'm adding, right? Adding filter number 1, filter number 2, filter number 3. That is all this. Okay. Now, without clicking run, I will not be able to see the desired results. So how do you click on run is gr.query, right? Now I have got the records. I will be able to proceed from this. So now, as the other guy said, instead of putting all of these lines, I can use it a one simple line, which is encoded query. There's a difference between adding query and encoded query. So I'll give ADDE. So it gives me the suggestion. So I'll give enter. Now either in double quotes or single quotes, I can just copy whatever query I got here and paste it up here and finish it up with a semicolon, right? So all these 4 lines is same as this one line. This is a combined query, right? Now, uh, our requirement is that we are not validating if it has 5 records, if it has minimum 3 records, minimum 2 records, nothing. Our validation is, oh, it has, if at least it has only 1 record also, then we need to return as duplicate request found, something like that, right? So there's 2 things you can put. Either you can put if or while. So I don't have to go through each record. Let us say they have 5 requests in the past. I don't have to go through each record. I'm going to check only at least if 1 record available also. I'm not going to allow them to proceed any further. So I will put if gr.next, which represents I have found a next record matching these conditions. Then I will put return a keyword. Keyword is like duplicate request found, right? Finish it up. And finally, I will put return ans like this. Now, okay, I'm writing all these server scripts. So how do I call my server script from client script, right? I cannot write a glide record inside my on-chain client script. So how do I do that? For this, you have something called an API called glide ajax, right? You have an API called glide ajax. So glide ajax helps you to call a server side script from a client side script, right? Okay, so till this, any doubts with uh, how to write a glide record? If this is clear, I can tell you which is the correct place to write a glide record. Right now, I just opened up a canvas for you to write a code, but this is not the right place to write. I'll just copy and show
So
you
here,
where
what
to
is the
put that.
use of 11th line? 11th line, what
If
does
a
it do?
record, okay, if a record exists, right? Validating a condition if a record exists. Like, see, the moment you go to dot next, what happens is it is nothing but literally like hovering onto this record or opening the record. In a general context, I'm saying I'm trying to translate each of our each of our operations against um, okay, I'm trying to you know see, I'm saying that this line is meaning you're going to table. These lines means that you're putting up filters, and this line means you're clicking on the run button, right? Run button. Now, what line number 11 represents is you're either hovering onto the record or you're opening the record. Let's say you're opening the record, okay? And since I had put if, it will open the first record that is available. If I put while, it will open one record after the other, one record after the other. So if I'm opening the record itself means that a record is found. One record is found, right? Now, as I told you, the moment you jump into line number 11, you are opening the record. So you could even print the value of that opened record, as in you can print the number of your request item. So the number backend name is number. So I can print you gr.number. So going forward, any field of this particular record that you want to access, you will go with the keyword, because the object name that we have defined is gr, right? So we will put gr.number. If you put gr.short description, it will print you the short description of this particular RITM. Clear, right?
So what if we don't find any duplicate request?
Okay.
So 10th line will be the output,
So
right?
else ans is equal to, you put something like you leave it as empty, or you just put it like no records found. Okay, let's keep it like this. I'm putting an else, right? This else is, see, you can use your cursor to identify this if ends here. So immediately else means this else represents it's an else to this if. So if this condition not satisfied, it will jump into else. So I'm at the else condition, I'm setting my answer variable to no records found, right? Okay, so I will tell you right now, I will show you in a canvas how to write a script. I will show you where do you exactly write a server side script, that too specifically when calling from a client script. So in under system definition, you have something called script includes, right? When I hover onto that, it says that JavaScript class libraries. I will tell you what is a script include. Script include is a repository of all the codes that you want to keep in the system, either a reusable codes or huge lines of codes like 100 lines, 200 lines of codes. But you wanted it to store in a repository and call that referencing repository somewhere in your script, like an incident table, change table, or catalog form. You just want to call that name, only that much. Uh, Whatever script is stored in that repository, it will be called there. Such a thing is called script include. Now, from where and all you can call your script include? You can call your script include from both client side and from server side. And what is a script include? Script include contains only server siding scripts, meaning you're trying to look at the database, you're trying to do some operations of update, insert, and all of that. So all those are written in script includes, but this server side script can be called from client side also, server side also. I'll repeat again. Script includes is a repository. Repository means storage. Storage of all server side huge or small script, and it can be reusable or one time script, right? It could be anything, but it is basically storage of all server side scripts. And script includes, like you can say SI, yes, script includes, okay. You can call it from both client side and server side. You can call your script include from both side and client server side. So how do you know whether this script include is meant for can be called from client side, and but the other script include can be called from server side is, I will open up any of the recent updated records. And here you have a checkbox called client callable, right? If client callable is checked true, only those are the scripts that can be called from client scripts. You have so many other scripts where it says client callable is false, right? Those scripts cannot be called from client side. Right. So I will write a custom script include. Let's not look at the existing ones. Let us create a new script include. So we will save it as custom catalog utils. The word utils, you try to put it wherever you find it, like a package, something like that. You just give it a name like that. The moment you give a name like this, it automatically see there's a checkbox called this service now has been given as a package with a lot of scripts already given by the system. There will be few scripts, especially script includes like this, which are a large repository. So the ServiceNow vendor does not want us to update these. So what they will do is they will mark the protection policy of the scripts to protected. So these could be updated. See, wherever you say protection policy as read only or protected, see it says protected, right? If I open this, I will not even be able to see what is the script written inside this. I know that there is some script include called dev update tracker you clicks, but I will not even be able to see what is the script written inside this. I'm a developer, but I myself cannot see. The reason is because on top of us developers, there are developers development teams in service now, right? The vendor. So whenever they release a package, they will uh, show few scripts which are hidden, not accessible by even ServiceNow admins. So whichever says production policy is protected can be read and edited or anything done only by the vendors. We cannot touch anything in that. We will not be able to see anything in that, right? And there are few things called read only, right? So you can read what these information are, but you will not be able to do any update to these records. Even though you're an admin, you will not be able to do anything about this. But however, there are other few things that says none, right? So these are editable stuffs. You could edit them. For example, there is something called HRCOE configuration. So these are editable, right? So these things you could read and edit as well. So this is the definitions of the protection policy. Like um, you have to make sure that you do not, as a developer, you do not write a script include with the protection policy as read, read only or protected. What will happen is system will allow you to create a script include or any record with the protection policy as read only or protected. The moment you give a right click and save, you will not be able to edit it yourself itself. You have to reach to the vendor saying, hey, I have mistakenly wrote a script and I kept it as read only, and now I can't edit it. Now they have to come with come for your help, and they have to help you to delete that or do anything from the database. You will not even be able to delete that also. So you'll also have to make sure that you don't write any scripts with protection policy as empty or sorry, with read only or protected. It always has to be empty, because
Instead of contacting them, we can create another one, right? We can create another essay, right?
okay, let us say you have written a logic here, like, show an info message alert, like, because, but while creating, in the starting, we will keep some info message or we will keep some logic. Let us say you no longer require that logic, right? Now you can't deactivate also, you can't modify the script also, you can't do anything. So, as you said, you could only write a script include with a different name. That the existing one that you have created with the protection policy is protected, that name cannot be rechanged, you cannot disable it, you cannot delete it, do nothing about it. So, that name you cannot use it anywhere else. So, if you want, you can create your new script includes with new different names, so that you don't use the existing names. For script includes, it's fine. Let us say I'm going to write a client script with a protection policy, right? At that time, that client script is mapped to that catalog item. It is not like you can call it using the name only. When it is called it will come. No, it will be always working on default, right? Then it is a even more mess. Now if you ask me, how do we know that we're writing in something, um, which is a protected and non-protected, is when the record opens itself it will tell you. Otherwise, out of curiosity, what people used to do is right click, configure, form layout is there, right? So there you have, you will have your protection policy. You have your protection policy, right? So you will think like, oh, protection policy means like admins, non-admins, something like that. And what you will do is you will bring it in the layout. After bringing it in the layout, unknowingly, you might tend to edit this. Right now this is not editable, because there is a property to disable it in the client side, but there are few places where you can edit it. And if you kept it as protected and the moment you save it, you will no longer be able to change it afterwards. So that is a concern. Right. Now I click on new. Now I no longer see something like this is read only or something, right? So I'm good. I can go ahead and create this custom catalog util script include that I want to. So I'll just give a name like custom catalog utils. I'm giving a name like this because I'm planning that going forward, any catalog item I develop and any client script I'm going to create, if it requires a server-side validation or something, I will use this package. Inside this, I can write 200 lines of code, 10 lines of code, 200 lines of code, anything. But I will use this package. I'm planning this in my mind. I'm writing like this. So you could see that it forms a syntax automatically. So the class that is created, right? The script include name is what you call it as a class. The class that is created is custom catalog utils. And whatever functions you want to initialize in, you will write it here. But now this, we want to keep it as a client callable. So I'm going to enable this checkbox. Just watch on the script section to see once I enable this client callable, what happens to my script. I enable this. Let me reload. When I enable this, it will, right? So I have enabled this. You could see that it forms up a different script section, right? So it tells me that yes, the class is custom catalog utils, but this class is going to extend another object called abstract ajax processor. So I will give you an one-line explanation of what this is. So this is going to be a class and you're going to write definitions on your functions and everything. But since we want this to be client callable, we need to make sure this class can access your client side elements as well. For this, ServiceNow has created another script include called abstract ajax processor. In that, everything is written, right? Client callable, callable prefix, blah 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 blah. Everything it has been written. You don't have to worry about anything much. What you have to do is, as a as a concept of your concept of abstraction, you are going to call all the functions that is defined in this abstract ajax processor inside this particular script include. So for that, you don't have to think anything fancy, nothing much. Just you enable this, system will automatically populate that. You don't have to worry. But in point of interview perspective, they will ask, okay, what is abstract ajax process? You have to tell them that, oh, that is another script include, which has functions and methods to access your client side elements. So in our client callable script include, we need to extend and extend that object so that we get that benefits also. It is like a inheritance concept here. Like you inherit the properties and good values of your parents, your forefathers, right? Like that, whatever is the values or methods or functions available in a script include called abstract ajax processor, that will be inherited to my class also, right? In a simpler note, that is the meaning. Now what I have to do is whatever code I have written here, I have to just paste it up here. I will remove the unnecessary this thing. So this I have to return it in my function. So now how am I going to call this function inside my client script? So as I told you, we have a concept of glide ajax, right? Now request type equal to self. Okay, so the syntax goes like this. You could, since it's glide ajax, G for glide and A for ajax, so I'm putting it as GA. Otherwise, you can, you can use any thing you want, like REQ type, any variable name that you want to put, you can put it. It shouldn't be a problem. So here in new glide ajax, I will put the API name. It says global.custom catalog utils, right? And again, here add parameter. So here you will get the function name that you would write it in your script include. So since this is a generic script, what are the data we need right now? You have to identify what are the data we would require dynamically. So requested for is going to be dynamic, and then catalog item is dynamic, right? So here you will put name sysid is nothing but glide form dot get value of on behalf. And what are the other parameters you would require? And then catalog item, cat item, glide form dot get unique value. So it will return the sysid of your catalog item. States other query. Right. So the script include that we have developed right now is this one, and in that we let us say we have a function called um, get duplicate records. Okay, and this let us also add one more parameter called table name. So all these see this REQ item table, this state and all is static regardless of whoever raises the request, right? So but why are we trying to put this in the client script is because we don't want this to be stored in the server side script, because I'm thinking the same script include could be used in environment, right now you're trying to find duplicates in SC request item, right? Tomorrow you want to find duplicates in some other table like an incident table or probably CMDBCI table, something like that. At that time you don't want to uh, create new functions. Instead of that, this existing one function whatever you have, that itself is fine and you could make use of that, right? So for that sake we're trying to put as much as possible inside your client script itself.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Can you please explain from 13th line?
Okay. All right. So you remember you wrote a glide record, we wrote a glide record 10 minutes back, right? Similar now, how do we access that glide record from a client script? From a client script, you need to access some server side data. How do you do that is the question. For that, you have an API called GlideAjax in in ServiceNow instance. GlideAjax helps you to retrieve the server side data want to look at the information of server side data, then GlideAjax will help you, right? Now whatever server side script I have to write it in a script include. Right now we just wrote it, right? We have to write it in a script include. That script include we have to call it here. So what I'm doing in here is whatever API name that I created there, right? So I will put where GA is equal to new GlideAjax of the script include name. So instead of putting GA, you can put any variable object name of your choice. I've just put GA for now. And there you need to see, as I told you, in script include you will have hundreds of functions, right? So my script include can have hundreds of functions, so I need to tell the system, hey, go and look at this function. So I'm going to tell my system, go and look at the syspam function name that goes by the name get duplicate records. So this is my function name, right? So I'm going to give few more filters to it. Like in glide record you have some filters, right? Similar to that you can give more filters, like one filter called syspam table name, syspam name, sysid. So all these names, sysid and all is my own names, like it's like a variable name. But you have to make one thing a constant, that everything starts with the keyword syspam underscore. Okay, so I'm giving like four filters. So after giving four filters, now I'm done. So I have to get the response from this, right? So response I will get it as an XML only. So all your Ajax calling you would get it in XML only. So I'll put get XML of my output. I'll put this is again the name that I randomly give. You can put it as something else. Now, whatever I got, around this output, I will read it inside this my output function. Let me write it first and I'll explain you what each represents. If let us say my returned output says duplicate found, I'm going to give an alert to my system stating duplicate um, request found, request cannot be submitted. In addition to that, we will also clear the values of on behalf. Okay, so okay, now that I have written all of my details here, I will proceed to explain what each of them is capable of. So I'm writing a script include called global dot custom catalog utils. That is my script include name, and inside that I might have hundreds of function. So, but I want to concentrate on one function that goes by the name get duplicate records. This function name is again my own defined name. It is not like a system name or anything. So in there, I'm going to give some queries, like it can be one query, one filter, like see, in when you run up this filter, it is up to you whether you want to put three filters, one filter or anything like that, right? Similarly, in my script, I'm putting, where is my script? I'm putting like how many filters? One, two, three, four. Four filters I'm putting. So the line exactly next to glide ajax with parameter name as syspam name is your function name. Rest all is the parameter names that you develop on your own. And once this is processed in the server side script, you will get an XML output. So that output you have to use it as a callback function. What is a callback function is, instead of deriving the answers right away here, you will put it in a function called my output, and the response that you had received, you will handle it separately as a function. So this is what you call it as a callback function. So you get a response, right? You get a response through in your XML. So in that response, you will get it as an XML only. In XML, if you see, you will see several attributes. If you have noticed the XML of any data, for example, let me show this XML, show XML of this record. You see a lot of attributes, right? Approval is one field, approval set, other different attributes. In that, there will be one attribute called answer, which will store the exact answer, right? So we want to concentrate only on that attribute. So we're reading that attribute from the response we got. If the attribute says duplicate found, then we are going to give an alert message in the client script like this, and we are going to clear the value of on behalf. Why are we right now clearing the value of on behalf? It is because we found that for the same user there was already a request, right? So let us clear this value so that they can raise it for somebody else. Or let us say again they put it as Lakshmi, then same thing will happen. So I will also clear the value of this and clear the value of my request type as well. All right. Now that we have developed the client script, I will show you the completion of our script include. Where is our script include? Okay, here I have my script include. Okay, so remember the function name that we just used it here, get duplicate records, right? So this is the function name. So inside this space, let me comment the existing script to avoid confusion for your end. Okay, so exactly after this abstract Ajax processor line, what you would have to do is you have to put your function name. This is a syntax: function name colon function declaration, right? Open and close curly braces, and then finish it up with a comma. Now, whatever you script you feel it like, you will have to put it here, put it inside this function. Okay. Now, this line understanding is done, right? See, custom catalog utils is this one, custom catalog utils. This function name get duplicate records is get duplicate records. Now, where are you going to bring your this parameter and all is? So here you will put like where name is equal to um, get the parameter of a specific, like this dot get parameter of name society, right? Behalf of. So one is on behalf society, the other one is the catalog item society, right? So I'll put catalog item society. The other one is other query. The other one is table name. Cat name, other query, and then table name is tab name. Okay. Now, either you could, directly put it here like this, or you will just use this as a dynamic. So instead of putting SCREQ item, you will put it as tab name. So what is the tab name that we have obtained from the client script? The tab name that we have obtained is SC underscore request underscore item. So which is a dynamic value. And again, all these query right now we have hard coded it, right? So instead of hard coding, what we can do is gr dot add query of request dot requested for comma behalf of, right? So now you understand why we are trying to bring it like, it is not like we're trying to complicate it, but we are trying to bring it as one dynamic script which can be utilized in several other client script, not just this one, but we could use it in several other client scripts also. So that is why instead of hard coding it, we are keeping it like this. So otherwise, if you want it to be very static, no, I don't want it dynamic, all these exaggeration and all. I want it to be static, but for my work desk calculog. So with regard to work desk, what you would require is only this on behalf. The other things and all you don't require it. because when we are working for Workdesk, we know that we are going to evaluate in SC request item table. Only this one is going to be dynamic. Otherwise, rest all is static. Like we are going to evaluate it against the records where state is not one of this, and catalog item and all of that, right? So if a record exists, it will return answer like this. Else it will return answer like this, right? So what you have to finally, um set as an output is return ans, job done. Okay, so now that we have changed all of these as dynamic, you required only this on behalf of, you don't require the table name or anything. So all these I'll comment this up. Okay, so if you identify, what we're doing is we're going to the script include, we are calling one specific function called get duplicate records for work desk. Let me change my function name correctly here as well. And you are parsing one parameter which is nothing but your on behalf of value. So that you are parsing it in the parameter called spam name, a variable called behalf of your, and you're writing your glide record. So if any one record found, also you're getting this answer as duplicate request found. Let me put the exact same word, else it will say no records found and it will return this, right? Let me save this up. I'll try to put an alert on answer here as well, and I will save this as well so we could do a demo for you. Okay, since we just changed the client script, we got to reload this form. Only then the changes will be reflected. And this script we have written on the change of request type only. So when I put self, only then the script will start evaluating. So it says that duplicate found. Okay, duplicate request found. Request cannot be submitted, right? So if I put it for somebody else other than Lakshmi, I'll put it as IT admin. Request for self. So it says no records found. Did you identify the difference? I can show you in a different way as well. So I'll put Lakshmi name here. Request type as self. So it says that duplicate found RITM. Duplicate found RITM is RITM number 1003. And it says this message again. So you could see that RITM 1003 is on Lakshmi's name. That is the reason. Um, with this demonstration, I will again explain you what the script is so that it gets into your brains. um, we need to evaluate in the database in RITM table that for this user, for whosoever names that we entered here, do I have an open record, right? If I have an open record, then I should give them an alert message and clear out this values of this and clear out the values of both the things. This is my requirement. Now I am in client side, I will not be able to retrieve the data of server side. Now how can I achieve it? I can achieve it through an glide API called glide ajax. Now, how do you write a glide ajax, right? So in your on change client script, so we want this to be evaluated when you change your request type field, right? So in your on change client script, you are checking your field value, whether if it is a self or for team. Only for self you're going to do this. So once it is identified as self, the script from line number 10 to 27 will run. Now what does my script between line number 10 to 27 does is, it goes and looks into a script include called global dot custom catalog utils. So you can see that, it forms an underline, and you do a right click, it says open definition. So the moment I give it, it opens the script include in a new tab. So the API name is global.customCatalogUtils. That is the name that we have given here. And the API that we're calling is a glide ajax. And this is obviously marked as client callable only because of that. If you write here, it is working. Imagine if I uncheck it, it will not work, right? Now I need to get some data from these functions. See, so this is one function, right? Like this I can write 100 functions, like another function called get dddd, something like that. So I can write 100 functions inside this one script include. As I told you, a script include is like a small library. You can have 100 pages inside this book. So but you want to look at only one specific function, right? So you have to tell your client side system which function are you looking for. So the function that we are looking for, the name is get duplicate records for work desk. So we're instructing the client script that, hey, the function name, syspam name is get duplicate records for work desk. So what system will do is, will do a control F here, right? It will find this function, and after finding this function, we are sending one parameter. That one parameter is that there is a we have created one parameter called a name sysid. Like instead of this, I can give anything, right? It is my own defined name. Whereas this one is standard, you should not change it. It is always syspam underscore name only. Whereas the other parameters like filter parameters, it is mandatory that it has to start with the prefix syspam underscore. But after that, you can give whatever you want to, not a problem. So we gave the name as name society, right? In that, what are we parsing? We are parsing the on behalf of form value. The on behalf of form value is a society of this particular person, right? If I put Lakshmi, it is Lakshmi society. Now this data you will get it in your server script using this particular method. There is a method called get parameter of whatever is the parameter name that you defined in your client script. So that parameter will be received, and it will be stored in a variable called bf of. This is like a name you want, you can give it. Now that you have your on behalf of name, so since you know that this function is exclusively for work desk, you know all other filters. What are the other filters? State is not one of, closed incomplete or closed kept, catalog item is work desk, and all of that. What is the other filter that you need who is the requested for, right? That filter alone we are getting it from the client side. Rest all is stored here itself. The who for whom the request is for, that on behalf of variable alone you're getting it from client side, rest all you have. So that you are adding it to your query. Now if I find at least one record, I'm going to set my answer variable. See, I have kept one variable called ans. That answer variable, I'm putting it as duplicate found RITM, and giving the number also, because I'm thinking if I give the number also, it will be even more easier. If I don't find it, I'm going to return it stating that no records found, right? So any questions with how the script include has been written? Okay. So now the answer is processed and the answer is stored in a variable called ans. Any script include, the response you will get it in XML only. I showed you an example of how an XML looks like, right? So it has these value key pairs. Now, so you have parsed this script include name and the function name and the filter parameters. You're gonna get your XML output. So that output, you will decrypt it, or you will dissect the output as an response. So um, see, if I give val here, I have to make sure the same val I give it here, right? It's just my custom name. So whatever is the response, I receive it here, and that response also I will get it to several attributes like answer and output. Like I will get several attributes in the XML. In that, I want to only focus on the attribute called answer. So I will put up a syntax like this. In my response, look at the response XML. In that, there are several document elements. In that document element, there is one attribute called answer. Just find it and store it in my variable called answer. Okay, since both of these says answer, it might be confusing for you. Uh, I'll put it like this, OPP. Okay. So there's an attribute called answer. Whatever value it is found there, just store it in my variable called OPP. Now, if my OPP is not equal to, negation means not equal to, right? This one means negation, which means not equal to. If it is not equal to no records found, it means that record exists, right? If it's not equal to no records found means it is the opposite, which means record exists. So it's going to tell you an alert stating that duplicates request found, request cannot be submitted, and it will print that OPP. OPP is nothing but the RHM number, whatever got printed up, and it is also going to clear out your on behalf of variable and your request type variable. It's the same script, just I just renamed a few things like opp and things so that you don't get confused. Oh, you're also answer, you're also answer, so which answer they are referring to? You should not get confused. That's why I gave it a unique, a different name. Any questions on this? Right, if I give something else, some other names, it will not show me an error. No records found, so it will allow me to submit the request. Now for IT admin, let me do one thing. For IT admin, let me submit a request. So now that I have submitted a request for IT admin, so next time system will not be allowing me to raise another request for IT admin. Let me reload this form. I'll put IT admin request for self. So it says that duplicate record found, right? You cannot be submitted. You understood the difference, right? Any questions with whatever we learned so far? So if you can understand glide record and glide ajax and all these gform APIs, like 50% of the scripting is done. We will also look at another example tomorrow. Only then it will be, it will be stored in your mind. Otherwise, it might pass as a, pass as a cloud. So I will show you another example using both script include and client script tomorrow as well. But today, whatever I have done now, just try to reproduce in your personal instance so that the practice, gets into your muscle memory. Any questions so far? All right, I take that as a no. So we'll get closed for today's session and we'll reconnect again for tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Thanks for joining in. I'll stop recording of the session. And one small thing, like we left it halfway through. So I was talking about variable sets, right? So variable sets, as in you can call a variable set as reusable variables stored inside one box. Like let us say you have a variable set called new user details and you have a lot of information in that. You can store it inside one box and recall it wherever you want, right? In while creating a variable set,
Recording has been started.
yes, it is. So you could see it here, right? It is being recorded, right? So there's two types of variable set. One is single row variable set and the other one is multi-row. What is a single row is? It's nothing but you could create multiple variables and just say that it is a category, right? Whenever probably request a name, request a manager, request a title, um, business requirement. So these four fields might be common for all catalogs, right? Let us say there's a requirement that these four fields are common for all requirements. Now, for each and every catalog, you don't want to recreate the same variables again and again. What you will do? You will create one variable set called requester details common like that, and then inside that whatever variables like four or five variables that you want to create, that you will create. Now, instead of creating this four variables in every other catalog, you are just going to go to this place called variable set in the related list of the catalog items, click on edit, and pick up the existing variable set that you have, right? So this is one purpose of variable set. The other one is you have an thing called multi-row variable set. So the other day in 3 days back last week we saw this. So we created a variable set called new user details, and it was asking what is the type of the variable set. We have to give either single row or multi-row. So we gave it as multi-row. Again, same like whatever we feel, we created multiple variables however we wanted. Now the difference between single row and multi-row is I can do uh, in the service catalog. So this is the multi-row variable set that we created. So you could see the difference right here. It forms like a tabulation, whereas the single row variable set will come like three questions, one beneath the other or left and right, however. But this one multi-row variable set comes like a tabulation, meaning you can add multiple rows of, as the name suggests, you can add multiple rows. Like for example, Abraham, mobile number, ab@123.com, add, right? And this button you could use it to edit any fields that you have incorrectly keyed in, and this one to delete the row, and this one to keep adding as many rows as you can, and it gives you a functionality to add maximum of 50 rows. And if you want to clear out this entire bucket, you click on this button. So I'll give one more row, right? So you understand the difference between how a single row variable set and how a multi-row variable set differs, right? So there could be some requirements wherein they wanted a tabulation structure like this of multiple user data, and they don't want it like in paragraph, they want it like proper organized structure like this. So you can't keep on creating person one, like person one label and person one name, person one phone number, person one email id. You can't create as many as you want, right? It is difficult. So at that time these multi-row variable sets are very handy and helpful. So it will make sure that you just create one set and you could accommodate as many user data as you wish inside that content. Any questions with single row variable set and multi-row variable set? In general context, variable set itself is a reusable variables which can be kept on being called or reused in any catalog item that we want. That is a general concept of variable set. But in that also you have a speciality like single row variable set, multi-row variable set. Single row variable set is a collection of variables, like more than few variables. And when you create it using single row type, it will come like this, one after the other like that. But when you do it as multi-row, it comes like a tabulation. I'll show you. You choose variable set. So when you try to create a new one, it asks you what is this, what you want to create, single row or multi-row. Multi-row will render output like this, single row will render output like this, right? All right. So with this, that one part of the variable set we missed, that also we covered. Now we will again jump into the script includes. To revisit on other day, I think we wrote a logic. I had kept these tabs open for us. We wrote a logic such that when we try to request it for self, the system is gonna validate whether do I have any existing records in RATM table, meaning for the same user, for the same behalf of person. Meaning I have already requested a work desk furniture from through this catalog in the past. So if it is so, it will tell me that no, you already have. If not, it will say no records found. So that we are good to continue, right? So um, we created a client callable script include here, and also we created a um, client script, and we made use of this glide ajax API in order to call the script include. Any questions with specific to this script include and this client script? Let me know if you want me to walk through this one more time. We will do a quick recap or review.
Yes, please do that.
All right. Okay. So script include as in it is like a repository of multiple scripts. You can have one or multiple scripts, and it could be used anywhere you want. Like you could call that. See, script include is like one repository. Whenever you want, you go call, get the data and come back. You go get the data and come back. You don't have to write one big logic everywhere in your business rules or client scripts or other scripting places. Script include plays as a repository of multiple scripts, right? So all these multiple scripts, you could put it one box, and that box you can call it as a class. So, right, inside a class you have several functions. Now I will create a new script include to start with, like training test. Si represents script include. All right. Function of. Just give me a minute. Let me write it and then explain it to you. Okay. When I tried to create a script include, what system did is automatically see. I'm trying to create a script include, right? -1. It's a new record. You can see new record. So I put some name, right? Once I put the name and take my cursor off the screen, it automatically creates an API name. API name is important. This name doesn't matter actually. API name is nothing, complex. Just that it looks at the application name, puts in small case dot the actual name that you suggested for the script include. So that is your API name, and it automatically creates a class for you. And its class is like not inherited from any class or anything. This is a script include normal thing looks like. um, So when you call it a script include, there are two types actually. One is classless, without class, without class. The other one is with class. So if you see here, I wrote a script include. There was one syntax formed, but what I did is I removed all of the script and I just wrote something like function and my function name, whatever I wanted to give. So I use the same. I have to use the same name as my script include, and then whatever parameters I want to parse it in my function, and whatever mathematical operation or anything that I want to do, right? So this I will do it here, and that value I'm going to return it as an answer. So here you don't find anything called class or anything, right? So this is what you call it as without class functions. Now there is also something called with class. So with class is that you will have to define a class and then write on your script. Now what is the difference between without class and with class is, without class serves as only one script. You can't do anything much, just one script. You can't write anything else. You can't It is not like a package of multiple script. It is just one script, because when you write it without class, what happens is your function name should be same as script include name, right? So when function name is same as script include name, can you write more functions? No, you cannot. You can write only one functions in that entire script, right? So the functionality is very limited with regard to without class script include. But when it comes to with class, what happens is you could create more functions as you want. For example, I'll tell you. Let me say my function is also this thing. So as you see here, the syntax goes like this: your function name colon function of, and then whatever parameters you want, right? Let me disable this one. I'm disabling this because without disabling also the other one will work, but to avoid confusion from your side, I'm trying to disable this, right? So I'm writing a script include called TSTT, right? And the moment I take my cursor off there, automatically a syntax gets formed. So now I see that system has automatically created a class for it. So my job is to create as many functions that I want. Let me start with my first function. My first function name is training test SI. This function name does not necessarily needs to be same as your script include. Why? Because this script include has a class, which means that it has a capacity to hold multiple functions. So I can give a unique name to my function, and the syntax goes like this: the function name, and then the function declaration, and the parameters that I'm going to pass. So the parameters I'll say like a comma b. You can put it like anything, like it's just the variable names. I have used alphabets. You could put names or anything that you want of your choice. Again, I'm doing a okay. I'll do x comma y. The reason is because in this place I'm putting up a logic that I'm defining a variable z, and I'm mentioning it as that it is a summation of the two parameters x and y, and it gets written with the value z, right? So I'm going to save this up. Now now I'll tell you how this gets printed and how this gets printed in the backend. I'm going to deactivate it again. Okay, to make it more better, I will give a different name from that. But the names of this script include and that script include nowhere is related, and it can be anything or it can be same also, doesn't matter. Just for your clarity, I'm giving different names so that you don't get confused. Fine. So any type of server-side scripting that you want to validate it, you don't have to put more efforts on writing the logic or anything. You could use the background script place. So how do you navigate to that is you type background, and under system definitions you have something called scripts hyphen background. So you go to that, and here let me show you a few things. GS, right? GS means glide system. So you have few syntax, like you want to print something. So I just put dot print off, and then whatever string that I want to print inside the parenthesis. So it printed me that hello, right? Now let us say variable x is equal to 10, variable y is equal to 20. Now gs dot print of x plus y. Okay, so gs dot print. So it tells me that 30, right? So now you understand what is the functionality of gs printer. So it basically prints in the prints in the background. But if you want this to be stored in the logs table, there's one table called logs table, right? This table called script log statements, and you want some data to be printed here, right? Because so that you could check your logs or something. So if you feel that you want it to be printed in the logs table, what you have to do is gs.log, right? It not only gets printed here, but also here. Let me refresh the screen. Okay, there's multiple records, so it's difficult to find it. So let's do created is a 2a. Okay, so you could see, right? 30 is the value it got printed. However, to be unique, we will put it like this: my returned value of sum is, okay. So I'm putting up a string called my return value of sum, and after that I'm concatenating it with x plus y. So at that time, this plus represents concatenation, this plus represents addition. System might get a confusion. To avoid that confusion, we'll put variable z is equal to x plus y. Okay, now you could get a question like, okay, how come system clearly added this instead of putting 1020? It could have done a concatenation, right? How could system do this? It is because this one is also integer, this one is also integer. That is why system is able to add it. Either otherwise, if I put it like if I put it like in quotes, you could see that it concatenated, like it joined the two numbers 1020. It did not do any addition. The reason is because when I put it as a quotes, systems know that, oh, this is a string. But if I put it without quotes, system knows that, oh, it is an integer, right? So you could find the difference here. So I'll put log, and the value is like this, right? So it says in the background, in your backlog statements that my return value of sum is 30. Whatever you wanted to print, it comes and stores in the logs table. So the difference between keeping it in log and this one is print is like you're just practicing or testing or validating your script, right? At that time you want to see. But log is whenever that script is called. For example, if I put a gs.log here, whenever that script include is called, at that time it will go and get stored in the logs table. So it is easier for you to tomorrow come back and look at the logs. Oh, what happened on the yesterday when this specific script was running. So it will be easier for you to go and have a check through there. Now, right. So this is how your background scripts work. Now, how do we call a script include without any class, just a function from background? Nothing much. You have to call your function name, and the function name expects two parameters, right? So here we are in script, you are expecting two parameters, x and y. So you could possibly put it like 9 comma 2, right? So this is what you call it in your function. So this function you could just store it in a variable testing value. So you store it in a variable and finally print the variable, like whatever is the returned value. So it returns with a value that the value is 11. So which is nothing but you're calling out a function called training test si. So if you look at the word training test si, it is nowhere inside the script. So the moment see something like a function like this, it goes to the script include and looks in the entire script include table. Hey, do I have a script include name called training test si? Yes, system found one. So after finding one, uh, what it does is it goes and keeps this substitutes this parameter 1 and parameter 2 at this place. So now x becomes 9 and y becomes 2. So here we are doing a simple mathematical operation of addition of both the numbers and storing it in a variable called z and returning the value of z, which is nothing but 9 plus 2 is 11. So it gets returned, whatever is the return value is stored in a variable called testing val that you're printing. Any questions right now with how do you use a without class simple function? Like right now this might look like a simple mathematical operation, right? But instead of that you could write a glide record, try to update a record, something like that. Meaning, let me say update my incident, um, so I'll put the incident number. Short description, test description. Okay. So previous example, I showed you that it is a simple mathematical operation, right? So instead of that, now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a script include called update my short incident short description. So there I'm parsing two things. One is my incident number, the other one is my short description value. So what I shall do it here is I will write my glide record. So this is something that we learned two classes before, right? So I'm going to my incident table and putting up a query like first query is number is nothing but x. X is nothing but the incident number, right? Number is x. And then you would obviously find only one record with the same number. So what we are doing is we are going to set the short description of that record is equal to y gr dot update, right? Now you could just mention it as written x plus updated. Okay. So as you see here again, you have a function called update my my incident short description. So inside this, you require two parameters, one and x and y. Again, I'm just putting x and y. Instead of that, you could put like a num short disk whatever. But whatever you're using, you have to make sure you have to follow it in the below also wherever you're calling or referencing it. So instead of doing a simple mathematical operation of x and y, what we're doing is, your logic is different. We're going to incident table and putting up a filter stating my number is nothing but this value, and then running the query. And if I get a next record, then set my gr means the record, right? The record whatever you've received, the record's short description with the value of y that was passed, and then this record needs to be updated. You're putting up a command that updated. So once updated, so you're going to return stating that x is again your number, right? So it will say inc blah 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 updated, the word updated, like it's a string. You could see that it's between the quotes, right? Now let's do this. All right, so I have already in background script, I'm storing a variable called testing val, and then I'm calling a function called this one, and passing two parameters, incident number and test description. So let me keep this incident number also open in another tab. So you could see that previously the short description of this one is different, like SAP material something is there. So I'm gonna do a run. Okay. So these are all like background logs, because you're trying to update the records, there could be few things happening, right? So those are the things you could not worry about it. But whatever we returned that we wanted the system to say the incident number space updated, the keyword, right? So it got printed here. Also, we wanted the record to be updated with a short description. So as you can see, I'm going to my short description. You could see that this inform icon means that somebody has changed the value, meaning it could be system or it could be anybody. For example, let us say I'm keeping this form open, whereas we have, let us say, we have Shushmita accessing the same URL in her laptop, and she's changing the instruction from X to something else. At that time, I have not reloaded by form, right? However, system will show this icon, which means that somebody else is changing the values of this record. So now in this case, while I kept this form open, my background script was updating my short description as test disk, right? So it shows me this different icon. But as you can see, as we expected, the short description got updated here, right? So this is a typical example of you use a class without classless function. But the drawback in here is that you could only use, you could make utilization of the script one function. It could be a big function, it could be a small function, whatever, but just one function. You can't encourage or utilize multiple functions in that. So this is a classless function, right? So now let us get into with class function. Okay. So this one is a with class function. It is not a client callable, it is a with class function, meaning the moment I just gave a name, system created a class, and it was like this. Now inside this I will write my function, but you have to keep few syntaxes in memory. If you want to write a with class function, function name colon function declaration, and then two parameters, three parameters, maximum people put three parameters, or you can even have one parameter or no parameter also, right? Like this. And the syntax for calling it from backend is exactly same, but just that here it is a little different, as in you have to give like this. I'll put it from fast. Variable x is equal to new script include API name dot function name. Your function name is this, right? Function name. Then inside this, whatever parameter you want, you have to put. So here the system is typically expecting two parameters, x comma y. So I'll put it like 22 comma 4, right? So again the same addition for you to understand the syntax first. Now what I shall do is just print of x. So I would be expecting 26 as an answer here. Before that, let me save it, run it. Yeah, so you could see it's 26, right? Let me write another function. Training SI with class multiplication, multi, okay? So what I shall do is, without putting x plus y, I'll put x into y. So here in the function, I will put it as training test SI with class multi. The script include I'm calling is the exact same, global.tester, but just the function that I'm calling is, we have two functions. If you see on the screen, we have two functions now. One is this function, the other one is this function. So instead of first function, I'm calling the second function. So if you run it, you should see a multiplication answer being written. 22 into 4 is 88, right? So like this, you could write
So here, can we call two functions at a time?
no, no. So if you want to call two functions at a time, like addition val, multi val. Okay, so I have to put two variables. Like I mean, with one line of code, I cannot do it. Like I'm creating a new variable called addition val, and in that I'm calling the same script include, but the function here is training test SI with class, and same parameters I'm giving. I can give same or whatever. Okay, it could be anything. So let me put 10 and 4 here. And then I'm putting up a new variable called multival. There I'm using the script include obviously, but function here is different. It says that it is training test SI with class multi. Now let me print addition value. My addition value is same like that. Let me print after that my multiplication value. So you could see that my addition value is 14, my multiplication value is 88. So this one is called the addition script, this one is called the multiplication script. Right? Is that clear? All right. So now, if you just try to compare this one with the script include we created on the other day, right? If you look at this, you forget about the slide record and all, like it might be confusing, right? But basically, okay. So the major difference between this one and this one is, what do you see? What you see is that in server side callable with class function, the parameters are put inside, right? Whatever parameters you want, it is stored inside, whereas here the parameters, each one of them are called by this syntax. I'll repeat again. This one is a client callable script include, right? So the difference between client callable script include with class and the server side callable script include with class is exactly same, except for the way how you bring the parameters. So if you see here, the parameters are called within the function. Okay. Okay, so as I told you, the only difference between a client callable script include and server side script include, it's exactly same. But in terms of script include, it will look a little different in terms of how you're calling a parameter. In server side callable script includes, the parameter is called within the function, function declaration, like x comma y or x comma y comma z, like that. Whereas where if a script include is called from a client side, then it will be processed using this particular syntax, meaning each variable a b c and all, like will have to follow syntax like this dot get parameter of whatever the name that you gave it in your client script. In client script, add param, you kept on giving several names, right? Those names has to come, otherwise it's all the same. Any difference now we have seen? Without class, with class. In with class also two types, client callable, server side callable. So the difference between client callable and server side callable is how you call the parameters. In server side callable, it's easy, like just in function parameters you put it like a comma b or whatever, the names, and pass it easily. But in client callable, just there's one extra step. You have to use a syntax this dot get parameter of whatever is the argument name, right? The parameter name that you gave in your client script, that name you have to use it here. That is the difference. Any questions so far?
So when both the results are same, why do we use two type of callables?
Okay. Let us say you're writing a catalog item, right? We were working on this catalog item. Now, only when the record is submitted, it will go into the server and get stored, right? See, I'm just filling up like whatever I want. I fill it up whatever I want, but it doesn't make sense, right? Only when I save it, it is stored in the system. See, if I'm filling up the form and I have not yet clicked on order now button. Now let us say, Mr. X, let us say you log into your system, will you be able to have an idea what are the details I filled it up? No. Until I submit, it does not get stored anywhere in the table. Only when it gets stored in a table like RITM or any table, you will know, oh, these are the details Lakshmi has entered. So it means that until a data is stored in the server side, you will not have access to the data. Now, before a data is stored in the server side, you want to do some validation before submit. Before when let's say this example only, before submitting the form to the database itself, I want to do a validation whether the same person called system administrator has raised the request for the same catalog anytime in the past. If so, I'm not going to allow them to submit this request, right? At this time, the data is not stored in the database. How do you evaluate? So you have to take the data from the client side, whatever value that you filled, and just cross verify it with the information we already have it in the server, meaning the existing record database. At that time, client callable script includes are important, right? So it all depends based on your requirement.
Yeah, got it.
All right. Now, so I showed you in background script how easy it is to call a server-side callable script include from your background script or any server-side script. So as easy as it is to mention in script, it is easy to call also. Just you put your, the function declaration for new initialization, and then your API name, whatever name that you got, finished up with the parenthesis and put a dot and then function name, and inside the parenthesis it could be one parameter, multi-parameter, maximum of 3 parameters, and then that's a job done. But with coming to client callable script include, you have this extra step of the way that you access the parameter, right? So when the script include itself has this extra parameter, just imagine the client script. So it means that in client script also the steps are high, meaning there is a set of 4 to 5 lines which you have to remember as a part of syntax. But don't try to just memorize, but I will give you explanation. But on a long run, what will happen is it will become like a muscle memory to you, like for loop and all, like in C++, you know the logic, but it comes like a muscle memory, right? You keep on typing that. So like this, so you these few things, like for example glide record, glide ajax, all these common scripts that we use repeatedly, you have to write it so many times that it gets stored in your muscle memory. But it is equally important that you understand them in the starting. So this is the client script that we wrote on the other day. I will explain this again back to you. So what we are doing is we are looking at the request type and we are checking if my request type is self. If it is self, I'm trying to see in my database whether with the same person, for the same person, any request is already raised. Right? In order to do that, what do I require? I do require a glide record and a query stating requested for is my system administrator or whoever's name is there in the field called on behalf. And then I know the catalog item name. I'm going to see if a record exists or not, right? But unfortunately, I cannot write the glide record in client script. So what I will do, I will write it in script include, and whatever script that I need, I'm gonna uh, call it from my client script using a glide ajax. So the syntax for glide ajax is variable object name, any name that you can give, and then initialization of the glide ajax, and then the script include name, and next line is adding first parameter. The first parameter is nothing but a function name, so that will be always by default syspam underscore name. This parameter name you will never change. If you change, it will not work. This is constant. These are like reserved keywords. In other words, you could say that these are reserved keywords for function declarations. And then whatever function name that you wrote it there in the script include, that name you have to give. Next, whatever comes, those are additional parameters. As I told you, you could have, like A, B, C, and all, right? So this one you can keep it like syspam A, syspam B, right? But everything has to start with the keyword syspam underscore. Here we are using only one parameter. Like you're trying to get the form value. In the form, somebody has filled in a value called on underscore behalf, right? On underscore behalf is nothing but is this one. So this value is stored in the parameter called syspam underscore A. And you could also keep as many parameters you want, but for our requirement, we thought this is enough. But I'm trying to say that you could have as many parameters as you want, right? So you're calling the script include and you're suggesting the system, oh, this is the function name, and you're giving one parameter like, oh, this is my client side value. Because without parameter, why do you want to? Yes.
So here on underscore behalf is a backend value of request for request, right?
On underscore behalf is the backend value of my request on behalf of variable.
Yes.
Request on behalf of variable, right? And you could give multiple function if required, or just multiple parameters if required. Like if your requirement is a little more complex or lengthier, you would continue to give more this thing. Right now I'm only validating based on my request on behalf of, right? somebody could uh, somebody could even validate it based on the value you entered here and you value you entered here. So if you want to do a combined validation, you need both the parameters, right? So you have to give add param of syspam x is glide form dot get value of on behalf, and then uh, dot add param of pass users, syspam underscore pass users is glide form dot get value of entry pass users. Like that, you could add multiple parameters as you want. So all these response from the server side, you will get it as only as XMLs. So this XMLs you have to um, decode it and find an returned attribute uh, called answer. So so this you call it as a callback function here. So callback function is nothing but, I mean, you have to put your function name here, and then that processing, right? You're trying to process the value. That processing value, you will write it in a separate script outside this thing. If you see right here, this curly braces got ended up here, and this function name that I just gave it here, that will be returned in separately, and whatever value was received from here, it will be uh, you know uh, considered as a response. So this is again a keyword, standard keyword called response. But this function name, it could be of anything. Here we have just gave it like val, like that. So here we are giving it like a response dot. In response, you're getting the XML, and there you have these document elements. You're getting an attribute called answer. So this is the standard syntax anywhere you go. So once you take it, this will contain the value of the value that you retained from your server side. And if the value is found to be so and so, you're going to do anything, or if your value is something else, you'll do anything. So after getting the value, however you want, you could modify the data and handle it, right? So right now we're just trying to keep an alert and just clearing the value because we've identified that we found that record exists, so we're trying to clear the data. Like this, you could do any type of setting up of the values, or setting any value of the form, anything that you could do. Any questions so far? Any questions with so far with regard to classless function with class logic?
So 30th line is mandatory, right? I mean,
That's right, yeah.
it's the same syntax for every script, right?
Every same syntax to call any script include from a client side.
Yes.
So to jump into scripting, two things you have to practice several times. One is your client record, the other one is your script include. Script include calling from a client script, a client Ajax, right? Besides that, the G underscore form and all, like these are very simple things. Like on the go, it will be easy for you. Just two syntax you'll have to be very thorough of, this syntax and the client record syntax. And this gform dot get value, set value, current dot get value, set value, and all is like some extras. Meaning, those are not like complicated. It is not like a logic or anything. Just those are functions to perform a certain operation.
So do we have any application that says what is the use of each API?
Yes, you mean to say documentation?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I have it. I'll make sure you guys get it by today. You should have received it by Tuesday itself, but yeah, I'll insist the admin again to send that specific documents to you. So guys, let's take a 10 minutes break and we'll all be back by 9:05. Okay, right now it's 8:55. We'll all be back by 9:05. I shall go on mute. Thanks, guys. We'll meet again at 9:05. Started. Like any questions with so far on without class, with class, and in with class again you have two types: server side, client side callable. Any doubts so far? So what we've learned is the script, syntax of it. However, complex logic or simple logic is syntax the same. Just that your further undergoing logic will be different. For example, you want to evaluate two items, three items, or you want to process it in a different table and then retrieve the data. The logic will be different. Um, Based on that, the lines of script and the complexity of the script might increase, but besides the syntax is all the same. So when you start with to be very clear of what is the syntax, you go with simple exercises with simple examples and simple syntax. You do 10, you do 10 different things of the same sort. After that, you could leverage it with complex requirements like evaluating two fields and then subtracting with one, and fetch and identifying this record in a different table. So all these you could go further from there. But so far, any doubts?
Right, all right. So if that is fine, we will go into the actual server side scripting, which is business rule. So if you look at incidents, in incident table, right click configure all, right? So it will tell you what are the components required to build up an application. In the past, we had seen client scripts, UI policies, dictionary entries, right? See, dictionary entries we have seen, client scripts we have seen, on load, on change, on submit, and dictionary entry overrides we have seen, notifications we have seen, UI policies we have seen, and data policies we have seen. So now, in line scripts, you have seen how do we call a server-side scripting as well, which is from GlideHX. So what we need to see right now is script, the actual server-side script called the business rules. So whenever I say business rules, you just translate it with like server-side calling, right? So let's create a new one on the incident table. Business rules applies only to tables, not like catalog forms or anything. Okay. So info message when assignment group is changed. Okay. So this is the name that I'm going to give to my business rule, and my business rule shall run on the table called incident, and when I want to run it, right? So to do that, I have to enable this advanced thing. By default, you have to keep this advanced checkbox enable. So this three things to it. When I want this to be run and what I want to do, right? So when I want this to be run is before a record is updated or after record is updated. So let's give after record is updated. So after a record is updated and whenever satisfying this specific condition. So this specific condition is, I'll say that assignment group changes. So you could see that there are several operators like is assignment group is service desk, assignment group is not service desk, assignment group is empty, is not empty, starts with, ends with, contents, and all of that, right? And you have an option called is dynamic also. It gives you a list of one of your groups. So I have chosen this one. So you have options like it's one of my groups and all of that. So it is nothing but like you might be mapped to like five groups, six groups, right? So if the system identifies that the person whoever changes the assignment group, if they if the system finds that that assignment group change to value is nothing but my group, then it will um, it will process the next set of the script. So like that filter conditions you could put. So in our case, we're saying like whenever it changes basically at that time you want to do. So at that time what you want to do you want to set your field values or you want to set a message or about action? So let us do a set value. um, so let us set the value of follow up to a specific date and time, right? 1 minute. All right. So you might want to set up the field values or you want to give up info message. Like for example, um, assignment group has been updated, right? So if setting up a value is simple, you will make use of this box. But if you wanted to do some complex actions, then you will go ahead with your script section. And also you have an option called abort action. So like you have some requirement wherein when specific condition satisfies, um, you should make sure that that record is not updated, right? So when it is a priority one and people are trying to remove the assigned to field, at that time you have to abort the action. You cannot remove the assigned to field. So at that point of requirements we could make it as abort action true. Okay, I will do that for you now. Priority is critical and assigned to gets changes, and assigned to is empty. So this we will have to do before update, because after the record gets updated, what is the point of aborting an action, right? So before somebody saves the record, that has to be done. So inc p1 empty assignee. Okay. So priority ones are very important tickets, right? So you can reassign it to somebody, that is fine, but you can't leave that as empty. Like even for a fraction of second also you have to, you cannot leave it as empty. If you want to reassign it to a specific individual. Do not like leave the queue empty. So let us say that is a requirement. Then what we can do is we can write a business rule like this: before a record gets updated on the incident table, and as soon as three conditions satisfied, uh, priority is critical one, and assigned to field is being changed, and assigned to has been kept as empty. When these three conditions satisfied, so you can say them a message that you cannot um, empty the assignee value for a p1. Instead you can reassign to specific person and save the record, right? This is the message I'm giving, and I'm also doing an abort action. Let me save this up. So let's take any P1 ticket. Here we have. So previously it is with Beth Angeline. I'm going to remove this up. So it's P1 and assigned to changes, right? That's what I'd given. Assigned to changes. Previously it was Beth Angeline. I'm removing it and I'm trying to save this record. So it basically should give me this info message and also an abort. You cannot empty the assignee value for a P1. Instead, you could reassign it to specific person, save the record, and it says invalid update, right? Meaning it does not save the record. If you refresh the form, you could see that whatever it was previously, it is there, right? Any questions of how this has been handled, this particular requirement? All right. So now, like the message that I got it, right? I got it in blue color. So let us say you have a requirement that no, I don't want to get it in blue color. I want to get it in red color. That cannot be done at this place because this itself says it's a message. It's not like an error message or anything. So what you can do is, instead of utilizing this functionality, you could go to server side script, and here you could put add error message, because error message comes in what color? Red color. Give this error message and let me look at the existing scripts. All right. So, in order to jump into advanced script, you should not abort it right away, because right now we don't want a blue color info message. We wanted a red color error message. So, anyways, we need to jump into advanced script. But in order to jump into advanced script, you can only write it in the script section. But when you keep your abort message right here, what happens is you will not be system will not even look at what is there in the advanced script. It will right away abort this functionality. So in order to this to happen, you have to uncheck this, and in advanced script you will put it as error message so that it comes in red color. And you want to right now abort it, right? So what is the equivalent script translation for aborting is current. Wherever you see a word called current, it means that it represents the current object, current record. And there we are giving a function called set abort action and boolean true. So for this you don't have to worry, you just have to put current dot, and it lists down a list of methods that we have. So it gives you suggestions right away. So it tells you, right, sets a flag to indicate if the next database action is to be aborted. It could be an insert, you're trying to abort an insert action or a deletion action or updation action, whatever. So you have to set a flag true or false, right? It says, see, there also it helps you saying that you have to put a boolean. Boolean means true or false, right? So this will help you out. If you remember, you remember in client script I was telling you gform dot. So anything like glide form, that api is used for client script. Gform dot get value of, gform dot set value of, gform dot clear value, gform dot add option, gform dot add decoration, and all of that. Like that, in business rules it is all about current dot, current dot, current dot, right? So current represents the specific record that you are into. So if you are in the syntax also, if you see current comma previous, right? um, you remember in on change I was telling you old value, new value. Like that, what old value represents is previous value, what new value represents is current value. So that same difference in understanding, you just translate it here. So where in client script if you put old value, here you have to put previous. In client script, wherever you're putting new value, here you have to put current, right? So I'm saving this record. Let me just make sure everything is right. All right. We'll refresh the screen before we could test. Right. This is a critical incident, and I'm removing the assign to saving it. I'm expecting this to show with a red error message, and then it says invalid update, right? And because the save form is not saved, because you have set an about action for this particular updation of record. Now same thing you can do it like before insert also. So before insert, assignment group is empty. So here we are trying to do, before a record is inserted, just want to make sure that any P1 that is created, before creating, we have to make sure that assignment group is not empty. So how do we make sure assignment group is not empty? We will put like whenever assignment group is empty, we're going to say no, you cannot keep an empty assignment group value for a P1, and we will abort the action. They will not be able to create a P1. So in order to create a P1, it is important for them to put the assignment group mandatory, right? So you could bring out actions like this. And I told you an example for insert update, right? So before deletion of a record also, you can just keep some validations, like if this record is so and so, do not delete, abort action you can keep. Or else you could print a log in some logs table, anything like that. That is with regard to insert, update, and delete between before and after. Any doubt with regard to before and after insert, update, and delete?
right? So there is something called asynchronous, right? So what is asynchronous is after update and asynchronous business rules are same. Then what is the difference between after and asynchronous? That after works um, like exactly after a record is updated. Asynchronous is like it will be like slow, it will run slow. Then what is the point of keeping a slow script is because let us say you have an incident. um, so once an incident record is created, you want to send in 100 emails to 100 people, right? So that is a long process, right? So anything that you identify or your process to the system is very long. Both are nothing but one and the same, just that the difference is after update the operation will happen right away in the fraction of second, but async will take like 1 minute or 30 seconds based on the length of the operation. um, if the logic is big enough.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yeah, can you repeat the testing again? Because my internet was slow.
All right. After update and async are same. After update and async are same, except the word suggests, right? Asynchronous means like it is not a concurrent action, but it is like a consequential action, meaning it happens right after an update. Like I see. Like when you will, there will be a requirement that whenever an incident is updated, you want to send 100 emails to 100 specific people. For example, let us say P1, okay? For P1, you wanted to, if there is a P1 and that P1 is related to a desktop, right? Desktop or internet, you want to send an email to all the individual users of the affected location, right? Not like one email, like 100. If there are 1,000 users, you wanted to send 1,000 emails. If there are 2,000 users in user table, you wanted to send 2,000 emails. Because once a P1, see, imagine you are in a company and there are 10,000 employees working in a specific region, Hyderabad region, and there is a P1 created. There is only one ticket created, and there will be some one or two teams governing that incident or working on that incident. There will be only one caller in the incident. Like we cannot encourage like 10,000 people also being the caller, right? So but we know that this issue is kind of affecting this entire building, entire city, something like that. So once that incident is resolved, you have a requirement that you want to send an email to all the active users of that location for which the incident is created. So if you look at incident, there will be a field called location, or probably caller's location. So caller's location is what? Location field is not appearing here, but let us say the company is Acme North America, and it is in a specific region. So we need to identify who are the other peoples, like how many other peoples in the same region we have to send them a email stating that, hi everyone, the issue has been resolved and the system has been restored back to normal. So you are expecting like 10,000 emails or 1,000 emails. That is a large volume, right? At this point, definitely you should not put after update business rule. Instead, you have to put after async business rule. The conditions will be: when to run is the table is incident table, when to run is priority is P1, the state changes to resolve, and categories like laptop issue or any specific network issue. Category is network issue. In advanced script of the business rule, you will give it like you will glide record all the users mapped to this specific company. All the users mapped to this specific company and sharing same location as this incident caller. And you will trigger notifications to them. This is the requirement, imagine. At this time there is an expectation that there could be 1000 emails, 10,000 emails, right? Because and based on the volume of the users you have on the specific location. So at this place it is important to put an async business rule, otherwise there's a possibility that there could be a system slow. Because when you put it as after update, like system will be rushing to do that job. But when you put it as async, system will take its own slow time, meaning it will not take like hours and hours. It will take like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But if you look at the database levels and nodes level, that 2 minutes, 3 minutes also makes a very big difference. So that is a typical use case where you could put a this kind of a async business rule. Should we go ahead and possibly write up this requirement? Status resolved. Category is network, right? So there's a P1 created on a specific location, and that has been resolved. So what you need to do is P1 network resolve email. Okay. So the syntax is same. So the logic is that, see, email to all users sharing same company as the incident caller. All right. What do you need now? You need to go to the table of incident table. So in incident table is the same place where business rule has been written. You need to identify the caller's company. So caller name is nothing but caller ID. So how do you get the caller ID is current dot caller underscore ID. So you don't just require caller ID, but also you require caller ID's company, right? So you go to company field, caller ID dot company, right? Company. So this value will store in a variable called where comp, where comp is equal to my current records, my current incident records, caller ID is company, right? Now what you need to do is you have to go to an user table and look for all the active people who share the same company. For example, in this case the company is Acme North America. We have 143 people, which is a quite a large thing. In North America also we have several locations, right? So let us see what is the location of this guy, Gerard. Okay, so instead of choosing company, let's choose location. That will be, even more better. You have 14. Fine, this looks decent. So current dot caller ID dot location. Okay, now what I need to do is send email to all the users in the user table sharing same location as the incident caller. Now what I need to do is I have to glide record incident table first, sorry, user table first step. So what I can do, variable gr is equal to new glide record of sys
So
underscore.
instead we can say where gr tab, right?
Okay. Okay, is this fine?
Where gr space tab.
Oh, like, yeah, you can put tab the space. Oh, okay, okay, you're saying this one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Right, yeah.
shortcut.
Right, yeah. So we're going to use a table, and in user table, we're putting up a filter like location is this one. Excuse me. Location is this one, and then you are definitely expecting multiple records to be there. So you'll put while, right? So trigger email. So far, any doubts? Okay, now let's see how do we trigger email. So to trigger an email, first of all, we need to create an email. Let's create an email right away. I have to go to notifications under system notification. You have system notification module. Under that you have notifications. So here I'll go ahead and create a new notification. Okay, so this notification is also for the incident table, right? I'll give the same as name as business rule, doesn't matter. And it asks me when you want to send the email, when a record is inserted or updated. So we're saying that, oh, when a what I can directly put it as when a record is inserted or updated, and I can put updated, and I can put whatever filter conditions I kept it here, right? So instead of writing a separate business rule, I can write it right away here. But the problem is, in the same place, I will not be able to send it to 100 peoples, right? Because I need to identify who are the peoples. So because of that requirement, I need to change it as event is fired. Event is fired. This conditions I'll come back again. So we are going to trigger an event from business rule that will in fact trigger a notification. For this, we need to create an event. So how do you create an event is, you have something called event registry. Create a new one on the event registry. An event name. So you'll put it like P1 resolve um, P1 resolve network, right? And this is going to be running on my incident table. So these two, fired by and description, are like for your developer documentation, like for easy access. So we'll put it like via BR means business rule. You paste it up, right, and save this. So this is the new event name that you have created. After creating an event name, refresh your notification form so that it gets reflected in the um, event name drop downs. So I'll just look for P1 resolve network here. So I can find P1 resolve networks. I'm done. And I need to identify who are the recipients, right? Let us hold on this. Let us write the who will contain, what it will contain. So wherever I put like dollar, curly braces and all, those are dynamic fields. Uh, you don't have to worry about that. If you know the backend name, just put dollar, curly braces and put the backend name. If you don't know the backend name, you can go and find it there. Otherwise, the shortcut is to choose it from the right side variables that you have. So in subject, we're saying that the number, incident number, dynamic number, P1 has been resolved. And in body, we're saying that, we're giving the number details, short description details, resolution notes, and you could keep on adding how many ever you want it, which is fine. Now we have defined when to send and what it will contain. Now the biggest question is who will receive it, right? How do we handle this is right now? um, Going to user table, so all these users are the people who are going to receive it, right? Now from okay, see, it says that when to send this, an event is triggered, this when this p1.resolve.network event is triggered. Now who is going to trigger this event? Who's going to trigger is our business rule is going to trigger. So the syntax for that the same is gs.glide system dot event queue, right? It gives you like a syntax how to write that as well. If you see name, which is in string, and then the record, uh, you know name is this name, the name that we created for this event name, comment the record. So the record, if it is incident table, you have to put it as current, but our places it is user table, right? So if it is user table, you have to put gr represents user table and current represents incident table where it was created. Now this event also we created it on incident table. uh, the event also we created on incident table, and notification both we have created on incident table. So we have to put current, because when we put current it represents incident table, because the business rule itself is written on incident table. Now there are two parameters that you could pass in your syntax as part of your syntax: param1 comma param2. So in param1 and param2, you could put anything that you want to. In our case, we're going to put the this user, right? This user's sysid, gr dot sysid. So what is gr dot sysid? It is nothing but this user's sysid, or else since this requirement is about the email, you can put gr dot email also, right? And param 2, you could just leave it empty, or probably for namesake you could put it like gr dot current dot number. Now so the syntax for event is, you put the event name comma the object, the table object. So you could either put it as any glide record object or the table object, but since we wrote the event name and the notification on incident table is here, right? So here represents current. So we put it as current, comma gr.sysid. Gr.sysid is nothing but the sysid of your user record and then the current number, meaning the incident number. So through this, your event will be triggered, which in fact will trigger your notification. Now here you have something called param1 contains recipient, param2 contains recipient, right? So I'm gonna enable this param1 contains recipient. So what happens is, this is my parameter 1, right? So each time it goes inside this loop, that one person society will be passed here. So everybody will be going to send a receive a separate email. So I will enable event param1 contains recipient. So I'm going to save this up. So this one, it is important for me that I put it as async, because it is going to, I know that it is going to trigger probably 100 emails, 10 emails. So there is always a potential of larger processing. So I would use an async business rule instead of an after update business rule here. So let us test this specific functionality. Mm, all right. Let me close all other not required columns.
Let me refresh the form as well. So I'm going to this instant form. I'm going to resolve this. So when we resolve, few fields are definitely mandatory, right? So let's save this up. Right now that we have saved it, so we definitely expect bunch of emails to be triggered. So how do you validate the email? Is go to emails module in the left navigation. Okay, the emails that we are expecting has not been triggered. Let us identify why. Oh, the category should have been resolved. Okay, see, the category should have been network, but this category is hardware. Let us again update the record. Let us reopen this. Priority is P1, status resolved, category is network, all right. So let's put it as network. Save this. Now if I resolve, it should be triggering my email. Saving this. Okay, now that I've saved it, let me refresh my emails again. Okay. So all the subjects of the email should start with the number. That is what we have kept, right? So we could see that 13 other people received this email. These are the 13 other people. You could see that in the recipient's name. And let me click on right click and preview email to see one sample record how the email body is. So the email body is like this: the number, short description, resolution notes, and the additional comments. Right? So you got this requirement. Any doubts in this one?
Can you again explain about the event?
Hmm. So in this specific user requirement, we are trying to combine events, notifications, and business rule, right? So an event can be triggered from any server-side scripts. So once you trigger an event, you can do any server-side actions or else just a notification also. So you create an event on a specific table. So in terms of event table, only two fields are required, important: event name and table. Rest all this fired by and description and all is for developer documentation for easy understanding. So here we created an event called P1 resolve network, and which resides on the table incident. So in notification, we are saying that we need to send an email on incident table whenever a specific event is fired. What is the event? This is my event name, right? Who is going to receive the email? So whatever event is triggered, right, that will have two parameters by default. It could be empty parameters or it could be stored with some value. So in that you have parameter 1, you have parameter 2. With parameter 2, I'm not doing anything. It's just that the parameter 1, I'm stating my system that, hey, parameter 1 contains the recipient, like who should receive it. Okay, this has been checked. And what it will contain, it's just a simple one, like you're trying to bring in the fields of the incident record and populate it here. Now we have a notification defined, we have an event create. Now who is going to trigger your event is the next question. So who's going to trigger my event is, I've written a business rule. Business rule means it's a server side script, like the business rule will run. So we're saying that after update, so after update asynchronously, when these conditions satisfies, process my script. So which condition satisfies? When priority is P1 and state changes to resolve and category is network. At that time alone, what you do is go to user table and put up a filter that identify the people who belongs to my same location, meaning my current records caller ID's location. Same like that, how many other people do I have? Identify them, and there's a possibility that there's going to be more than one record. So put a while loop, and while you identify each one of these records, trigger the event. So the syntax to trigger an event is gs.event object, the table object. So since we have created the event on incident table, we want the object also to be incident. So instead of putting it like incident, you can put it as current, because current itself represents incident table, right? Because this business rule is written on incident table. And then in notification, we said that we are going to send the recipients in parameter 1. So this is parameter 1, this is parameter 2. This parameter 2, I'm sending the incident number, but it's of no, like you can leave it empty also, because anyways we are not using it anywhere else. But parameter 1, we gave information to my system that hey, parameter 1 is going to contain the recipient. So every time, like this while loop will be fired, and which in turn will trigger a notification. I will show you one more thing, event logs. Okay, event logs. So whenever an event is triggered, it will contain, and we'll do filter, created z2a to look at the recent ones. So this is my event name, right? p1.resolve.network. So you could see that 14 events has been triggered, and parameter 1 contains what? The sysid of the sysid of the user record. Second one contains the current dot number, which is nothing but the incidence number. So you could see that parameter 2, everything contains incident numbers. Parameter 1 contains sysids. These sysids are nothing but this user table sysids, meaning specific user records sysid. Like this is able tutors, this is somebody Abraham Lincoln, like that. There are different people, their sysids are these records. So this is a log. Like for example, if at all while demoing it to you, if I find that event was not triggered or something, what I will do is I will just look at my event logs to see whether an event is triggered or not. If there is any issue here, then I will go and debug why my email was not sent and anything. But right now I do not have any issue with my email, so I don't have to check my event logs. But I'm just showing you, in case if you have any issues that it did not process, email did not get processed, you need to understand and identify whether in events table do I have an entry or not. Like, was this first of all even triggered or not? Then you can see whether notification is triggered or not, right? These are consequential actions, one after the other, right? Any doubt?
Once open the business rules script.
Hmm.
So the GR in 12th line and the GR in 7th line are both same, right?
Correct, yeah. So eh, after this line number 7, wherever you say GR, it represents the user record. See, out of my habit, I'm putting the name as GR. You can put it like USS, and but you have to make sure everything it's USS. Right? Any doubts? Your voice is breaking.
No, no
Wait.
more doubts. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so with this, we'll have the session closed for today, and tomorrow we will see query and yeah, we will see query and display business rule, right? So display business rule is something that has to do with client script and stuff. So we'll look at the query business rule and display business rule tomorrow.
Okay, I have one more question.
Yes, please.
So instead of selecting async, what happens if you select update and
It
not
will
update
work.
after?
Okay, you put a S after update, right? It will work absolutely fine,
Yes.
not a problem. But in
Hmm.
this case, we had 10 records, right? But imagine 10,000 records are there. Or imagine 1 lakh records are there in the user table sharing same location. At that time, what will happen is for everybody using ServiceNow, for a fraction of seconds, there will be slow in the system. Like even though you have a good network, the system will be like little slow because the load you give to the system is very high, right? And you're telling the system, you're giving a command to the system, hey, do it right away, right after my update, right? You're not giving that breathing space for the system to process the information. Just saying, hey, I want this right away to happen. So if it is 10 records, absolutely fine. It will not have any problem. But if it is more than 10,000 records, 1 lakh records, it will be a problem. And imagine you are developer one, I'm a different developer, and somebody else is a different developer. You do same like you think that okay, only in my case I have some 10,000 records. Let me put after update only. So you'll do that. And I am getting a different development work on a different table, like problem table. I'm doing same mistake, and somebody else is also doing same mistake. What will happen? They say, right, small mistakes mount up to a mount up as a big one. Like that, these small issues will mount up and it will cause system slowness. So these are best practices, I would say. You got it right, but it will not be a showstopper, like it will not work or it will completely down the system. Nothing. There will be a very small processing slowness, but why would you want to give a chance to that, right? As a part of best practices, also, when you are very certain or very sure that the script is going to take a long time because you're processing multiple records, better to put after async business rule. And it is not urgent, right? You want the update to be happening on the same second. You're okay to wait for like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, right? It is not going to take anything more than 1 minute. Like even if it is 1 lakh records, it will take like 30 seconds, 40 seconds, only that much. But I'm saying that time breathing space at least you have to give to the system. For that, better to put after a sync business rule.
I got it.
All right, yeah. So you guys make sure you practice this complete script include and this partial of business rule, and in all your practice section, make sure that you use a glide record. The more you get habituated with glide record, you will feel confident to handle the system. So glide record and glide ajax, just keep practicing that. And tomorrow we will look at the display business rule and query business rule. With that, business rule should be done.
Also, tell admin to provide the updated PDF.
Sure. Can you just put the message on this WhatsApp, the training group, so that it serves as a reminder to me as well?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So to Rahim's, if people on the other call, I mean on this call, if you look at Rahim's question in the group, so he was saying that he's trying to add the function, still no use or something, right? So if you look at line number 5 in WhatsApp, his screenshot, he has put something like g underscore form dot get value of particular customer, and he's validating the customer. In fact, like he's checking whether the customer is Daniel Zill, right? But if you see in catalog item, usually user field, we will not keep it as single line text. It will always be reference. So when you put it as a reference, what happens is when you try to read the value, it is nothing but the sys I mean, you try to read the sys of the value. It's not like a free text. So here you have a field called on behalf, right? So let me show you when you try to do, you give an alert and try to see that what happens. Okay, so this person is right now system administrator, right? Now what I'm trying to do is, see, there's two way you can run a client script. One is like properly write a client script and put an alert. The other way, like a developer method shortcut, is you use your keyboard shortcuts Control Alt Shift J, right? So JavaScript executor opens up. I will put that as a note for you. Control plus Alt plus Shift plus J. So this opens up JavaScript executor, which helps you run any client side codes, right? So now what I will do is I'll put alert g underscore form dot get value of the backend name of this field is on underscore behalf. Okay, so I'll put on underscore behalf. I can put it like this, so you could see that it shows some 6816 something like that as sys id, right? So if you try to identify what that is, it is nothing but it is a sys id of this specific user record. System administrator, right? I'll show you. So I'm clicking on to the system administrator and I'm jumping into profiles. So you could see that 6816479, right? So it's a sys id of this particular user record. So likewise, you got that only 6816F7, right? Same. Whereas if I try to print request type is a drop down, right? So what is the backend name of request type? req, okay, request underscore type. Let me print that. That will show me proper string like text. Get value of request underscore type. Okay, right now we have the value as none, hence it is showing like this. Let me switch it to like this. Okay, I'm choosing request for self. So now I'll try to print show an alert message of my request type. Now you would see that it is self, but in fact here it says request for self, right? Then what is the difference between request for a self and self is, if you look at this variable has two things. One is front end value, the other one is back end value. What I'm doing is I'm going to this variable, right click, configure variable. Okay, so there I can identify that it is a select box and you have a front end text and a back end value. Front end text we kept it as request for self and back end value we kept it as self, right? So that is why when you try to put an alert, it shows only the back end value, not the front end value. Clear? All right, if this is clear, I'll be able to get into our actual session for today. Any other questions before we get to the actual questions? I will tell you what we are planning to cover today. In business rules, you would have already seen. Okay, let me tell you something. In searching, right, you don't have to type like business space rules and all. If you want to look for business rules, like business rules spelling is like business space rules, right? So you just put es. Es means the ending word of the ending letter of the first word, space, and followed by uh, the second word full text. Full text are just like this. I'm trying to say that in order to search maintain items. Okay, so we used to developers used to put it like this: n space it. It is no shortcut. It is nothing but first word last letter space followed by starting of the second word. Right? I just put n space it. So n represents maintain or anything, any first word finishing up with the letter n, and then the second word starting up with the letter it. So I'll get like this. All right, so I was telling about business rules, right? I'm giving you this explanation because you shouldn't wonder like, okay, she's typing S space rules, how this is coming. So the logic is such that last letter of the first word followed by the second word. So I'm going under system definition business rule. Looking for the recent updated. Okay, so the other day we were discussing about before update, before insert, after insert, and async business rule, right? So there were two other components that we have not yet covered in terms of business rules. That is query business rule, and the other one is display business rule. So let's look into query business rule for today. I have kept few business rules already open in screen. These are developed not by us, but out of box it was already there in the system. So let me explain what this is. So the name they've given for the business rule is user query, and it runs on the table sys underscore user. Let me close everything else. Okay, so it runs on the table sys underscore user, right? So I'll go to sys underscore user dot list first of all. So before querying means like looking at the records, right? So system is telling me that actions nothing is defined. In advanced, system is checking for the first level of condition if the session is interactive. Why this? What is this keyword interactive? Is nothing but there are two ways you could access a record, right? Like probably in an API, like in a web service call, a integration call, you could try to access a record. The other one is like in an interactive session like this, right? In client side, like you sit on a laptop or some system, and then you look at it in the screen, which means that the screen or the session is interactive. So this represents that people are not accessing from web services or anything. People are accessing on the screen, like on client side. That is the meaning of is interactive. All right. And if the logged in person, gs.has role admin means the logged in, the glide session person has the role admin. Admin not, right? Means just the ulta of whatever I said now. Um, the person does not have the role admin, or the person has the role user admin, right? So if you don't have the role admin and you have the role user admin, at that time what happens is people will be able to see the records that are only active is true, which means that you will not be able to see inactive records. So let me filter down like that. Active is equal to false. Okay, now I see one record in the entire system, right? Let me deactivate it two more records. Like I will choose two more records to be deactivated. Show matching. So there are three records, right? Let me impersonate some ITL user. So there's one account called ITL user. This person has proper ITL roles. I will choose this person itself. After choosing this person, I will just refresh or duplicate the screen. You could see that it says no records to display, right? And total records it shows is also 932. And if I filter out the active, you can't see any other records, which means you can't see any false records, like inactive records you can't see. The reason is because of this particular query business rule. Let me turn off this. Okay, I'm disabling this. And then again impersonate the same user. Okay, this one got saved properly. Now I'm going to impersonate the same user. Now I can see these three records, right? So you understand that whatever was stopping is this particular business rule. So with this understanding, I'll tell you again. So what this script is looking for is before you try to access a record, like you're trying to query, right? Query means like looking for or accessing, right, in another language. So before even looking the record, system is evaluating whether the logged in person does not have the role admin, right? The ITL user we chose, right? This guy, this person. This person did not have the role admin, condition satisfied. Or the person has the role user admin. Either one has to satisfy. So this since this person satisfy the first condition, he will be able to satisfy to move into next step, meaning accessing the script. The script tells me what current represents the table that you have defined here. In the current table, they will be able to see only the active query records, right? Only those records they will be able to see. So that is the reason, this person was not able to see not only direct records. Let me tell you in another way. Let me take you to incidents. So right now we are in self-service only because of that we are able to see few fields. Let me switch my list view to default view so that I get access to multiple records. So here there are few records, right? Let me open Bud Richmond and Beth Angeline. What I'm gonna do is disable their records, user records, like their profiles. I'll disable it. Active is false. Okay, just Bud Richmond's profile. I have disabled it. Now I'll do show matching. Now we have this business tool already activated. So I'm gonna impersonate this ITL user guy. Right? Even in the preview of the record, they will not be able. But otherwise, let us assume Bud Richmond, right? So I'll put caller is Bud Richmond. I'll click on the magnifying glass. So I'll put Bud. You can't see any record, right? You can't even try to filter down to the user records. You understand the difference now, right? Since I had this filter already preset as an admin, so after that, after 2 minutes, I impersonate as this lady ITL user. Now, if I refresh, fine. Fine. Even then, if I try to access the record and click on this Bud Richmond profile, I will not be able to see the data because I have a query business rule that is stopping me to look at profile of an disabled person or an inactive person. Now that's fine. That is understood. And also, I'm trying to say that the role of the query business rule is that you can't even look at those records in this search also. Like I can't just if I put Bud Richmond's name also, I will not be able to find it. If I put somebody else's name, like who's active, their names I'll be able to find. So these are the places you generally query, right? Even in filters or anywhere, you will not be able to see those records. So this is a simple thing, right? You can either put it like current dot add query, um, active is false, or email is empty. Okay, I have like say 15 records wherein email is empty. So let me do one thing. Let me change this logic of the script. So I'll put it in a way that email is not empty. Like if somebody is not an admin or anything, they will be able to see the records wherein email is not empty. Okay. Email, comma, operator, not equal to, comma, empty. So I'm changing the logic in such a way that the person who's logged in, if they are not an admin or either if they are a user admin at that time, they should be able to see only the records that are active, also the records wherein email is not equal to empty. Right? Any questions with the new query that we have added? I will switch back to my access. I'm going to save this configuration that we have done.
Email should be filled, right?
Um, Email should not be empty.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that people who are not admins, right? Not, this means not. People who are not admins or either has the role user admin. This represents or, right? This pipeline symbol represents or, and double ampersand represents and. Okay. Yeah, this one represents and.
So here the condition is, did you write the condition or it was out of box condition?
It was already there. So instead of this, you could just, um, you could put it like in conditions. If you could bring it, fine. Like in filter conditions, if you could bring some default, like in user record, if you could bring it, fine. But we are trying to get the access of logged in person, right? This filter condition will be able to fetch only the fields of user table, right? Like active is true, email, phone. So all these fields are uh, relevant to user table. But if you want to identify the person who's trying to access a record, it can be someone else, right? You wanted to check something else other than the fields before evaluating, then you might have to end up putting a condition like this. So if you put a condition like this, what is going to happen is only if condition satisfies, it will go to script section, otherwise it will not go. So your syntax is not fine. So what I'll do is I will put it here so that you can understand the curly braces and everything. So together system is checking if the person does not have the role user admin or the person does not have the role admin. They should have at least one role. If they do not have both the roles, then what will happen is, right? So if you look at this bracket, this entire bracket, before that only this not is there. So you have to imagine in a way that this entire condition returns false, right? Because I'm putting a negation here, a not operator here. So if the screen is interactive and at the same time this entire condition is not satisfied, then followed my script. Now my script, what my script tells me, it tells me that people can satisfying this condition will be able to see only the active queries, active records of this table. This table represents current, and also email is not equal to empty. Only those records I'll be able to see. That is the script we have kept. Okay. So now that we have saved it, I will try to impersonate the ITL user again. I will refresh the screen. So here I'm trying to choose 100 records per row. Okay, so what we will do is we will either change it to encoded query. Active is true and email is not empty. We'll run this and we will copy the encoded query and we're gonna paste it up here. Current dot add encoded query. Right, saving it now. ITL user. I'll try to put a log to understand if this condition is satisfied. Let this get saved. Okay, this condition is satisfied, hence it's going to this thing. All right, so what I did is I removed the complete condition, which means that it's going to apply for admins also. So after removing this condition, I just reloaded the screen. So I'm able to see only one record. The reason is because in query, I have set in a way that add query email is itadminexample.com. So what happens is I'm able to see this person's record only. Now I will restore this condition again. I'm going to save this up. And then let me impersonate this ITL user person. I will refresh the screen again. So I could see that there's only one record being available, right? Reason is because um, we had modified the query such that, show only the records wherein email is itexample.com, itadminexample.com.
So you could modify your condition according to your requirements. So the importance of query business rule is even before the record is fetched from the server, it will do a validation whether the logged in person condition satisfy the condition and all of that. Only after that it will return the output. Right? You could see that impersonation. Okay, I'll tell you why we are not able to do end impersonation. Um, Reason is because so we restricted the privilege of admin to look at other people's account, right? So in order to end impersonation, you have to impersonate to your account. Now you will not have access to your record. So that is the mess up we have done. So the only option right now we have is login.do and re-login again. Okay. Now let's go and change the script as soon as possible. You understood previously why I was not as even an admin I was not able to impersonate. The reason was because I did something like this. Like I removed, if the person is so and so, they will not be able to look at anybody else's record except for this record. So what happened at that time is, as ITL user, I was not able to even see system administrator user, which resulted me that I will not be able to impersonate back to anybody else's account except for this person's account. Right? So we will have to be careful when playing out around with admin access. All right. Any questions with regard to query business rules and what is the use and where do we actually require query business rule? So you have a requirement wherein they're saying that.
Can you please explain about the condition?
Okay, I'm copying this and pasting here because only then you will understand the syntax. GS represents glide system. Okay, using glide system, you could get multiple components like you could get user object, you could get session, you could get glide date and time, anything of the current system values, right? So the GS API gets you everything in that. You're trying to get only the session to see if the session is an interactive session or not, right? What does mean by an is interactive is there is two ways you could access a record generally, right? One is through API integration, web services call and all of that. The other way is like how we are doing right now. Like I'm in the system, I'm interacting with the system, like putting up a filter manually, using keyboards and doing stuff. That is what you call it as an interactive system. System can identify if the records are being seen from web services or from user interaction. How it will happen user interaction is there's one table called transaction logs. Okay, system logs transaction. So there are some people in the market who uses proxy, right? Proxy as in like they will share their credentials, like they will share their credentials with somebody else, and you might be in the US and somebody from Hyderabad could work for you. So at that time you will have to be careful that you should don't share the credential. Instead, if you require some help from somebody from other location, you don't share the credentials of yours, which will be against your company policy. You always connect in a Zoom session or WebEx session and share your control, your machine control to them, and they will be able to operate. I'm trying to tell you why you shouldn't do is because in ServiceNow, anybody who's an admin role can see. Let's say I'm a system administrator, right? My profile is system administrator. My name is system administrator. So I can see from which IP address Lakshmi is logged in. I can look at this IP online. I will be able to find that it is logged in from Chennai and all of that. So if I impersonate, not impersonate, like if I access Rahim's credentials, right? So I will be logging from Chennai using Rahim's credential. If somebody wants to track down, right? So they will just go to transaction, show matching Rahim, and then look at the IP address on online. They will know that, oh, this was logged in from Chennai. There's a difference, right? You shouldn't share your credentials. This is personal instance. You're doing development and all of that, fine. So once you join your organization, if you need any technical help or something, don't share your credentials. Just sit with them in a WebEx and get your help sorted. Okay. Okay. Now I will come back to our query business rule. Why did I jump is because we were talking about is interactive, right? So system knows from the transaction logs. These transaction logs will be actually printed only when people are trying to access the data, like in screen. If it's through web services, some postman, REST API call, and all of that, you will not have transaction logs like this. So system knows which device you're using. Yeah, I think, yeah, it will tell you what are the device that you're using and all of that. IP address, yeah, Windows, right? So and which browser. So all these data is available in the system for anybody to access who has admin role. Like your pure developer also will be able to look at these data. So system also knows whether the session is interactive or not. And when system identifies that session is interactive, and this double ampersand represents and, okay, and this condition, this entire condition. I'm clicking on this bracket parenthesis. You could see that this entire parenthesis is not, right. So this entire condition is not satisfied. At that point, it will run into the script. Otherwise, let us say the condition does not satisfy, it will not even look at what is there inside the script. It will stop right there. Now let us see what is there inside this parenthesis. In parenthesis, I'm telling somebody has a role admin, or this pipeline symbol means or, okay, or the glide system means like glide system logged in person has the role called user admin. So the people have to have one of these roles. If they have,
Yeah.
fine. Hmm.
What is a dot is interactive means what does it mean?
Okay, is interactive is one of the functions of glide system. Let me show you. There are several glide system APIs you have, like gs.getUser, gs.getDate and time, gs.getSession. Like this, you have several APIs. Among them, is interactive is one of the functions that you have. As I told you, is interactive means, I'm repeating this again. Let me know if you don't understand. Okay, it's interactive means like somebody is accessing the system real, like not a bot, not a bot, a real human is accessing. How do you identify whether a bot or a real human? If somebody, I told you, right, when there is a transaction logs available in the system, it means that it is a human doing it. If it is through REST web services, see, without even logging into some screen, you can access few records, isn't it? Through REST API, there are several sources of integrations and all, right? If somebody is trying to fetch that record through that way, it means that it is not interactive. If somebody is sitting on the screen and doing things, like on client side, it means is interactive. Clear? Let me know if there is a question on that. Okay. So we were talking about glide APIs, right? So you can see glide record is one of the API. Glide system means GS. So glide date and time, all these are the APIs. What I can do is, I'll tell you. um, Okay, I will share a few things to you. Um, Generally, if I put it like this, right? If I put it like this, I'm look at the links, kind of links I'm getting. I'm getting service now and non-service now also I might get it, right? Like for example, let me say user access. If I Google search user access, what's Google will give me results. It will be giving me results across any uh, any folders, right? Not specific to ServiceNow. But if you want to read something specific to ServiceNow on user access, what you'll do? You'll put user access space ServiceNow. This is how Google search work, right? Now you have a custom search engine.
which was developed by a web called SN Guru. So these are people like who develop communities. So they developed a custom search engine. I used to bookmark, like if you can see, I have a bookmark of that. What it does is, now the same user access keyword, I will put it here, and you can see that whatever result I obtain, everything is from ServiceNow only. I did not get anything apart from ServiceNow. So it helps you saves time uh, to filter down to the documents that we are looking pertaining to ServiceNow only. What I'll do is I will give this link to you guys in chat. So you just make a. Okay, is my voice not audible now? I could see Rahim's comment saying,
It's audible, but can you post that in WhatsApp group? That link.
sure. For now, I'll just put it in my notepad. Okay, and I'll put it in the WhatsApp group as well. But for now, I have sent it in the um, this go to meeting chat as well. This is one thing I wanted to share, and there's another thing. Um, So you have few communities like this. For example, let us say you have a question now, and what you're doing is you're asking me that question, right? Hey Lakshmi, I have a doubt, and this is not working. So you have a community. In fact, ServiceNow community. There are so many developers like they will answer to your questions. There are WhatsApp groups and all of that, right? Like that, we have a proper community. If you see that this is my community dashboard, I'll send this link also in WhatsApp. I want all of you guys to register in community. What will happen is, going like after 1 month, you require a help in a script. Like you're writing a script and it's not working. Okay, it could be a simple thing or a big thing. Doesn't matter. You just have to detailedly put your question in this community. So you have to post a question, and definitely some or the other people will answer you. Now, coming back to the point of why people are answering is because when each person answers, they will get one credit points. So in ServiceNow, you have a concept of uh, ServiceNow community leaderboard. So ServiceNow recognizes um, people who help other people, right? Okay, this is partner wise leaderboard. But if you watch your LinkedIn properly, like people ask questions right now. Like let's say Rahim asks a question. Why do you think I need to answer? Because I'm your trainer. I'm obliged to answer you, right? But if it's from somebody else, why would I have to spend time to answering them? That is another question, right? So you would have like lakhs and lakhs of questions posted every month on this forum. Like for every day there's nothing less than 50 questions posted on this forum. Like people will be asking like few questions like this. How few proper questions. See, how to hide a submit button, and what is that not mark attribute. Like this, people, if they don't know anything, they will definitely ask here. So somebody is asking how to add a button in the email notification. So if you look at this was posted 1 hour ago, and somebody responded to it 33 minutes ago. Now, why do you think Mukesh is so much interested in answering them? Because he's spending some time in this, right? Is he going to get money? No. What he will get is he will get points. Like if I look at Mukesh profile, you can see that it says Mukesh is a ServiceNow developer and he has 280 points. So what ServiceNow does is, the more the people has points, it will develop a leaderboard. Like people having like 10,000 point, 20,000 points, every year they will be getting goodies from ServiceNow, and they will be highlighted in ServiceNow website. Like, oh, these are our community developers. Right, you get that recognition. So for that, people try to be very active in community portals, and they respond to you. So this suggestion I'm giving you, that in future if you join any WhatsApp group, I'm good. Like there will be people for you to help, if you need some help for free, something like that. Otherwise, also you have community forums, you can ask questions and get your answers, but you can't expect the answers right away, right? It is going to be like a both side help. So you'll have to wait, see, this guy posted 44 minutes ago, you got it like 10 minutes later. It's like that people answer back to your question. So look, this question was posted 1 hour ago and still nobody responded to it. If I know the answer for it, I can respond, and if they give me a thumbs up, I will get 1 point. So this work like this. I have put this community link as well, and yeah, so I would want you to have access to these two things, and of course, developer.servicenow.com. Through that only you logged in this, right? You also have access to lot of documents, developer documents as well. So that will all be really helpful for you. Fine. So we got a little deviated. Let me come back to what we were explaining previously. Yeah. So this is interactive question. Is that answered? Do you have any questions further to that? All right. I take that as a no. So in the meanwhile, I will also tell you what this versions is about, right? So every time you click on something and you save a button, at that time a new versions gets generated. Right now I'm in default update set, like I've not created an update set. Let me change it to tst dev v3.0. So what happened is every time I saved up a record, it created a version. It could be in a default update set or it could be in a proper update set, doesn't matter. If you open up these versions, right, let me open up this one. Okay, when I open up that one, it will have a payload xml. It will tell me, I'm clicking on this place, okay, this xml orange button I'm clicking. So it will tell me what it was originally. Like it will tell me in like xml's the xml parameters. There was a field called description, there was a field called condition wherein this was the value put, and there was a field called script. Inside the script we had current.active query. So all these you will be able to see this here. Like for example, let us say for the same business role 10 developers are working. You don't know like exactly 2 months back who updated this, and based on who's updated and what was the exact configuration change happened, right? So if you want to identify that, you have to look at the versions and identify, okay, what was changed. Now you identify that, like this is the proper version, like uh, 1946, right? The timing is 1946. Right now we are 24. So you identify that, okay, we need, this is the correct version, these are all is like incorrect, we need to switch to this version. So what you have to do is you have to open that record and click on the button called revert to this version. So let me tell you what are the links we have. We have compared to current, show related record, revert to this version. Let me duplicate it. Unpin. Let me duplicate it this 3 times. I will click on first link, compared to current. So it will give me a proper comparison of the code before what was it and now what was it, like that, so that you could evaluate. We disabled it.
No voice from you.
And we currently have it like this, right? So you are able to see the difference in the code using the related link called compared to current. Now you could take an action, as in you want to revert. Revert means what? Like switch back, right? Revert means switch back. You want to revert to this version, or this merge is nothing but like instead of going to this version and instead of going to this version, you want to go to this updated version, right? Like you're changing few fields and then clicking on save merge means
Okay, I have modified few things and together combined I want to have it in my system. At that time I will give save merge. Otherwise, if I want to go to this exact version, I will click on revert to select version, right? And now you have this button called revert to this version. I have already explained you. The moment you click onto it, it will go back to that previous version, nothing much. And if you click on related record, nothing but it will take you to the query business rule, because the name itself says show related record. So the related record is this only, so it will take you to this. Is that clear? Any doubt so far?
So when do we use this query, business query?
Okay, so I have another example. So I told you, right? See, for user table, what was the filter? Only if you're an user admin, you have a role called user admin, or you have a role called admin, ADMIN, which is a super admin role. Only if you have that role, fine. But if you do not have that role, then what are the records you will be able to see? You will be able to see only the records that are active history, right? Current or add active query. What is the use of this query? You're giving instruction to the system that people who do not have either admin or user admin role will not be able to see inactive users records, right? Because in an organization there could be 100 people joining every day and 100 people leaving. Maybe like in a big organization there are possibilities, right? At that time inactive records are going to pile up. Like if you look at last 10 years, there is going to be like 20,000 inactive records. Why would you want to show your users, right, your peer employees, disabled records? Why would they want to track down the existing database, right? In Outlook, will you be able to look at existing people user records? No, right? You will be able to see the people who are only currently part of the organization. Similarly, in ServiceNow also, we want normal people. We want normal people to see only active records, not the inactive records. So the inactive records are only accessible by admins and user admins. So that is the requirement. Is that requirement clear? Like, I mean, business wise, logically, does it sounds right to you?
Yes.
Hmm. Now, same query business rule. I'm showing you an example where they've applied an incident table, right? Now, who do you think should see the incident? Um, let us say, Mr. Mr. John raises an instance stating that, hey, my laptop is not working. Who do you think should have access to? Like I am an ITL user. ITL user is somebody who can work on a ticket, right? I can have access, fine. And apart from that, John can have the access because John is the person who raised the ticket. He can have access, and people assigned to that ticket can have access, and people members of the assignment group can have access, fine. But who else do you think should have access to? Probably John's manager. That much only, right? You don't want to show John's incident or issue related stuff to any other people, isn't it? So let us say that is your requirement. Now, what we are going to do is, this is an existing script. I will just read it out for you what this means. This I'll explain. I'll come back. Hold on. So we're putting a filter on current. Current table is nothing but incident table. Incident table, we're putting that caller ID. Caller underscore ID means nothing but that caller field, right? In incident, you have a field called caller. If you do a right click, you will see that the backend name of that caller field is caller underscore ID. So that caller underscore ID is you. You is there, right? Alphabet U. U is nothing but logged in glide session logged in person's user ID, which is nothing but right now for me it is my sys ID, my user administrator sys ID. This user administrator sys ID, okay? Adding another or condition, either this condition satisfied or opened by. In incident table you have another field called opened by.
opened caller. You have another field called opened by. It is not there in the layout. Let me bring it. Opened by. Okay. So the logged in person should be belonging to the caller field. Otherwise, um, opened by field. Otherwise, there is a field called watch list. You have a field called watch list, right? So if I'm a login person, I should be part of this watch list. I should be part of the watch list, or either I should be the caller, or either I should be the opened by. One of these three conditions should satisfy for me to look at any incident. Right now trying to access incident 55. Okay, I should be Christian, or I should be the opened by is home I system administrator, right? So I should be system administrator, or at least my name should be there in the watch list. One of these three conditions should satisfy, right? Is this line understandable? Line number 8 and 9. If this is so, I will further expand and
Yes.
explain to other lines, right? Now this line will satisfy only for people joining into this thing. Okay, so let us go one line after the other. So first line is, it says for run a function called restrict incidents. This one I can just put it like this also, but I just have to make sure that my function name is also. To think that, oh, this is a keyword called restrict incident, nothing like that. Just I'm writing one script, and I am writing that script in a function name, like I am putting my own frame of function name. I can put it like this also. So same name I have to call it here. Only that difference. It is no keyword or anything. Keep that in mind. So I am calling this function. The moment script executes this one, it will look like this. Control copy, control F, like this. System will automatically do. And whatever is between line number 3 and 11, that will start running. Okay. Now, so whatever is line number between 3 and 12, it will run. Let me look at line number 5. So here it says that you always keep your cursors like this, so that you know this bracket starts here and this bracket ends here. You will know to understand the logic. So it checks whether the glide session logged in person has a role called ITIL not, right? So this entire sentence opposite, meaning the logged in person has role ITL is false. Okay, if the logged in person does not have an ITL role, and at the same time the person does not has a role called SN underscore incident role. So there's another role called SN underscore incident read. So if somebody does not have this role, and they also do not have this role, and system identifies that the logged in session is an interactive session, it's not like a web service or anything, at that time whatever is there in this line number 5, sorry, 6 to 11 will execute. Clear? Line number 5 is clear, right? Any questions on line number 5? Okay, I take that as a no. Now you have something on line number 7. So this line number 7 is nothing but, like, when you hover, if you see an underline, so what you have to do is you have to do a right click. You will see show documentation, or either you will see something called open definition. If you see open definition, it means that it is a script include, and that link will take you to script include inside the service now. But this one, if I click here, it says show documentation. So as I told you, we have several glide APIs, right? GS is one of the glide API. It's a glide session API. Like that, you have an API called glide plugin manager. You don't have to worry about these things. Glide plugin manager and all will come only in out of box scripts. You would not have real time use cases to use like this. So what this checks is, uh, there are several plugins. Do I have a plugin name called com.snc underscore spm, which is active, and at the same time, does the logged in person has a role service viewer? If it is so, return means like don't put any filter. That's all, I'm good. If not, if this condition is not satisfied, what it will do, it will go to next number, line number 9. In 9, instead of the name variable called u, it is just populating, it is just getting and storing the variable view with the value of the logged in person sys id. After getting that, system is restricting the filter that
uh, current represents instance table. Instance table, putting up a filter, adding a query. Caller ID is this logged in person, or condition opened by is logged in person, again an or condition. Watch list contains, right? Because watch list is some field you could add more people, like I can keep on adding 100 people also here, right? So contains, the keyword called contains, so only those records people will be able to see,
Here
right?
dot represented or in 10th line.
No, dot does not represents or. This or condition keyword is there, right? That only represents or. So this is like a concatenation. See, I told you add query, add encoded query, you remember? Add
Yes,
query means you put one filter, add encoded query means you do a right click and copy query. So this particular concatenation of query is an alternative to encoded query. So this one is an alternative to encoded query. So either you can put encoded query or you could develop a script like this. With regard to ServiceNow, anywhere, like if you want to look at the syntax or anything, you don't have to worry. You just have to have the knowledge of identify the reference script, so that you know, okay, the script is called where, and you will be able to derive the syntax from that, right? So coming back to this plugin, so when I'm explaining this plugin, let me tell you, um, left navigation, you remember I was telling you how to activate a plugin and all of that. So similar to how a field has a front end name and a back end name, plugins also have a front end name and back end name. Anything you see in ServiceNow has a front end name and back end name. So the back end name of the plugin is com.snc.spm. Let us look at the front end name. The front end name I assume is based on the comments. SPM Premium plugin. Let it load. We'll do a search here. Right? I can filter down based on the backend name that I know also. So I had put com.snc.spm. So it tells me that, okay. So there is several plugins with this matching keywords. So com.snc.spm.content, no, this I can't take. Yeah, com.snc.spm.content. This is the plugin. So front end name is like um, service portfolio management taxonomy content pack, but the backend name is com.snc.spm. Right, and again, like other day I told you, you will be able to categorize it based on to understand whether this is a free plugin or a paid plugin, like that. In personal instances, even paid plugins you could activate it, not a problem, it will not cost you any charge. You can explore the functionalities of the paid plugins also. In personal instances, it's not going to cost you any charge. But in company instance, in production, as I told you, every company has instances, like for example, if you belong to a company called technoscript, okay. Imagine your company name is technoscript, so they will have instance like technoscript.servicenow.com. This will possibly be their production instance. Like that, they will have technoscript dev.servicenow.com, technoscript stage.servicenow.com. So ServiceNow also knows which is a production instance and which is sub production instances. So for production instance, if you activate the plugin, they will charge you. Charge you means like they will not ask you, hey, pay this money, nothing. Every year there is a license revision cycle, right? It is not visible to your eyes as a developer, but management teams know. When they send billing every month, people send billing, or quarterly or annually, at that time they will run a report to see how many paid plugins are being activated, and accordingly they will put it in the bill. It's like a postpaid. You will know only after activating, that too after several months when they generate a bill. So I'm trying to tell you that if you want to explore any plugins, you can do it in personal instance. Otherwise, you can do it in company sub-production instances. But before you do it in production instances, know the business understanding logic and ask them, are you sure you want to do it, right? And give your management that this is a cost included plugin. And if they ask you how much is the cost, we do not have visibility to it. There will be product managers for that. They will take care of it. But just as a developer, you have to let your client know that this is a cost incurred, right? So any questions with this, with this thing? If not, we will get into the next topic, display business rule. All right. So can I take that as no questions on this? All right. So let's all take a 10 minutes break and we'll meet again at 9:20, right? So try to be back by 9:15 or maximum by 9:20. So we'll resume the session with display business rule at 9:20. So display business rule is this one, right? This one. So once you choose display, the other options gets hidden. So I will explain in detail query display business rule and also some parts of the ACLs today. So that is the agenda for today's session. All right, guys. So I will go on mute and we'll all visit back in another 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm back. All right, so let's get started with the display business rule. Display when condition is display. Okay, so these examples are not really helpful. I will give you an example. Okay, so let us assume you have a field called category inside this layout, right? Let me remove it from the layout. So I'm removing the field category from the layout and saving it in incident form. Okay, now I have a requirement that I don't want to show the incident category field to the user, but however, I want to do some validations. Like for example, let us assume my requirement is that if category is inquiry or help, I want to set my subcategory as disk. Let us assume, okay. This is the requirement. Now, if I just put Control Alt Shift J and put like a variable x is equal to glide form dot get value of category, I will not be able to get it. Reason is because I'm trying to run this and okay, sorry. I have to put alert x. So in the variable called x, I'm storing the value of my category and I'm showing a pop-up of the alert message with the value that I obtained in the stored variable x. Right, what do I get? I get empty, right? The reason is because if you look at incident table 55, record number 55, if you look at incident number 55, I can see category as inquiry or help. But why am I not able to see it? When I run it, it says empty. The reason is because in the client side, in the form, it is not available, right? That is why you're not able to see it. So let us say on form, you don't have a value, but however, you want to fetch it from the server and bring it to the client. At that time, what we would do is display br category. Okay, let me put my name as like that and choose the table as incident advanced true display business rule, and what I will do is variable x is equal to current dot category. Okay, so I'll put g underscore scratch pad dot catig is equal to, okay, so I'll tell you what this g underscore scratchpad variable does. So g underscore scratchpad is a variable which will help you to fetch the data from server side and access the data in the client side, right? But you will not require scratchpad variables all the time. Only if you have a requirement that you don't see a value in the form in the client side, you don't see it, but for some reason you want to validate it, but at the same time you don't want to show it to the people, but you want to validate it. At that time, what you will do is you will retrieve the data from the server. From the server means like from the backend means like business rule, right? Because these business rules are server side functions. From the database server or the table, you will retrieve the data. While retrieving, you will store it in a variable like variable x, like that, y, like that, and access the data in your client script. Now, if you put where x is equal to current dot category, and in client side, if your client side, if you put x, you will not get it. You need to store the variable as a scratchpad variable. This is the syntax. 1 minute. Okay. So you not just put it up in a normal script, you have to declare it in a scratchpad variable. So now let me show you how do you bring this. So instead of putting glide form dot get value of category, I will put g underscore scratchpad dot category. So let me say stuff. Okay, now I shall open up my JavaScript executor, and do you see? I can see the value called inquiry, right? Because this incidence, the value is inquiry double five, right? Ticket number double five. The category value is inquiry or help. Backend value of inquiry or help is nothing but inquiry, And instead of accessing, like in client script, if you see, always we used to put g underscore form dot get value of, right? That will work only if system can see that the client side. But what we did is we removed it from the layout, right? When we removed it from the layout, system will not be able to see. Then what is the other option? The other um, glide ajax, right? If you want to fetch your data from server side, there's two options. One is glide ajax, which we've already learned about. But if we want only specific field, I don't want to process any information, I just need that in that one piece of information from the same form, then what you have to do is just declare a scratchpad variable in your display business rule, and that same variable name you have to put it in the client side. So once you put it, you will be able to read the data, right? On a nutshell, to tell you, display business rule actually runs whenever a form is displayed from the server to the client side. From server, whenever a form is displayed to a client side, it will run. And the benefit of this is you could make utilization of your g underscore scratchpad variables, so that the fields that are not accessible in the client side from the same form, that can be stored in a scratchpad variable and then later called upon in the client script as per your requirement. So this is a typical example of using it. Now I just had put it in JavaScript executor, right? Let me put it in client script. For testing, I just showed it in JavaScript executor, but in real requirements, you will put it in client script only. Fetch server data from incident form. On load. Save it. So after saving this, I will refresh the form. Reload form. So it says that inquiry is the category applied, right? So x is g underscore scratchpad dot category categ, that is nothing but the scratchpad variable that I defined here, which stores the value of the current forms category. Any doubts? So this is the use case, typical simple use case for the display BR. Any doubts, guys? All right. So I will disable this because I don't want to see a alert every time I load the form. Now let's get into ACLs. So any question so far with query business rule to the display business rule? Nothing, right? So we will go into ACLs. Let us look at the ACLs of ACL. The word ACL represents access control list, right? So list of configurations that you have defined to control the access of people across tables, across fields. Like for example, I can define access control for this entire record. Hey, you should not see this record at all. Like that I can define. Or else I can put only this field should not be seen, other fields and all can be seen. Like that I can put it. So now let us try to identify the ACLs that we already have in an incident table. Okay, configure security rules. And you have all the ACLs. I'm taking one sample ACL we have. When I open this, it is read only, right? So the read only reason is because I need a security admin role. So I will get the security admin role only if I elevate my profile to security admin check and then OK. After that, if I refresh any of the ACLs, at that time I will be able to edit them. Okay. So this one is a record ACL, right? And write means like editing of a table. For example, you have you can read the data of the form, right? Handled by read ACL. You are editing description, you're editing description and all, right? It is handled by write ACL. And sometimes like the level of access or restrictions for people to delete a record, probably an incident record also, let's say. So like that, you have ACLs for every single, typically so you have something called incident dot none, incident dot star, incident dot, let's say, short description, right? So these are the different types of ACLs. What these means is incident dot none means that like the entire record, but incident dot stars means the entire fields of the record. Incident or short description is a specific field of the record, right? So you could see that incident dot none, and you can choose incident dot star. Otherwise, you can choose a field, like a short description or any field of the particular instance. This of the star represents. This was a specific field, right? So I will just put up a read ACL and I will say incident dot none, which means a table level ACL. Okay. Advanced enable. Admin override true. What does admin override is? Whatever logic or restriction I'm giving does not applies to admin. Right? I might have written a logic that if a logged in person is assigned only, then you'll be able to see. I might have written any restriction, but fine. But for admin, this will not apply. Admin can see everything. So if you have such a requirement, you will always enable admin override true. But if you want the restriction to be applied even for admin, I mean, it doesn't matter you're an admin or not. If you don't satisfy this condition, you cannot see this record. If you have such a requirement, you have to uncheck this. Since we're testing, we'll just check this one. We'll have this checked, and then we will put it like if um, current dot opened by is not equal to gs dot get user. Answer is equal to false, right? So let me save this. The moment I save it, what will happen is this required roles will automatically be populated with a role called um, SNC underscore internal. If I had given any existing roles, fine. But if I don't give any roles, system will try to populate and role. Otherwise, what you need to make sure is the condition follows like this: whatever roles you have defined here, that should be matched, and then the condition should be matched, and then the script should be matched. So this plus this plus this. Here we have not given anything, fine. Here also we have not given anything, fine. So finally system will look for the script only. Now, if anybody apart from admin, because this logic will not apply to admin, fine, right? If anybody not an admin tries to access a record wherein they are not opened by, like it was opened by somebody else, then they will not be able to see the record. It will return false, right? So as I told you that incident.none on read table, right? Read ACL. Let me check how many such ACLs for incident table. So I'm going typing ACL. So I'm going to this module, and in filter condition I'll put incident show matching read. So I will only for many ACL we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 ACLs we have, right? So what does a ACL means? Like it is a key to your room. Um, like let us say you have it's like a main door, okay? Incident.none is like your main entrance door. Let us assume that you have 5 keys to one lock. There's one lock put on your gate, main gate. It has 5 keys. So you might having a special key, and your father might have a different key, your mother might have a different key, but surprisingly all these keys, if let us say ACLs.
Hello, your voice is getting stuck from last 20 minutes. It's like ups and downs.
Right. So uh, table there is one ACL like this, and this now machine learning admin or machine learning report user, then you will have access to read the records. You need this key, or else if you satisfy this condition represents that approval role, then you can see the incident. So this condition should satisfy. If you don't have access to this, at least this don't even have this report user and that we have written. Um, this will come back to the last, and we're saying that some
Hi, your screen is completely blank. From last past 20 minutes, we are unable to hear your voice completely.
Can't hear anything, Lakshmi. I am not able to hear anything.
Also, please explain ACL once again because
so you need to
it
satisfy
was
this condition at
probably.
least in order to see. It's not like accessing key, it is like denying access kind of. Yeah, tell me.
Can you again
Was there
explain
a
the ACL?
question?
Yes, please. Please explain.
Oh,
Because we were not able to listen to you properly. The
sure,
screen is
sure, sure.
blank. Yeah.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I got it. I just now see the message. Fine. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes.
You need fine. So whatever is there's only one lock. One lock is like access to the main door. But you have 10 fancy keys. Like on one key it is written as maid, and another key it is written as and another is written as house owner or mom. Another key is written as dad. The other key it is written as son. You need not be a man, you need not be a maid, or you need not be a watchman. Anything is fine. You at least have one of these five keys. You will have access to the record. So as I showed you in this place, in order to access as in read the incident data, there are six keys available in the system right now. Actually, originally only five were there, and one we created. There were five keys available. You satisfy the condition of these keys. Like you should be either a mom or a man or a maid in order to access the main, like like that. So this says that you need to either have one of these two roles, report user or ML admin. Then you will be able to access the table. Okay? Then you don't. This means or current.caller ID is logged in person, or current.watchlist contains, index of means contains, right? Watchlist is a multi-value field. It can contain any number of users. In that one of the users, your name should be there. If you satisfy this condition, then somebody has a role called incident read, they should have access. So of keys, you have access to at least one, right? Then only you can see the incident. Now, in order to test, we need to find a user who does not satisfy into any of these conditions. It is difficult to find a user, right? So disable for testing. I will disable all other ACLs except for my ACL. I'm in actual requirement you can have 10 ACL, 20 ACL, but for just for testing I'm showing you with one ACL so that you understand. Like we can switch back and show you what is happening. So this is the active ACL that I have. Rest all is disabled, right? Let me see what is this active ACL. So this tells me that this incident record when current by opened by MS this thing. So I'll put else answer is equal to true. All right. So it tells me that if opened by person is not same as logged in person, then they will not have access. Otherwise, they will have access, right? Now let me try to add incident. I'll put incident dot list. Now I can see 68 records. It's surprising, right? Because I disabled all the ACLs except for one. In that one also it tells me that I should be the opened by, then only then I can see. But if you see opened by, I can see the records that were opened by ITL, Bud Richmond, Don Goodliff. Why? Reason is because there is a field called admin override true. This is what is giving me access. Now let me disable. What the admin override does is, uh, if I'm if I'm admin, I don't have to satisfy any of this condition, right? It's like a landlord. Like I can to any gates. I do not even require a key. It is like that. I have disabled that
Hello.
option. Now, after disabling, let me read it. Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, please. Okay. Previously, if you see, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Previously, I was able to see 68 records, but now I only able to see 23 records. Why? Even though I'm an admin, I'm not able to see. Reason is because for incident.table, there is only one ACL because all other for testing we disabled it, and on top of it, we enabled this admin override true, which means that like admin does not get a special privilege. Like what ACL script is, the script will not even evaluate. It will give me the complete access. So only for people other than admins, the script will validation will happen. Okay. Now I will refresh this form and I will take any record that has been opened by, see, I'm taking this one. This one is opened by ITIL user, right? This one is opened by ITIL user. Um, Caller is Carol. It has no connection with the system administrator. I have opened this record. Yeah, for the first record, okay. I'm able to see it. I don't have issue. Reason is because I have enabled this admin override true. Now let me disable it. After disabling, if I refresh the screen, I will no longer see 68 records. Again, back to the 20 plus records only, I will be able to see as per my logic. Did it got saved or not?
Hello, Lakshmi. Can you explain this
Yes, please.
concept tomorrow?
Okay. Because of internet issue or you're stuck up somewhere?
Yeah, because of internet issue only from your side. Not even me, but everyone are
For
unable
everyone.
to hear from you. Yes, yes. You can see the
Okay,
messages in group.
sure, I got it. Yeah. All right, sure. Okay. So today we have covered up query business rule and display BR. Tomorrow we'll see in detail the ACL. Okay, we just have 5 more minutes, so that's fine, obviously. We'll cover up the entire thing tomorrow. But just try to look at the recordings if there is something with regard to ACL that you can check. Otherwise, I'll start ACLs fresh tomorrow. All right, guys. So I will stop this sharing.